Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 56, Attack of the White Lotus 5. Her room felt like a cage of sorts as of late. She hadn't left it in over a week, not because she really needed to continue resting, but because her father and his physicians insisted her health was still too frail for her to leave the comfort of her bed. She didn't believe that was the case, though. Often, she would stand up and wander through her room, just for the sake of moving around a little, and she had persuaded the servants and healers to let her eat in the left wing of her chambers after proving she was up to the task. But aside from that, all she could do was gaze through the window and wait until they finally gave her leave. It should happen soon, she hoped, but still. Her aggravation usually scared off whoever dared oppose her, but it wasn't as easy to intimidate the healers into releasing her from her chambers when her father himself had often come to ensure she was still here. She could ignore the healers, but she couldn't dream of going against her father's orders. She would always tell him she felt better, but he would insist he was still worried, both about her health and about the capital's current chaotic state, hence he preferred to keep her in the safety of the room. The secret agent that had double-crossed them was still at large. He was far more slippery than Fire Lord Jose had expected him to be. The captives hadn't said a word about the spy or their society as of yet, which displeased the Fire Lord as well. Nevertheless, he had remained faithful to the vow he had made to the Gladiator. Jose hadn't executed any of the criminals. They were being held in the prison tower, where vigilance had been increased drastically to prevent more breakouts. Yet it had also taken time for Jose to entrust his soldiers with their duties once more. He had forced every single one of them to prove they were actually Fire Nation soldiers and not infiltrators. Every man was registered in files upon joining the army. Therefore, in order to prove they were true soldiers, the men had to give their names to General Mac, the man Jose had left in charge of this operation, and if he failed to find their respective file, it meant the soldier would be held in suspicion for betraying his nation. To Jose's relief, Mac's operation had been successful. Every soldier had their own file, and thus he could trust they weren't infiltrators. But could he really? Even when Mac had proved every soldier in the capital belonged to the army, the Fire Lord's anxiety was still far from appeased. Whoever had assisted the men from the Order of the White Lotus was, in all likelihood, hiding comfortably amongst his most trusted advisors. It could be anyone, Mac himself, even. It was someone who had led him to believe he could place his trust in him. His generals, his noblemen, someone who had been watching him closely without his awareness. Even one of his servants could be to blame for what had happened. All in all, the Fire Lord was more tense and stressed than he had been in a long time. Some of his noblemen had fled to nearby islands, fearful of another attack, which had only worsened Jose's concerns. He had yet to speak to the masses to explain what had happened during that troublesome night, but he planned on doing so once the spy had been captured, and to his displeasure, he was nowhere close to achieving that. Angela could tell he was uneasy over the problems he was facing, but there was little to nothing she could do to soothe her father, aside from giving him one less concern to worry about, which meant she would stay in her room until the healers declared she had recovered from her cold completely. And to the impatient princess, it seemed as though that day wouldn't come. She lay amongst pillows and sheets, glaring at the roof of her bed while wishing she didn't have to waste one more second of her life in this room. There were so many things she could do. She could help her father narrow down his search of the infiltrator. She was sure she could assist him in some way or another. A knock on her door would have startled her in other circumstances, but by now she was used to it. Angela raised an eyebrow, wondering who it might be this time. "Come in," she called out, sighing and hoping it wouldn't be another healer making sure her temperature was on regular levels. She hadn't been suffering from a fever for days now. To her relief, it wasn't a healer. Naturally, she would do her best not to show she was pleased to see her Gladiator, but it was harder to keep from smiling than she thought it should be. "Ah, it's just you," she said, as he entered the room and closed the door. Sokka raised an eyebrow and looked at her in slight suspicion. "What, expecting someone else, princess?" he asked. "Fearing it might be someone else, rather," said Angela, no longer unable to restrain her smile until she saw what Sokka was carrying in his right hand. Sokka? What is?" Sokka blushed slight and grabbed the bouquet with both hands nervously. He had told himself it was a bad idea, but he also hoped it might help cheer Angela up, or perhaps it would compel her to get back to her feet completely just to punish him for bringing her flowers. Either option would be good, he thought, albeit he was only expecting the latter to take form. It's just, well, I was walking down the market thinking I should get something fun for you so that you don't get so bored sitting inside all day, said Sokka, walking towards her and sitting on the chair he usually took by her side. And flowers were your best idea, Sokka? Really? She asked, slightly flustered but not to the extent of behaving as anyone but herself upon receiving this ridiculous gift. How am I supposed to be entertained by them? In all honesty, I wanted to get something cooler, but I couldn't find anything good, complained Sokka. I think some stores haven't gone back to business yet after what happened with the White Lotus. They think something similar might happen again sometime soon. Is that so? Muttered Angela, frowning. The impact the White Lotus attack had had upon the citizens was worse than she had expected, if Sokka's suspicions were true. I wanted to get you some sort of dragon figurine, maybe, but there was nothing similar to what I had in mind anywhere. So in the end, I brought you these. They're called dragon orchids, or so I was told, so, it's the closest thing I could find to a dragon, oddly enough, hee. It's not close to a dragon in anything but in name, said Angela, raising an eyebrow and studying the plants. They were dark red, with a tinge of orange close to the center, where the petals joined together. Well, it's a gift anyways, so, here, said Sokka, handing the bouquet to her. Angela took it in her hands, staring at the flowers with interest. It wasn't too large a bouquet, but she wouldn't have expected more from Sokka. These flowers were bound to have been more expensive than he should have been able to afford. They have an odd smell, but I suppose I could get used to it, she said, shrugging and trying not to give the matter too much importance. Sorry if it's inconvenient, said Sokka, scratching the back of his head. I just wanted to do something nice for you. I know being stuck here is driving you nuts, but if that's what the healers think is best. I know, said Angela, rolling her eyes. If that's what they want me to do, that's what I should do. It's getting ridiculous at this point, though. I should have been out of bed ages ago. Well, it's for your own good that they're keeping you here, said Sokka, sighing. Your father wants you in here too, so it's not just the healer's fault. And you agree, it seems? Asked Angela, raising an eyebrow. Never did I believe the day would come when Sokka would think the Fire Lord's decision is correct. Wait, I'm not siding with him, said Sokka, lifting his hands defensively. I'm thinking that, for your well-being, you're better off resting a little longer, and he happened to reach the same conclusion, coincidentally. Oh, really? Coincidentally? Asked Angela, smirking. Not my fault, we both want you to heal completely as soon as possible, said Sokka, folding his arms over his chest. Our goals are the same, and there's just one way to get there. Of course, said Angela, rolling her eyes and looking at the flowers in her hands again, with slight discomfort now. I should probably leave these someplace. Don't you have a vase of some sort? Asked Sokka, looking around the room eagerly. Oh, as you can see, all my available vases are currently occupied with the flowers all my other suitors have gifted me with, said Angela, her words dripping with sarcasm. So you're saying you don't have any? Asked Sokka, surprised. Just how often do you think I get flowers, Sokka? Asked Angela, looking at him in skepticism. You seem to overestimate my socializing skills. But Angela, you are the Fire Nation princess, said Sokka, stunned. And you had a suitor once, at least, that I know of. I'm sure there are still others who want to get away with marrying you, aren't there? It was odd that the words would sting him after he spoke. A burning sensation in his stomach made him grimace at the thought of other men pursuing the princess. Of course there are, but they would much rather win me over by wooing my father than by courting me, said Angela, shrugging. They care more about earning his favor than mine, hence I get no flowers from them. You should be proud of yourself, truly. It's the first time anyone has presented me with a bouquet. What, really? Asked Sokka, shocked. But that makes no sense, other people should have. Now, what's with your nobleman, really? They have nothing noble about them if they can't present you at least with a single flower. Noblemen and gentlemen aren't the same thing, Sokka, said Angela, shrugging. So, I'm a gentleman, you say? He asked, smiling proudly. That's not what I said, grunted Angela, between gritted teeth. Stop misunderstanding. Now, but you just said. I meant to say those men are of noble birth, but that doesn't make them gentlemen. And you aren't one either, even if you bring me flowers, said Angela, with determination. You are, as you well know, a snow savage. Snow savages can't be gentlemen. Or so you say, but how can you be so sure? Said Sokka. I've surprised you before. I might do it again. By doing what, exactly? How would you prove you are more of a gentleman than I take you for? Asked Angela, folding her arms over her chest. Well, a gentleman would. Started Sokka, frowning as he tried to think of what a gentleman might do aside from giving flowers to a girl. And there it is, proof you're not one and you'll never be one. You don't even know how a gentleman acts, said Angela, sighing. Well, they give flowers. Squealed Sokka. That's the only clue I have, so I should just keep on bringing you flowers every day until you're better. How's that for gentlemanliness? Are you? You're not serious, are you? Asked Angela, staring at him in shock. Why do you ask? He asked, puzzled. Sokka, said Angela, gulping. It's one thing to do it once, but to bring flowers every day? Don't you think it would be weird? It might be, but that doesn't matter, said Sokka, crossing his arms over his chest. Maybe not to you, said Angela, frowning. But what do you believe my father will think upon finding out that my slave, my gladiator, has been bringing me flowers every day? Said Sokka, thinking hard for a moment before answering. Probably. I didn't think slaves could afford to buy flowers, right? Of course not, you idiot. That's not what. Ugh, never mind. Said Angela, blushing slightly and shaking her head. If Sokka couldn't understand that it would seem as though he were attempting to court her, then she wasn't going to spell it out for him. If he really sent those flowers on a daily basis, Oze would likely be enraged and Sokka would come to understand, perhaps a little too late and in quite a nasty way, what his display of gentlemanliness truly looked like. Really, though, I doubt I can afford it, said Sokka, frowning as he rubbed his beard stub with his thumb. Isn't there a cheaper way to prove I'm a good guy? Don't you think you've proven it enough as it is? Said Angela, sighing. After what you did that night. Well, if that still counts then I shouldn't have to do anything else, said Sokka, smiling proudly. Yet you've also been quite a pig in other occasions, added Angela, to Sokka's chagrin. I guess that's true as well, isn't it, he muttered. Well, I'm trying my best to become a better man now, to keep from coming off as a pig ever again. Please don't try too hard, said Angela. Every single time you make up your mind to not do something, you end up doing it again just after swearing you won't. And not every time, said Sokka, lifting a hand defensively. You told me not to underestimate my rival gladiators ever again after fighting with the Hornet, and I haven't done it since. Perhaps that's the next thing you'll go back on, said Angela, smirking. Maybe on your upcoming fight you'll. The princess fell silent then, a frown on her face. Sokka studied her cautiously for a moment before calling out to her. Angela? You were making fun of me? You're really going to let the chance slide? Tea today is. She mumbled, rubbing her forehead and setting the flowers down beside her. Wait, I've been here for 7 days, 2 more had gone by and so. That means. The gladiator repeated, raising an eyebrow as Angela looked up, horrified. Sokka, your next fight is today. Sokka blinked a couple of times before shaking his head promptly to make himself react. He looked at Angela, dumbstruck. What? Today? But I didn't. He gasped. How come is it today? You never accept challenges so close to another fight. Well, I did this time, it looked like a fighter you could defeat easily. Said Angela, her hand on her forehead. You weren't listening when I accepted the challenge from Shoji the last time we were at the arena, were you? And no, I wasn't, muttered Sokka, recalling he had been too lost in his misery to pay any attention to what had happened between Azula and Shoji by the counter. I thought you had just found out what my current position in the ranking was. I did that, and I accepted the challenge we had studied once before, the one from an earthbender called the Rock, said Azula. Ugh, that one, huh? Said Sokka, gulping. Well, too bad. If you're like this, we can't go. What? What do you mean too bad? Said Azula, looking at him in disbelief. We're going to that arena immediately. I'm well enough to go, there's no need to. Hell, no. Declared Sokka, glaring at Azula. Not going to happen. But Sokka, I'd rather go alone than have you come along. Not a chance I'm letting you out of here before the healers approve of it. You can't go alone. Azula said, desperate. They won't let a gladiator participate in a fight without his sponsor. Then, we forfeit, I guess, said Sokka, sighing. No way, said Azula, her eyes widening. Not going to happen. We simply cannot forfeit. It's not an option. No, not an option, a reality, said Sokka, sighing. I don't want to do it either, Azula, but if you can't go then. No, Sokka. I'm in bed just because they keep saying I can't go, but I'm all better now. Said Azula, pulling away the sheets and swinging her legs off the bed, but Sokka stood up and blocked her way. Get back in there, he said, pushing her down on the bed by the shoulders when she attempted to get up. You're not going anywhere today. I can go, Sokka. I'm perfectly. Azula found herself unable to finish the sentence when a fit of coughs took over her. She hunched over, sitting on bed again as she coughed far more violently than she expected. Sokka stared at her in worry, wondering if to pat her back to help her or if perhaps he shouldn't do anything at all. Just as he stretched a hand towards her back, Azula seemed to calm down. She took several deep breaths, worn out after the fit of coughs. "Kman," said Sokka, grabbing her legs and lifting them, pulling Azula into bed again. I think those coughs spoke for themselves. Sokka, please, said Azula, begging him with her eyes. It's not as though I'll have to do so much, it's just sitting on that balcony, watching the fight and waiting until you're done. And you can do that once we know you're not in risk of falling prey to coughing fits again. Why are you all so overprotective of me lately? Asked Azula, sighing and closing her eyes. I get I couldn't take care of myself back then, but that doesn't mean I can't do it altogether. Azula, it's for your own good and you know it, said Sokka, sitting on his chair again, a little closer to the bed now. You know you put your body under some serious strain with all you went through. But I'm not going to get any better just by lying down on bed doing nothing, grunted Azula. And you definitely won't by going to the arena today, said Sokka. So just be patient. We can send another challenge to this same guy later on if you like, there's no need to. The door creaked open again, startling both Sokka and Azula. They weren't expecting anyone to show up, especially when Sokka was unconsciously leaning down towards Azula. He jerked back again instinctively, not wanting anyone to spot him in a potentially compromising situation. And yet when he saw who the visitor was he felt he could relax, although the same couldn't be said about Azula. It's just Zuko, said Sokka, sighing. Here I thought it would be your father. Zuko? Asked Azula, surprised. What are you doing here? I heard you were sick, he muttered, looking at them from the threshold. I heard about it a while ago, but I figured you would be better by now. I am better, said Azula stubbornly, and Sokka rolled his eyes in exasperation. Yet they won't let me leave my room, even when I have important business to attend to. Come on, Azula, could you just let it go? Whined Sokka, rubbing his forehead with his fingers. Really? Asked Zuko, raising an eyebrow and walking inside the room. You look quite healthy to me. Well, I'm amazed to find Zuko as being more reasonable than everyone else for once, said Azula, nodding in her brother's direction. You should feel bad about that, Sokka. Azula. Sighed Sokka, exhausted after repeating the same words to her time over and time again. You'll be given the thumbs up anytime now, can't you just wait until it happens? But Sokka, if you have a fight. Enough about the fight, it's not more important than your health, said Sokka, determinedly. If I were sick, would you drag me to the arena to fight regardless? Yes, she answered in a heartbeat, at which Sokka stared at her, shocked. Hey! He has a fight today? Asked Zuko, raising an eyebrow. Bad timing, huh? Worst timing ever, truly, said Azula, shaking her head. Why are you here, Zuzu? Well, I came to see just how bad this cold was that you were still in bed after all this time, said Zuko, gulping. I don't buy it, said Azula, folding her arms across her chest and making Zuko wince. I'm sorry, but I'll have quite the hard time believing you've suddenly decided to become a concerned older brother. Hey, He started, freezing at her accusation. You really expect to trick me with this, Zuko? Asked Azula, raising an inquisitive eyebrow. My cold didn't turn me into an idiot, in case you were expecting otherwise. Zuko frowned and looked at his sister with irritation. Sokka looked up at Zuko as well, wondering what his answer to Azula's accusations might be. The Fire Prince sighed and shook his head before looking at his sister with a colder glare, which she returned without any inconvenience. I heard you were above ground when the White Lotus attacked, he muttered. Ty Lee and Maya were wondering where you were, and they asked me to find you. I looked around everywhere but the safe chamber, because I guessed you would be there, and then I heard you had fought those guys yourself. Is it true? It's not a lie, said Azula, gripping the sheets firmly as her hand balled into a fist. For the first time, she wished she could steal Sokka's credit for what he had done if only to impress and irritate her brother. Why were you? Your sister was pretty reckless, said Sokka. She was sick, and thus not thinking straight. She wanted to protect her nation at all costs, instead of her own life, and she went out there to fight those guys without giving much thought to it. Azula looked at the gladiator in surprise, not expecting him to have her back as he had. Was he going to tell the rest of the story? As soon as he did, Zuko would likely snicker and ridicule her. Really? Asked Zuko, staring at Sokka in shock. Sokka nodded solemnly, his arms tight across his chest. That's, well, reckless, but since it ended relatively well, you could say it was brave, said Sokka. Reckless Azula, said Zuko, at which Azula twitched. So he was going to grasp at that, was he? Hard to picture, but I'll take your word for it. Good call, said Sokka, smiling now. Though it is pretty reckless of you to try and get out of bed when you're still supposed to keep resting, said Zuko, frowning. Why so desperate? Because, as you just heard, this moron has a fight ahead of him, and I will not allow a forfeit unless it's absolutely necessary, grunted Azula. Seems like it is, said Zuko, raising his single eyebrow as he looked at his sister. Sorry to say it, Azula, but your brother is right, said Sokka, sighing. Sorry why? Asked Zuko, glaring at Sokka now. Well, it's not every day someone says, Zuko is right and Azula isn't, is it? Said Sokka, feigning innocence. Maybe it happens more often than you think it does, grunted Zuko, defying Sokka with his glare. And maybe you're deluding yourself in hopes you'll come off like a cooler guy than you actually are. Replied Sokka, serenely, but facing the Fire Nation Prince now with a similar glare. Want to see just how deluded I am, Gladiator? Asked Zuko, gritting his teeth. What, you want to go right now? Asked Sokka, lifting his chin. Because I don't think you brought your lame Deo blades with you, did you? Maybe I just need fire to tear you apart. Maybe your fire is way easier to extinguish than. Wait, said Azula suddenly, as Zuko and Sokka glared at each other, promising to resume the fight they hadn't finished back at Mai's house. Wait. What, Azula? Don't worry, your brother will still live once I'm through with him, said Sokka, smiling reassuringly at the princess. I doubt the same can be said about your gladiator, though, grunted Zuko, still glaring at Sokka. Wait. Said Azula, looking from one to the other as despair gave her the strangest idea she'd had in a long time. What is it? Asked Zuko, uncomfortable upon the way his sister was looking at him. You can do it, Zuko, she said, swallowing hard. The forfeit isn't necessary, not really. There are ways for a gladiator to have a replacement sponsor when his actual sponsor can't attend the fight. What? Said Sokka, staring at Azula worriedly now. What are you trying to? You can do it, Zuko, said the princess, now determined. You can be Sokka's sponsor for one day. Time seemed to freeze, although it actually didn't. In truth, the ones who froze were the two men, who now stared at Azula in utter shock. The princess's eyes went from one to the other at least 5 times before they finally responded, both shouting and rambling at the same time. What the hell, Azula? Did you lose your mind? Asked Sokka, horrified. What on earth did they give you to heal that cold? Asked Zuko, looking at her in utter confusion. It's making you delirious, you know. Really, though, and then you claim you're all better. You definitely need to stay in bed longer, that sort of suggestion proves it. Seriously, out of everything you could have said, Azula. Could you both just shut up? She shouted, at which they obeyed just for a moment. Azula, though, really? That can't even be done, can it? Asked Sokka, after an instant of silence. Actually, it can, said Azula. Shoji told me about it before we went to the Earth Kingdom. If a sponsor can't perform his duties during some time, he can authorize someone as his substitute until he can sponsor his fighter again. I hadn't needed to resort to that before today, but now it might just be what will save us from a blow to your position in the ranking because of a forfeit. But. Azula, really? Whined Sokka. Can't you ask someone else, like, the captain? Or even your father? You'd rather be sponsored by my father than by me? Asked Zuko, shocked. Gotta say I get along better with Oloze than with you, you know. Don't you ever refer to him like that again, said Azula, grimacing in disgust. Sorry, said Sokka, smiling weakly. You've met my father? Asked Zuko, aghast. You've talked to him? You. I know it's weird, a slave who has talked directly to the Fire Lord. Said Sokka, shrugging, but Azula knew what Zuko's real problem was. And before he could make a ruckus over the fact that his father would willingly deal with a gladiator before his son, she spoke again. Zuko, she said, making him turn towards her again. Will you agree to do this? What? No, Azula, no, said Zuko, shaking his head and taking a step back. I'm sorry, I know you're sick and you hope I'll feel sorry for you and accept your every request, but... What, feel sorry for me? Really, Zuko? Asked Azula, slightly indignant. I'm sorry, but I won't, said Zuko, determined. I can't stand your gladiator, in case you hadn't noticed. The feeling is mutual, pal, said Sokka, nodding. And I'm just not going to. I'm not going to sponsor someone in the Gladiator League. Oh, please, cut out the nonsense, grunted Azula, shaking her head. You're not going to keep up that pointless farce, are you? I know well enough that you watch gladiator fights nowadays, so don't even think of excusing yourself by claiming that lowly business is beneath you, because it clearly isn't. I didn't mean to say that. I don't know how to act as a sponsor. Said Zuko, folding his arms over his chest. And besides, wouldn't you be ashamed that your gladiator would show up at the Royal Dome with me as his sponsor? Curious, because if anything, the one who should be ashamed of showing up with me is you. Muttered Sokka, thoughtful. This one's also a mutual thing, pal, said Zuko, as sarcastically as possible. Zuko. Said Azula, sighing and shaking her head. I really didn't want to resort to this, but if you won't give me another choice, I'll have to do so. What are you? Said Zuko, looking at her warily. You owe me a big favor from 10 years ago, Zuko, said the princess, looking at him sternly. A favor I did for you out of the goodwill of my wicked heart, if you may. Huh? Said Sokka, looking at Azula in confusion. Zuko bore the same expression until he finally realized what his sister spoke of. Wait, and no, Azula. You, Don't you have something better to ask of me? He said, grimacing. Not that I can think of, said Angela, crossing her arms over her chest. I've had enough time to think about it, and finally there's something you can do. So how about you do this and we call it even, Zuzu? Angela. He said, sighing, and shaking his head. A man of honor would pay his debts, said Angela, knowing she would strike a nerve with those words. Zuko flinched and glared at her, perfectly aware of her intentions. The princess held his stare defiantly, knowing she had caught him. Zuko huffed in irritation and broke their eye contact. I'm going to regret this, he muttered. Fine, then. But just for today, all right. What? No, you have to keep fighting against her, said Sokka, aghast. I knew you'd be reasonable, Zuzu, said Angela, smiling and getting off her bed. What are you doing? Where are you going? Asked Sokka, jumping off the chair. Zuko needs an authorization note so that he can sponsor you. I'm going to write it now, said Angela, relieved to have an excuse to get off bed. She rummaged through a drawer in search for paper, ink, and a brush, and she began writing down the document without further ado. Sokka just glared at Zuko all along, and the prince was already regretting his decision as he tried to ignore the slave. Well, this should do, said Angela, folding the paper into a small tube and handing over the scroll to Zuko, along with a pouch of coins. Good luck as a sponsor, Zuko. Thanks, I guess, he muttered, taking the scroll and the money almost unwillingly. Angela, said Sokka, begging her with his eyes not to do this. Your opponent is supposed to be somewhat stupid, from what I've heard, she said to the gladiator, ignoring his pleas. A strong earthbender who doesn't think things through. Apparently he likes playing with the crowd, or so said Shoji. You could pretend to get hurt by an attack of his, and then take advantage of the situation while he's asking for ovations. He wouldn't see it coming. But if he's really as dumb as I've heard, you might not even need to resort to that. Got it, but Angela. What? I'm not going to go anywhere, so I see no problem with this course of action, said Angela, crossing her arms again. Sokka's gaze went down to her breasts almost instinctively upon her motion, her robe showing more of Angela's skin than he had seen up to date, which made him blush and forget all about his refusals while trying to cover up for what he'd seen. Well, yeah, you're right, he said, gulping, and hoping she hadn't noticed the way his eyes had slipped down to her cleavage. Angela failed to realize what had brought his change of mind, but she welcomed it nonetheless. She raised an eyebrow and smiled at him, which brought Sokka to fear she might have realized he had just forgotten what they were talking about. Well, it's quite relieving you're being so compliant all of a sudden, I'll admit, she said, smiling. Thank you for your cooperation, Sokka. Wait, said Sokka, as the topic returned to his mind. Now, I didn't mean to. No backing down now, said Angela, pushing both him and Zuko towards the door. Go to the Grand Royal Dome, and please return with tidings of victory. Angela. Why you can't just. Angela. Squealed Sokka, but as soon as both him and Zuko were out in the hallway, the princess slammed her bedroom door shut. Seems to me like she can just all the same, even if you say otherwise, Zuko mocked, turning on his heels and heading down the corridor. Sokka glared at his back before following him. How funny, said Sokka, stomping as he caught up to the prince. At the very least I tried to fight back. How about you? Why didn't you say anything and just accepted this so easily? What kind of debt did you owe her that was worth sponsoring me for a day? Well, said Zuko, lowering his gaze as they walked through the palace halls. When my father banished me, I asked Angela for help. I thought she might refuse me, but to my surprise, she didn't. She was the one who procured the ship with which I traveled during those 10 years at sea. Sure, it wasn't the biggest or the most advanced ship of the Fire Nation fleets, but it was a good ship still. It carried me through all those years. Huh, said Sokka, surprised. How did you convince her, though? Sounds so generous coming from her, and to you, of all people. I think she expected me to repay her for it whenever she saw fit, said Zuko. Though I also suspect she just wanted me out of the way, as far from the Fire Nation as possible so that she could have a clearer shot at the throne. You two seem to have quite the competition regarding who ends up sitting there, said Sokka, eyeing Zuko with suspicion. It should be me, grunted Zuko, startling Sokka. The gladiator had expected Zuko to brush the matter off carelessly. I'm the firstborn son. Every law says I should be my father's heir, but he's never wanted that. Ever since I was a kid he would often compliment Azula and ignore me. More than once I heard him say she was his perfect heir. I always tried to catch up, to show my father I could be as good as she was, but my efforts never made a difference. And now he's just ashamed of me because I came home empty-handed. You and Azula have a very complicated relationship, don't you? Said Sokka, frowning. It's been that way for as long as I can remember, said Zuko, shrugging. Back when we were kids we just coveted what the other had. We would play together from time to time, but things got more strained as time passed. After my mother was gone things got worse for everyone, even for my father. Really? Said Sokka, surprised. Your father took it that badly? We all did, said Zuko. Well, Azula pretended she didn't care, but for once she couldn't fool me. No matter how troubled their relationship was, she was still her mother just as she was mine. So, you also think they had a troubled relationship, said Sokka. They did, said Zuko, shrugging. All the same as me with my father. Azula and my mother would often have fights and arguments. My mom would always scold her whenever Azula did things out of bounds. Which, for some reason, didn't keep her from doing bad things anyway. A handful as a child, huh? Said Sokka, smiling a little as he pictured young Azula in his mind. Zuko nodded as they walked down the last corridor and reached the palace's outer yard. Say, he muttered, looking at the gladiator sideways. What's that about you getting along better with my father than with me? Well. I guess I've talked to the guy twice and so far he hasn't tried to kill me, so I think that means we get along better than the two of us, said Sokka, shrugging. I wasn't trying to kill you, grunted Zuko, glaring at the gladiator. And besides, I'm sure he'll want to kill you himself soon enough. Nobody has enough patience to deal with you for that long without attempting to get rid of you, not even Azula. Especially not Azula, said Sokka, gulping. You tried to kill me upon our second meeting, she did on our first and almost succeeded. She spared me, though, for some odd reason. I don't know if I'll ever understand why. Azula's mind works in strange ways, said Zuko, shrugging. You really never know what she's up to. Anyhow, my father, why does he get along with you? My father doesn't even bother learning the name of servants that work directly for him. What makes you so different? I don't think he knows my name, said Sokka, frowning. But I guess it's because of what Azula has told him. I think she told him about what happened back in the Earth Kingdom, and then also about what happened a week ago. What? What did you do then? Asked Zuko, surprised. What, word hasn't reached anyone yet? Asked Sokka, surprised. There have been no official declarations about it so far, said Zuko. Nobody knows what happened when we were under attack. Were you involved too? A little, I just did what I could, said Sokka, shrugging the matter off. And your father thought it was worth thanking me, so. Really? Asked Zuko, shocked. Why you earned his gratitude? Why so surprised? Asked Sokka. Underestimated me much, huh? It's not, my father's favor isn't something to take lightly, you know, said Zuko, frowning as they walked by the palace's guards and entered the city's roads. My whole life I've struggled to be useful to him, to show my father I'm a worthy son, but all along I've been unable to fulfill his expectations. Because I couldn't be the son he wanted, I was banished. Because I wanted to earn his favor, I was burned and cast out of my nation. All because I couldn't become what he expected me to. I tried to find the Avatar, the only thing he commanded me to accomplish, but I failed. And now he won't even spare a moment to look at me, his own son. Huh? Muttered Sokka, frowning also. The same could happen to you, said Zuko. If my father thinks you might be useful or helpful to him in any way, it might be more of a curse than a blessing. The day might come when the favor you've earned will backfire on you. You're quite the pessimistic guy, aren't you? Said Sokka, gulping. Maybe, said Zuko, still as serious as ever. But you shouldn't take my father for granted. The only person who has managed to fulfill and even exceed my father's expectations is Azula. And who knows, maybe if she ever failed to do so he would even turn his back on her. He did with me, who is to say it can't happen with her? So, don't take him lightly. For your own good. Sokka didn't speak much more, his mind still troubled. He doubted Fire Lord Ozai would expect anything else from him, for starters. What could the man gain from him at this point in time? But as for what concerned Azula, he hadn't pursued a relationship with her, no matter how difficult it was to resist it, because he thought there would be too much pressure on them. A slave and a princess together would never gain anyone's approval, especially not Fire Lord Ozai's. And for the first time, Sokka was actually considering this matter properly. What would Ozai ever do if any word of what he had done with Azula, any of the kisses or the contact or the closeness, were revealed to the Fire Nation's ruler? For starters, Sokka knew he would be executed for the crime of defiling the princess, that wasn't even a question. But what would happen to Azula later? She would likely be shamed for what she had done, perhaps her father would resort to favoring Zuko over her. As far as Sokka knew, Prince Zuko hadn't soiled himself with a slave of any kind, had he? So chances were Azula could pay a steeper price than she should ever afford if they ever got involved for real, a price Sokka didn't want her to pay. Everything she had ever worked for would be on the line if she ever dared take a single step out of her role as Ozai's perfect heir, just as Zuko had referred to her a moment ago. You don't have your weapons with you, do you? Asked Zuko, bringing Sokka back to reality. No, I didn't think I'd need them, said Sokka, frowning. We'll have to go get them first, then, said Zuko, sighing. Lead the way, and then we're off to the arena. Sokka nodded and complied, and he led Zuko to his home. The house was empty, Song had been out since early in the morning. Sokka picked up his weapons and clad himself in his armor quickly, and soon enough they were heading down to the Grand Royal Dome again. Zuko was rather anxious and uncomfortable over walking into the arena without his hood concealing his features, but he tried his best to pretend he was calm. Still, he failed to fool Sokka. The gladiator sensed his increasing tension as they walked through the streets. Zuko's unease was slightly contagious, but he couldn't let himself be affected by it. He had a fight to win today. Ready? Asked Sokka, when they were in front of the gates of the Grand Royal Dome. Why yeah, said Zuko, nodding, and each pushed a door open, both strolling into the vestibule side by side. Shoji frowned as he saw the two men entering the arena together. He had been waiting for Sokka to show up, but he had never expected him to appear next to the prince today instead of the princess. What? He said, raising an eyebrow. Azula couldn't come today, said Sokka, telling Zuko to show the boy the authorization note by prodding his ribs with an elbow. Zuko took a step away from Sokka before pulling out the scroll and handing it to Shoji, the only thing he knew to do. Shoji read the note and nodded in approval, although he seemed bothered by Azula's absence. Everything is in order, but, why couldn't she make it? He asked. She's not feeling well, lied Sokka, unwilling to explain what Azula's actual condition was. If he went into detail he would spend hours telling the young boy about what had happened with the White Lotus, and he doubted he had that much time to waste. We're not late, are we? You're just in time, rather, said Shoji, looking from one to the other. You should go already, the other fighter awaits. Got it, said Sokka, sighing. Let's move, then, Zuko. The prince had been looking at the board where the fights had been written, in hopes to spot a familiar name on it, but it was absent. So she didn't have a fight today, then. He nodded at Sokka when he heard him call his name, and Zuko made up his mind to ask Shoji about Kyoshi's heir's next fights after Sokka's fight was done. Good luck! Exclaimed Shoji, as the two men walked towards the stairs. What am I supposed to do now? Asked Zuko, as they stopped at the foot of their respective flights. What does a sponsor even do, Sokka? Well, said Sokka, lifting a finger before lowering it as he wondered how to answer that question. You've got the money, right? So it's just a matter of having the money? Asked Zuko, grimacing. And putting up with the other sponsor, I think, said Sokka, shrugging. Azula seems to think it's an art, but I honestly have no idea what she does while I'm fighting. I'm pretty busy down in the sand to pay too much attention to what happens on the balcony, you know. I guess, said Zuko, gulping. So what if there's stuff I'm supposed to do when I get up there, and I don't know about it? That is your problem, said Sokka, shrugging and turning towards the stairs that would lead him down to the standby room. Hey. It's your problem too. I'm your sponsor. Shouted Zuko. Well, you're a grown man, aren't you? Figure it out for yourself. I have a fight ahead of me, and I've got to focus. Said Sokka, waving at Zuko as he headed down into the corridor. Zuko seemed genuinely irritated by Sokka's dismissal, but he guessed he shouldn't waste more time as it was. He walked upstairs quickly, not heading towards the stands for the first time. Nervousness coursed through him as he climbed the way towards the sponsor's balcony. Sokka couldn't help but feel rather lonely as he reached the standby room on his own. Azula always walked downstairs with him, and he had grown accustomed to her company. He sighed and shook his head, knowing that missing Azula wouldn't help him keep his mind in the fight. He needed to defeat that gladiator, if only to give her some peace of mind when they met again. He had to show her she could count on him, in every possible way. But not in every way. Sokka frowned and glared at the golden grid, his mind racing. Not long ago he had come to terms with his feelings for the princess, but her brother had given him an uncomfortable taste of reality just now. He hadn't quite considered acting upon his feelings, he had known there were boundaries he needed to respect in his relationship with Azula, but now, more than ever, he understood why those limits existed. There were more than enough reasons for him not to attempt to have a romantic relationship with Azula, and the main one, he believed, was that he wasn't worthy of being with her. Surely neither were those other men who were trying to marry into Oze's family rather than to actually marry Azula, but that didn't mean he was a better option for her. Not after all the damage he had done to her, after all the pain and anguish he had caused her. She was grateful for his help in the forest, and she also was quite thankful for his performance when the Order of the White Lotus attacked, but his latest deeds couldn't erase his past mistakes. And he knew as much. So, even when he loved her as he did, he knew it couldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. Azula deserved better. And Sokka believed her father was perfectly aware of that as well. Oze might accept Sokka, and perhaps he would hold certain expectations regarding the gladiator, but that didn't mean he would give him his blessing to court his daughter. The mere idea was ridiculous. It was quite a depressing thought, that he wouldn't be allowed to be with the woman he loved, but at the same time he thought he should be satisfied. He knew Azula wouldn't settle for anyone below her standards. Whoever the princess chose as her husband would be very fortunate and, hopefully, a much better man than he was. Still, the thought of Azula in the arms of another man made his stomach twist in anger. She wasn't his to covet, she was free to do as she pleased, and so long as she was happy, he should be as well. The things that truly mattered were Azula's happiness and safety, nothing else. His own feelings should be the last of his priorities. The grid was raised, and Sokka frowned. If he kept thinking about Azula he would make a mess of this fight. He had a challenge ahead of himself, and he needed to focus on it. Putting together all his courage and strength, Sokka breathed deeply and walked out into the sand, glaring at the man who awaited him in the ring. Well, here we go, said the nobleman beside Zuko, smirking. May the best gladiator win, Princess A-. Oh, excuse me, I had been practicing that line for such a long time that I forgot who sat beside me, for a moment. Zuko gritted his teeth and said nothing. He didn't understand what the purpose of this trash talk was, but he sure wasn't going to fall for it. Yes, he wasn't his sister and he belonged nowhere close to the sponsor's balcony, but he was here today. And he refused to make a fool of himself. He had to show he was up to his sister's level, and he knew she wouldn't fall for taunts such as these. But in order to prove he was as good as Azula was, in order to show that man that his trash talk served no purpose, Sokka needed to win. The gladiators glared at each other fiercely as the megaphone man called for the start of the fight. Azula! Squealed an all too familiar voice from the bedroom door. Angela set aside the scroll she had been reading to pass the time before raising her gaze to find her two friends standing on the threshold. "Tylee? My," she said, surprised, as the two girls walked inside, Tylee hastily and Mai solemnly. "We were so worried about you," Tylee said, running up to Angela and flinging her arms around her. The princess grimaced and pushed her away. "You might not want to do that, Tylee. I'm supposed to be sick, in case you don't recall," Angela muttered. "Oh. Right," said Tylee, jumping back and sitting on the chair Sokka usually took. "Though, you don't look so sick to me." "I don't feel sick, but I've been confined to my chambers by the healers and my father," said Angela, rolling her eyes. "I should be allowed out of here by now. They're being unreasonable." "Surely they think the unreasonable one is you," said Mai, stopping next to Tylee. "From the rumors we heard, you were badly ill. We were so worried when you weren't underground," said Tylee. "We thought maybe you'd be with your father, but both me and Mai had such a bad feeling about it." "It seems for once your instincts were right," said Angela, sighing. "Nevertheless, even if I was sick, I'm much better now. And I have better things to do than lounge around in bed all day." "Oh, surely," said Tylee, with a smirk. Angela ignored her. "Still, you say you were worried, why didn't you come before if you were so concerned about me? I've been under house arrest for a week now." "We tried," said Mai. "But we couldn't make it past the gathering of whining citizens in front of the palace until today. The soldiers weren't letting anyone through until the crowds settled down," explained Tylee. "Really?" asked Angela, confused. "Then how has Sokka been able to get in here all along?" "Oh, I suppose some men will stop at nothing when they have a good reason to try their hardest," said Tylee, smirking in the same way again. And this time Angela couldn't let the matter slide. It was clear that the girl was dying to get the princess to ask her what her problem was. "And what exactly do you mean by that, Tylee?" asked Angela, glaring pointedly at her. "Oh, come on, don't act so innocent." "No need to hide anything anymore, Angela," said Tylee, proudly. "I know all about it now. It's fine to admit what's going on with you and Sokka, your secret is safe with us." Angela's eyebrow rose slowly as she looked at her friend as though she were delusional. "And, what exactly is this secret that even I ignore, Tylee?" she asked, confused. "You'll keep up the act, Angela?" "Really?" asked Tylee, pouting. "I'm talking about you and Sokka. You kissed him the other day at my house. I saw you two smooching into the night." "You saw what, now?" asked Angela, looking at Tylee warily now. "I saw you two kissing, I said," insisted Tylee. "You're not going to pretend it didn't happen, are you?" "It's hard to pretend something didn't happen when it genuinely didn't," said Angela, sighing and looking away, as though bothered by Tylee's lies. Which were actually true, but Angela's lying skills could overcome Tylee's declaration any time. For some reason it was much harder to lie when it came to Sokka, but it didn't mean she couldn't convince Tylee that she had just been imagining things. It was an unpleasant surprise to discover the girl had seen them, but it didn't matter. She was to keep distance between herself and Sokka, and in order to accomplish that she had to invalidate the progress of their relationship. It didn't matter if Tylee had seen them or not. If Angela denied it, barely anyone would believe what Tylee had to say. Because why would the Fire Nation princess kiss a slave? "Oh, come on," Tylee demanded, frowning now. "I saw you. You're going to say I'm crazy now." "I'm not the one saying it," said Angela. "But it's the best conclusion I can reach at the moment." Mai began snickering, which startled Angela and embarrassed Tylee. "What's so funny?" asked Tylee, glaring at her chuckling friend. "To think you were really trying to make me pay for that bet," said Mai, shaking her head. "Bet? What bet?" asked Angela, frowning and looking at her friends inquisitively. Tylee froze upon her question. Well, that's, you see. Back when you hired Sokka, Tylee told me something was going to happen between the two of you," said Mai, to Angela's dismay. "I told her I didn't think so." Hence she decided we would hold a bet, and she planned to make me pay for it when she told me all about how she'd seen you and Sokka kissing. I said her eyes had been playing tricks on her, and she kept going about it until I couldn't take it anymore. I figured the only way to find out if it was true would be to ask you directly, and now you prove my beliefs correct. Ty Lee is delusional. Truly, said Angela, though she still looked at her friends with mild indignation. Though I can't believe you were holding a bet about me. I figured it was the best way to teach Ty Lee a lesson on thoughtless gambling, said Mai. And I would earn money through it, so I had nothing to lose. Why you? You didn't win, Mai. Stop lying, Angela. Screamed Ty Lee, growing desperate. You know much better than I do that you've kissed him. So why are you denying it now? Is he a bad kisser or something? Because it sure didn't look that way from where I was standing. You were standing in a dream, I'm sure. Said Angela. Indeed, if I had kissed that idiot I would be aware of it, and I'd likely be unable to lie about it. So why can I deny it? Because it's not true, that's why. Just as I said Mai, smirking. Ugh. You two are the worst. Squealed Ty Lee, jumping off her chair and glaring from one girl to the other. I'll go get him, then. I'm pretty sure he won't be able to lie as well as you do, Angela. And with that, the girl walked out of the room angrily, slamming the door as she exited the room. Angela couldn't hold back a small smirk of satisfaction and she leaned back on the pillows again. What were you reading? Asked Mai, without taking her seat. An old fire-bending scroll, said Angela. It has some information on lightning bending, but not what I'm looking for, apparently. In any case, should you be here, Mai? Should you leave your son unattended? He's not unattended, Ruonji stayed with him today, said Mai. He promised to look after him while I came to see you. He's growing quick, he already started crawling the other day. Did he? Said Angela, surprised. That was fast. Time flies, it seems, said Mai, nodding. We were quite worried about you back when this mess happened. It was really confusing, we still don't know what happened, exactly. I believe my father will make an official statement about it either today or tomorrow, said Angela. But he's hoping to capture the remaining White Lotus members that are still at large, including someone we suspect had been spying on us all along. A spy. Repeated Mai, surprised. Yes, a spy. We don't know who it is exactly, but it had to be someone who knew the palace perfectly, who knew how to acquire soldiers' uniforms. Said Angela, sighing. My father doesn't trust anyone at the moment, he's questioning the loyalty of almost everyone around him in hopes he'll discover who the spy was. It must have been someone he trusted. Do you truly believe so? Asked Mai, frowning. Why would anyone want to double-cross the Fire Lord? Especially someone who is on his good side. His council is completely comprised by people who seek his favor, what use could there be in stabbing him in the back? I don't know, said Angela, sighing. But I'm certain they'll have their reasons. Reasons? Repeated Mai, thoughtful. You think this spy would hold some sort of resentment towards the Fire Lord? Why else would they do it? Asked Angela. Seeking revenge for a wrongdoing, hoping to gain power if the Fire Nation's government had fallen, whichever purpose there was in these actions still makes it impossible to justify them. Whoever did this will be punished, my father will see to it. And, are there any suspects so far? Asked Mai. Too many suspects to come to a conclusion yet, from what I've been told, said Angela. Why? Because I saw some people down in the catacombs, Angela, said Mai, looking at her friend worriedly. People who might have a reason to take revenge against your father, against you. Angela's eyes widened when Mai proceeded to explain what she meant. Her friend's words were hard to digest, but at the same time, they made sense. The thought of being betrayed by people she had been so close to was rather distressing, and to think she was probably to blame for it all made the situation worse still. Nonetheless, she couldn't waver, especially not over personal feelings. If Mai's suspicions were spot on, Angela had a duty to her people and her father. She had to tell him of Mai's guess, there was nothing more to it. Thanks for telling me this, Mai. I shall convey your theory to my father, said Angela. I'm sorry, said Mai, sighing. I should probably go see where Ty Lee ran off to, shouldn't I? I wouldn't be too worried. She's not going to find Sokka anytime soon, said Angela, shrugging. He's in a fight right now. Is he? Asked Mai, surprised. How can he be in a fight if you're here? Zuko is sponsoring him for today, said Angela. It was either that or forfeiting, and I refused to let that happen. Naturally, said Mai, smiling a little. It was good to know Zuko was busy. Now, about what Ty Lee said. I'm not that offended about the bet, but it's something rather ridiculous, Mai, said Angela. I didn't think friends would spend their leisure time betting on each other's love lives. Neither did I. But I expect to win it, Angela. I'd better win it, said Mai, looking at Angela sternly. Angela froze where she was as she looked back at the girl with confusion. What do you mean by that? I don't care about the money, Angela, said Mai, her gaze falling upon a vase with flowers that sat on Angela's dresser. It's not that steep a gamble. Nevertheless, you know better than to get entangled with a slave, don't you? Angela grew paler at Mai's words. So her act hadn't served any purpose. Mai knew it was true, she could see it in her eyes. Ty Lee had caught her in the middle of the kiss, and she herself was well aware of the fact that it had happened, so it really was no secret. Nobody had been misled by that silly argument earlier. Your doubts are insulting, Angela said stubbornly, crossing her arms over her chest and closing her eyes. Even if Mai had seen through her lies, it would be best to pretend she was in control of the situation even when she knew she wasn't. They'd better be, said Mai. Weren't you going to get Ty Lee? Asked Angela, rubbing the bridge of her nose as she refused to look at Mai and to carry on speaking of the same subject. All right, then, said Mai, turning to the door and walking away, Angela's glare fixed on her back. It wasn't bad enough that she already told herself not to get involved with Sokka, now other people were telling her the same thing. Was she that obvious? Had her sickness ruined her lying abilities? Although, if she were to be honest, ever since she had pulled Sokka into her life she hadn't been very convincing with her lies. She sighed and decided to stop thinking about him, but her mind drifted again towards the people Mai suspected to be the spies. Angela gritted her teeth and dropped her head on the pillow, wishing her mind would be quiet for a moment. She'd had enough of worrying about betrayals and relationships for the time being. The boulder flew Sokka's way, but for some reason he wasn't having a hard time dealing with it at all. The rock had resorted to the now frequent technique of breaking down the well in order to use the stones to fight, but that wasn't enough to defeat Sokka anymore. The blue wolf sliced through every stone skillfully, as though it were a simple feat. Sokka wished to think it was just because he had become used to fighting against earthbenders, but he knew the actual reason why he was winning against the rock was because the man's attacks were comprised mostly by head-first aggression. The rock wasn't trying to think the fight through, he only tried to hit Sokka with his boulders and hoped to land a lucky hit. Though, in all fairness, if Sokka's sword had been any less sharp than it was, the rock would have crushed him with his first attack. Sokka lunged forward when the rock lost his focus shortly as he tried to find another rock large enough to chuck at his opponent. Sokka attempted to cut at the man's bare chest, but the rock jumped back and shot an array of sand at Sokka's face before trying to punch him without using his bending. Sokka shut his eyes by reflex before the sand struck him and he twisted his body to avoid the hit, performing a barrel roll with which he knocked the rock headfirst to the ground. Sokka leapt back up to his feet and wiped away the dirt on his face. His eyes prickled slightly despite his attempt to protect them, but, to his relief, he could still see his rival fighter despite the uncomfortable sensation. The rock struggled to stand up again, toppling over the sand in a comical manner as he tried to push himself up. You feeling all right? Asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. The rock feels angry, exclaimed the man, spitting sand as he spoke. The rock is going to crush you. Why do you speak of yourself in third person? Asked Sokka, frowning, but the man attacked again and didn't respond. Sokka avoided another rock and stared at his opponent, who was panting heavily. The rock had spent his energies thoughtlessly, and he barely had any rocks left to attack him with. Sokka had the upper hand today, as he had suspected he would as soon as the fight had begun. This earthbender was much more stupid than any he had faced before. So? Why talk in third person, Mr. The Rock? Asked Sokka, trying to make time. He was certain he would be declared the winner any moment now. The fight's 20 minutes had to be close to over by now. The Rock. The Rock is confused, admitted the man, failing to understand Sokka's question. Maybe because it's not your real name, is it? Asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. Maybe you're so deep into your role that you can't talk of yourself as if you were yourself. Is that it? The Rock is still confused, mumbled the earthbender. Silence, wolf boy. The Rock will destroy you. Now, what's your real name? Maybe if you get out of that mindset you'll be able to sound more reasonable, said Sokka, taunting him as he paced around the man carelessly. The Rock's real name? The Rock's real name is... started the Rock, taking a deep breath before answering. The Rock's real name is the Boulder. Sokka froze where he stood. That was definitely the answer he would have expected least. And the Rock and the Boulder will crush you, shouted the earthbender, flinging the remnants of the shattered rocks straight at Sokka. Sokka pulled out his club now. Fighting pebbles with his sword wouldn't be too helpful. He swung the heavy weapon to fend off the stones, and the Rock ran at Sokka desperately, not knowing what else to do. He had been rendered weaponless, he clearly was no master of sands, and he was trying to reduce Sokka in any possible way, and if he had no choice but to fight with his own fists and not with bending, then so be it. But his attempt to attack Sokka while he was distracted proved futile. Sokka swept the last of the stones away just as the man reached him. Sokka struck the Rock's stomach with his club, making the man lose his breath, and then tripped him. The Rock landed on his back this time, his face contorted as he squealed in quite a girly manner. Sokka smiled down at the man and then lifted his face up towards the sponsor's balcony by reflex, hoping to find Azula smiling down at him in approval. And he only found Zuko frowning as he gazed upon the Rock, likely wondering if the earthbender was unable to keep fighting. The time is up, shouted the megaphone man, and the crowd cheered enthusiastically. Sokka turned back down to the Rock, who seemed rather disappointed with himself. Sokka helped him back on his feet, offering a hand the other fighter took with gratitude. You're strong, wolf boy, said the Rock. The Rock would like to fight you again one day. Sure, said Sokka, smiling weakly and patting the man on the back. But the next time it will be in the Rock's domains. You will go to Gladiator Rumble and fight him there. Alright, big guy, whatever you say, said Sokka, gulping. After quite an impressive fight, the winner is the Blue Wolf, declared one of the judges eventually, and the crowd cheered for Sokka yet again. Sokka wanted to feel happy about his triumph, but for some reason he couldn't feel the thrill of victory today either. Maybe he could beat this guy, maybe he could win every fight ahead of him. But if it wasn't Azula with him, it wasn't the same, it didn't feel right. And it wasn't as though Zuko had done something wrong. As far as Sokka knew, Zuko hadn't made any mistakes while filling in for his sister, but Sokka would have much rather shared his victory with her instead. Zuko was still looking down at the arena when the man beside him pushed a bag of coins in the prince's direction and walked away without another word. Zuko couldn't help but smirk a little. At the beginning of the fight the man's cockiness had been almost unbearable, but as Sokka fought expertly against his opponent, the man's taunts had diminished until they had disappeared completely. Now he surrendered and walked away without a word, and Zuko felt rather proud of himself, and proud, even if he wouldn't admit to it, of having sponsored his sister's Gladiator for today. He walked down to the vestibule on his own, assuming Sokka would meet up with him when his medical check was over. There was no one in line at Shoji's counter, so Zuko decided to approach him, grasping the perfect chance to ask the young man about his favorite gladiator. I just heard Sokka won, said Shoji, smiling. Congratulations. Your first time sponsoring and you've won. Sure, but I didn't do anything, said Zuko, grimacing. Anyways, I didn't come here to boast about Sokka winning. I wanted to ask about Kyoshi's heir's next fights. The boy's eyes widened, to Zuko's discomfort. What was so surprising about his question? Are you okay? He asked Shoji, who grimaced and looked down, unable to hold the prince's stare. I'm sorry, but I can't. I can't tell you, he muttered. Huh? Why? You've been telling me about her fights all along, why can't you do it anymore? Asked Zuko, astonished. Well, I've got some bad news for you, Prince Zuko, muttered Shoji. We got a message a few days ago, and it informed us that Kyoshi's heir was dropping out of the Gladiator League. Now Zuko's eyes were the ones that widened. Zuko stared at Shoji in disbelief, unable to utter a word, doing nothing but shaking his head as he tried to assimilate the information. But, why? How could she? Why did she? He asked, aghast. I'm sorry, but I don't know. I could try to investigate more if you want me to, said Shoji, looking at Zuko with concern. But right now all I know is that she won't be fighting as a gladiator anymore. Maybe that was good news, maybe it wasn't. Zuko didn't know how to take this information. If she wasn't going to fight as a gladiator anymore, then what was she going to do? Why had she dropped out all of a sudden? Could he find her and ask her those questions? Or was she out of his grasp, as she had always been, and he would be rendered unable to reach out for her again? He had sought her out during the incident with the White Lotus, but he had failed to find her within the catacombs. He had searched everywhere. Had she dropped out of the league already? Right after meeting him? The questions tormented him as he made his way back to the palace, side by side with Sokka. They didn't talk much, both lost in their own train of thoughts, but Zuko did congratulate Sokka for his triumph. Aside from that small exchange, they didn't bicker or speak of anything else, which in itself was some progress. It was the first time they had spent time together without ending up fighting or arguing badly. Nevertheless, Zuko wasn't cheerful at all upon arriving at the palace. He strode towards his room, ignoring everyone and everything around him, including his uncle. Prince Zuko. I was wondering where you were, would you have some tea? He asked, smiling, as Zuko walked by him. Prince Zuko. I'm not thirsty, he muttered, entering his room and slamming the door, leaving a worried Iroh staring after him. Zuko glared at the poster on his wall and ripped it off angrily. How stupid had he been to misunderstand the situation? She had opened up to him, but chances were she might have wanted nothing else to do with him. What if she had even left just to get away from him? It seemed a long shot, but fortune had never been kind to him and he doubted that was going to change anytime soon. Still, she had given him happiness when nothing else had. She had gotten his mind off troubles that only made him miserable. He had helped her when she had been upset, and she hadn't judged him, she hadn't compared him to his sister to see which of them was stronger, smarter, or more talented. No, she didn't care for any of those things. To her, he was just a man who had given her a peach. So, why run away from him? Why did she vanish without a trace? Against his better judgment, Zuko placed the poster on the wall again. Until he knew the truth of what had happened to Suki, he wouldn't jump to any conclusions. He knew she was a good person, an honorable, strong woman. Even if she was gone now, he knew he hadn't judged her wrongly. She was a great person, much better than he was. But thus, even if he tried to convince himself of that, the same question still lingered in Zuko's mind: what had happened with Suki? Very well, muttered Oze, a dark frown upon his features. It is the only theory that makes sense so far, Azula. Well done discovering this. I didn't unveil this on my own, father, but, said Azula, her gaze on the floor as she spoke to the Fire Lord. I will send word for them to be seized, declared Oze. If they truly are to blame for the operation that almost took down the Fire Nation, they will face consequences for their actions. As they should, replied Azula. Get back in bed now, princess, said Oze. I believe you will be allowed to return to your activities by tomorrow. At least, that is what the head physician told me. Nonetheless, you must continue to rest today. Tomorrow? Finally, said Azula, relieved. Very well, then, father. Thank you for letting me know. Back to bed, then. I will see you tomorrow, said Oze, turning around to leave. Azula slipped into the sheets and sighed. She had a bad feeling about Mai's theory, she had a bad feeling about telling her father about it too. For some reason something seemed off about it, but she couldn't put her finger on it. It was truly hard to believe those two old ladies could be to blame for what had occurred. Jose opened the door just as someone tried to grasp its handle on the other side. The Fire Lord raised an eyebrow upon spotting Sokka stretching out clumsily to reach the doorknob. "Oh, hey there, Fire Lord," said Sokka, smiling uncomfortably. "How's it going?" Jose merely raised an eyebrow at Sokka's extremely casual way to speak to him. It was also fishy that he would come to visit his daughter so often. "I never knew a gladiator and a sponsor would be this close," he muttered, making Sokka jump. Well. "I just came to inform your daughter of something, don't misunderstand," said Sokka, nervously. "Is there anything to be misunderstood?" asked Jose, and Sokka flinched. No, of course not," he squeaked, his voice incredibly shrill as he tried to feign innocence and failed completely at it. Jose only leered at him judgmentally for a moment before walking past him without another word. Sokka breathed heavily, watching the man go. How could Jose wreck his nerves so easily? Even if he tried to act as naturally as possible while around him, it was impossible to do so. Sokka heard a huff of irritation from the bed, and found Azula sitting straight on it, glaring at him. "Honestly, Sokka, he failed to notice your flowers and yet you still had to make a fool of yourself," said Azula, shaking her head. Sokka smiled uncomfortably before noticing that the flowers sat on a vase now, on the princess's dresser. "You found one, then?" he asked, smiling, and approaching the princess. "One of the healers procured one for me," said Azula, looking at the flowers on her dresser. "For some reason, nearly everyone has ignored them. Which relieves me, to be honest. Ty Lee came by today and if she had caught sight of them she would have annoyed me to no end." "Doesn't she already do that, even without the flowers?" asked Sokka, smiling cruelly. Azula couldn't help but smile and shake her head. "You're really something, Gladiator," she said. "Which reminds me, how did it go? Did you win? Was Zuko any use as your sponsor?" "Oh, said Sokka, scratching his head. "Well, it went fine. I won." "Good to know," said Azula, smiling with relief now. "See, I told you forfeiting was pointless." "You were right about how stupid a fighter he was," said Sokka, chuckling. "He was funny in a way, but he's definitely not the best earthbender I've faced. I think he would have done better in an ambience with more rocks instead of sand, which is why I'm glad the fight was at the Grand Royal Dome." Azula smiled and nodded. "You were favored by the circumstances, thankfully," she said. "And what of Zuko? Did he do his job or did he make a mess of things?" "Well," said Sokka, looking up at the ceiling as he wondered how to explain himself. "He didn't make a mess of things, not quite." "Not quite? What did he do, then?" asked Azula, confused. "Nothing, really," said Sokka, scratching his head again. "He pulled off his job as he had to, dealt with the other sponsor, got the money when I won and all that." "Money he ought to give to me soon enough," grunted Azula, an eyebrow twitching. "Yeah, he should deliver it at some point," said Sokka, smiling nervously. "So? If he did everything right, why do you sound as though he had failed at his job?" asked Azula, raising an eyebrow. "Well, he did everything right, yeah, but there was just one small thing I couldn't overlook no matter how hard I tried. Something that just wouldn't make him good for the job, not for real." "And what is that?" asked Azula, expecting Sokka to complain about Zuko's whiny or angry nature, or even his lack of experience at dealing with noblemen. But to her surprise, Sokka gave her a tender smile before answering her question in the way she had least expected him to. "He's not you." Azula's eyes widened and her cheeks reddened quickly at Sokka's statement. His azure gaze was too intense for her to keep holding it. She looked away, a hand going to her forehead as she tried to digest what Sokka had just said. Of course he's not me, hadn't you noticed that beforehand?" she asked, refusing to meet his eyes again. Are you okay, Azula? You're red again, is the fever back?" he asked, startled at the idea. "Shut up. There's no fever, you're... Ugh, just get out of here," she shouted, flinging a pillow at him. "Now, Azula, I'm worried about you," said Sokka, catching it on midair. The princess refused to answer to whatever he might say next, knowing that Sokka was playing the fool right now just to liven up the atmosphere. It was truly shocking that, after such a stressful afternoon of dealing with friends who bet on her love life and struggling to uncover conspiracies, this foolish man could make all of that disappear with a single sentence. And now she had no idea how to overcome the embarrassment after what Sokka had just said. How was she supposed to respond to what he had told her? She could act proud or send him back through where he had come from, but it wouldn't change the fact that her heart had skipped a beat upon hearing those words. It was the first time someone had told her, without referring to her skills or talents, that she was irreplaceable. Chapter 57, Attack of the White Lotus 6. Sokka pushed the door open, only realizing a little too late that he should have knocked first as a precaution. He froze on the doorway when he caught sight of the princess standing before her dresser, pulling her hair out of her shirt as she got ready for the day. He hadn't seen anything he shouldn't have. She was already wearing everything but her armor, yet the sight of her was enough to send the blood rushing up to his face again. Angela turned around when she heard the door creak open, and she looked at Sokka with surprise and almost bashfulness. "Forgot how to knock, did you?" she asked, raising her eyebrows. Sorry, I thought you'd still be in bed," he said, nervously. "And since you're not, does it mean you're free at last?" "Yes, the head physician came by a moment ago and decided I would be released from the confines of my room." "Finally," said Angela, buckling her belt. "Then you've managed a full recovery." "I'm glad," said Sokka, smiling weakly. Should his heart be pounding so hard by watching her getting dressed? "It seems I have," said Angela, picking up her armor and placing it on with some difficulty. Sokka's gaze was on the floor as Angela struggled with the armor. Maybe if he stopped watching her he would manage to stop being so mesmerized by her. For some reason the effect she already had on him was stronger now that she was back to normal. "So, what are we going to do now that you're free?" he asked, still not looking at her as she finished buckling the armor. "We," she said, raising an eyebrow. "Putting us together in a set now, are you?" Well, why not?" said Sokka, smiling awkwardly as Angela sat before the dresser and attempted to pull her hair up in a knot. Why are you pulling all of it up? Don't you usually have just a half knot?" "Today is a special day, of sorts," said Angela, struggling to pull her hair together. "Where are those blasted servants when you need one? Curse it. You want me to help you?" asked Sokka, before he could hold himself. Angela dropped her hair in surprise and stared at him in confusion. "You? Well, I've put my hair together ever since I was a kid, so," said Sokka, shrugging and looking at the floor once more. Angela failed to understand what was with his bashful demeanor today. It didn't seem Sokka himself understood what was happening with him either, though. If anyone should be embarrassed by his walking in on her while she was getting dressed it was her, not him. Yet here he was, acting more foolish than usual. "Do you really know how? My hair is very different from that of a snow savage, in case you don't know it," said Angela, trying to tease him in order to bring forth his usual attitude. "You don't need to say that twice," said Sokka, smiling weakly and approaching. Why had he even offered? What was with him? He had to keep a healthy distance from her now that he was well aware of what he felt for her. He had to keep the boundaries. But why was it that every time he told himself to do so, he was compelled to close the distance between them even more? Now he shivered just by thinking he was about to fix her hair for her. "Make sure not to pull it," grunted Angela, when Sokka stood right behind her. She was still slightly concerned by his attitude, but she said nothing more as his trembling fingers slid through her hair. Now it was Angela who wondered why she had accepted to let him do this. Her reflection in the mirror showed her cheeks reddening as he picked a brush from the dresser and ran it down her hair in a much gentler manner than she had expected from him. She was stiff and nervous at first before she gave in to the odd sensations she felt as his hand slid over her scalp. So many people had brushed her hair before, and yet she had never found herself as enthralled over this simple act as she was now. Sokka set her bangs before her ears and then proceeded to pull her hair up. His breathing was a little heavier than usual as he gathered the strands gently, building a tall bun and doing his best to keep every hair in place. He knew Angela wasn't one for imperfections. The ribbon, he muttered, when he had already shaped the bun. Angela hadn't realized she had closed her eyes as she genuinely enjoyed his every motion. She took the red ribbon and handed it over to Sokka almost harshly. He took it, trying not to touch her hand. It had been more than enough physical contact for one day. He could feel himself sweat by the time he finished binding the top knot. Angela looked at herself in the mirror once he was done, finding he had accomplished his goal properly without pulling her hair at all. Sokka stepped back, wiping the sweat off his brow. This was definitely the last time he'd offer to do something like this for her. He was sure he wouldn't be able to keep his cool if he ever did it again. "Surprisingly well done," said Angela, taking her hairpiece and placing it right before the bun. "You could pursue a career in hairdressing." "How funny," grunted Sokka, as she smirked and stood up. "Oh, have I offended your manliness?" she asked. "You should thank me instead of making fun of me, don't you think?" said Sokka, glaring at Angela. "You should know I don't often do what I'm expected to, which is something we have in common," she said, walking past him but not before dedicating him another malicious smile. Sokka could have pursued the matter, and maybe in the past he would have. But for some reason he couldn't keep from smiling now as she headed towards the door. He followed Angela, a few steps behind, his gaze falling upon the back of her neck. What was with her decision to pull all her hair up? It was the first time he had seen her like this. He thought the princess might go have breakfast now, but to his surprise, she walked off towards the gardens instead. And he couldn't keep from smiling when he saw what her objective actually was. Well, it has been quite a while, you treacherous dragon," said Angela solemnly, approaching the reptile that slept lazily in the palace grounds. Xian Long jumped upon hearing her voice. His eyes opened and he gazed at Angela in surprise at first. The princess smiled weakly at him before the dragon jumped at her with a cheerful groan, blissful to see her for the first time in over a week. Hey, said Angela, as Xian Long leapt back and forth around her, still amongst cheerful whimpers. "I was trying to convey something important here. Stop being such a baby and..." "Xian, what are you even?" The dragon stopped leaping and surrounded Angela with his long body. The princess lifted her arms, not knowing how to respond to his unexpected display of affection. Now, I'm quite glad you're so happy to see me, Xian, but I have some serious scolding to do, in case you've forgotten," said Angela, trying to be stern. Xian Long simply gurgled, as he often did, and pressed his head against her chest. Xian, are you going to listen to me at all?" The dragon seemed to ignore everything she was saying, now nuzzling her and chuckling in his dragon-like groans. Angela sighed, knowing nothing she said would go through to her dragon. Yet she found herself smiling as well as she petted his head, her hands sliding through his soft blue hair. Yes, she muttered. "I'm glad to see you too." Xian Long seemed to squeeze her harder after what she said, and he whimpered again happily. Angela couldn't help but laugh as she caressed his mane gently, forgetting about scolding the dragon for the time being. Sokka watched them, beaming. If there was a sight he would never get enough of, it was that of a genuinely smiling Angela. Her devious smirks were often present on her face, but this kind of pure-hearted joy was something the princess hardly experienced. Witnessing her in this state of bliss never failed to bring a smile to Sokka's face as well. "I hope you are not really going to scold him for what he did that day," said Sokka, at which Angela remembered he was still around. She felt slightly embarrassed at being watched by him in a moment like this one, but she decided not to act upon it. Sokka understood quite well the nature of her relationship with the dragon, that Xian Long would wrap his body around her, and that she'd accept the creature's gesture, shouldn't be much of a surprise for him. "I wanted to, but he won't let me," said Angela, sighing in resignation. Such a stubborn dragon. A happy dragon, I'd say. "Happy to see his rider again," said Sokka, grinning. "In any case, you shouldn't scold him at all. Without him, you wouldn't have known to come to the palace, and if he hadn't brought me afterwards." I know, said Angela, nodding. "I just want to make sure he won't get used to having other people ride him." "I don't think he wants anyone else riding him in the first place," said Sokka, reassuringly. You have nothing to worry about. Good to know, said the princess, smiling and patting the dragon's head again. So, what are we going to do today? Asked Sokka. Will you take flight with him? Or would you rather go train? Knowing you, you're probably desperate to pick up your sword again just hoping to cut me up with it. I would be, said Azula, growing stern suddenly, to Sokka's surprise. And I would be more than glad to fly with Xian Long for a while, but, there's something else I must do today. Sokka blinked a few times, looking at her with confusion. Really? What sort of? Wait, does it have something to do with the reason why you wanted to have your hair up? Surprisingly observant of you, Sokka, she said, smiling weakly at him before telling Xian Long through their minds bond that she needed to leave, but not without assuring him she would come to him again later. The dragon seemed reluctant to let her go, but he did so nonetheless, prodding her shoulder with his nose and asking her not to take too long so that they could fly together once more. Then, what is it you have to do? Asked Sokka, as Azula passed him by and entered the palace's halls again. You told my father about your suspicions regarding a spy, didn't you? Said Azula, as Sokka treaded along with her. Wait, you found him? Asked Sokka, shocked. You know who the spy is? Not exactly a him, nor is it just one spy, muttered Azula, dropping her gaze. Though I'm not sure if we actually caught the right person. I doubt it, to be honest. More than one spy? Then, who are they? Asked Sokka, frowning. They turned around a corner and entered the royal gallery, and Azula smiled weakly upon doing so. Even if she had been so sickly, she still recalled Sokka's offer to make her portrait one day. I don't think I ever got around introducing you to my former advisors, did I? Said Azula, somewhat relieved Sokka was so involved in their conversation that he wouldn't criticize the portraits this time around. You had advisors? Asked Sokka, surprised. They had been my caretakers when I was a child, then they became my fire-bending teachers and afterwards they took the position of advisors, said Azula. But, you said former advisors, said Sokka, frowning again. Did you replace them or something? Or did they leave your service? You could say I replaced them with a foolish gladiator who happens to make 10 wrong decisions for every right one, said Azula, smirking a little at him, at which Sokka scowled. At least I get something right once in a while. He muttered, noticing too late that he wouldn't save face with that argument. But then. I'm your advisor now. Without my awareness, I'd say you've become one, said Azula, at which Sokka found himself beaming with pride. You have been handing out advice even when I don't ask for it, so it really isn't as though I appointed you officially or anything. Well, I don't need any fancy ceremonies or anything of the kind, said Sokka, smiling and waving a hand carelessly. It's quite cool to think I've hijacked the post of Azula's advisors. You would likely say otherwise about the fancy ceremony if you thought there would be food in it. Would there be? As predictable as ever, Sokka, said Azula, sighing and shaking her head. But, wait, back to the main issue, said Sokka, frowning again. What about those former advisors of yours? They're the spies? How? That's what I'd like to know, muttered Azula, her face darkening as she pondered the matter again. And that's what I'm supposed to find out during their trial. What, trial? Asked Sokka, shocked. That's what you're going to, that's what you have to do today. Indeed, said Azula, turning to the right upon reaching Fire Lord Oze's portrait. And the Fire Lord himself stood before the curtains of the throne room, speaking solemnly to a guard who bowed down and moved away. Oze caught sight of his daughter and the slave, and he nodded in acknowledgement towards Azula. Are you feeling well, Azula? He asked his daughter. I have felt well for long enough now, father, said Azula, bowing her head before him. There is no need to worry about me any longer. Is the trial about to begin? Shortly. My Imperial guards have gone to retrieve our suspects, Oze informed her. I see you brought your slave to witness the trial. Oh, he just tagged along, said Azula, shrugging, as Sokka gave Oze an awkward smile. He'd have no problem waiting outside, I'm sure. There's no need for that, said Oze. Your gladiator provided quite a service to the Fire Nation. If he wishes to witness this trial, then he is welcome to do so. Really? Asked Sokka, astounded. Even Azula seemed surprised. Are you certain of this, father? Asked Azula, staring at Oze in disbelief. So long as he behaves himself, he shouldn't be a concern, said Oze, looking at Sokka solemnly. Just stand still and go unnoticed, Gladiator, I want no disturbances of any kind coming from you. Keep silent, and don't make me regret my decision of allowing you to witness the trial. Okay, said Sokka, blinking a few times and nodding. Well, then, said Oze, entering the chamber and leaving the other two outside. That was odd, said Sokka, staring at the curtain after Oze had gone through it. Did your father really just allow me to watch this? You were involved in capturing most the White Lotus members, said Azula. Perhaps he believed you might be able to help determine if these two are White Lotus spies as well. You think? Asked Sokka. But I don't know anything about the White Lotus, and I hardly know anything about these advisors of yours either. How much use could I really be? No idea, said Azula, shrugging as she walked towards the curtain. The only other explanation I can think of is that he simply has grown to like you. The idea of the Fire Lord liking him didn't sit too well with Sokka. He grimaced and looked at Azula's back in utter disbelief before following her inside, entering the throne room for the second time. To his surprise, the room wasn't too crowded. Only a few men dressed in military garb were within, and they failed to notice him as they spoke amongst themselves. But there was another familiar face inside the room, sitting at the left side of the high seat Oze was about to occupy. He's early, muttered Azula, glaring at her uncle, who was so invested in the tea he was drinking that he didn't seem to realize Azula had entered the room. That's rather unusual coming from him. Say, about these advisors of yours, said Sokka, prompting Azula to turn around and look at him. Why are they suspects? And why did you dismiss them or whatever it is you did? They're suspects because I had cast them out of my service long ago, and yet they suspiciously appeared in the capital when the Order of the White Lotus broke the prisoners out of jail, muttered Azula, frowning. And I dismissed them from my service because as time passed by they proved they were unreliable and useless. Hence, I got rid of them as soon as I found an opportunity to do so. Whoa, harsh, said Sokka, surprised. He really shouldn't be so astonished. Azula had warmed up to him somewhat, but he could still remember quite easily what she used to be like. And that might be, as we believe, their motive for aiding the White Lotus in their attack against the Fire Nation, grunted Azula, her hand curling up into a fist. Revenge for being removed from their position as my advisors. Wow, said Sokka, grimacing again. That sounds crazy. Would they really betray the Fire Nation like this just to get back at you? I don't know, said Azula, dropping her gaze. But if everything points at them. But, do you have any evidence aside from this? Asked Sokka, frowning. Having a motive doesn't necessarily mean they're the perpetrators. We actually have no evidence, said Azula, with an ironic smile. Just the fact that their timing to visit the capital was terrible and that they knew the palace and army well enough to instruct the White Lotus on how to proceed. Then, you really don't have much to accuse them on, said Sokka, frowning. Are you sure these people could do it? That they would do it? Would they really hold such a grudge against you? I did fire them from their jobs after decades of service in the palace, said Azula. If it were me in their situation, I'd likely seek revenge in one way or another. But you really think they would have been behind this? Asked Sokka, staring at Azula intently. Do you actually believe these people who were your most trusted advisors would do something so awful? I mean, those guys wanted to kidnap you, but if they had been working under the orders of people who wanted to take their vengeance on you, don't you think they would have mentioned it? Don't you think they would have been even more determined to capture you? If this was mainly an act of revenge on you, why set those prisoners free? Because it might have been an act of revenge on the royal family in general, said Azula, although Sokka's words were increasing her already plentiful doubts. I may have demanded their dismissal, but my father was the one who executed it in the end. Sokka's frown only deepened. He looked at Azula sternly, crossing his arms over his chest. Are you really sure, Azula? Do you actually think them capable of this? There's no point in asking me this, said Angela, shaking her head. I can't know until I judge them directly. Until then, everything is a conjecture. Including believing they're to blame for all this, said Sokka. Indeed, even including that, Angela agreed, although she didn't seem too happy to give him the right of it. The trial will begin any moment now, so go stand on the back of the room. Try your best to go unnoticed, as my father said, will you? All right. I'll do that, said Sokka, nodding. Just make sure actual justice is dealt today, can you? Angela just walked away, frowning heavily as she climbed her way to the seat at her father's right side. Sokka obeyed her by heading to the end of the room, where he stood with his eyes set upon the throne area. Iroh met his gaze with his own. The old man nodded towards Sokka, who could only look at him with unease. Gladiators witness trials nowadays, Oze, said Iroh, sipping more tea. If said gladiator saved the Fire Nation, he'll be welcome to any ceremony I see fit to invite him to, brother, replied Oze. I still find it unusual that a slave would have gone to such lengths to protect our nation. So, is it you wish to study him? Asked Iroh. To understand what compels him to fight alongside the Fire Nation. Perhaps, said Oze, simply, as Angela took her place at his other side. Oze knew better than to share his thoughts with his brother, of all people. A guard appeared through the curtains and bowed down towards the Fire Lord. As he did, the other soldiers in the room took their places, lined at either side of the large map that was spread before the Fire Lord's throne. Bring in the suspects, said Oze, at which the guard left the room again and entered it once more along with 3 other soldiers. And the 4 of them escorted a pair of old ladies into the throne room. Sokka's eyes widened and his mouth fell agape when he caught sight of them. What was going on here? Angela hadn't mentioned her advisors were a pair of old ladies. How could they expect them to be the traitors they were looking for? The women performed a careful bow before Oze, but when they looked at him there was fear in their eyes. Oze showed them no sympathy. Lo Enli, you have been brought here today under the charges of conspiracy and treason against the Fire Nation during the terrorist attack perpetrated by the Order of the White Lotus, Oze declared, at which the women stared at him in horror. Do you claim to be innocent or will you confess to having committed these crimes? My lord. We would never betray the Fire Nation. Exclaimed Lo. We would never betray you. Continuedly. Our allegiances have always lain with the Fire Nation, and so it shall be until the time of our deaths. They claimed at unison. I will take your word for it, given that, if you are proven guilty, your death shall come to you soon enough, declared Oze, making the women gasp. My lord, we weren't involved in this matter at all, said Li. This is simply a big misunderstanding, no more than. Muttered Lo. You dare claim it is nothing but a misunderstanding, Li dash. Lo, whichever one you are. Angela might have aided him in discovering which of the old ladies to address, but as it happened, she also mixed them up quite often. She decided to keep her silence. Under these circumstances it would be best to let slide the matter of confusing the twins. My lord, we know nothing about the Order of the White Lotus, said Lo, at which Angela frowned. We would never wish for any harm to come to the Fire Nation, said Li. So your loyalties are unquestionable? Asked Oze. Even after you were dismissed from service? Even after my daughter declared she wanted no more to do with either one of you? My lord. Said Li. The princess's decision was hers, and we would never hold any grudges for it, not against her or against the Fire Nation. If we were of no further value to her, then we would leave as she commanded. And that we did, my lord, said Lo. We had come to the city a week ago to retrieve the goods that still remained in our former home. We were planning on taking everything back to Ember Island with us when this catastrophe took place. We had nothing to do with this incident, my lord, they finished, together. And why should I believe those alibis? Asked Oze, frowning. There is nothing to prove that your words are true, and on the other hand, you have a motive to seek to destroy my family and my nation. You could have provided the men from the Order of the White Lotus with the information they required to infiltrate our ranks and take down the Fire Nation from within. We would never do such a thing. Exclaimed Lo. We didn't do such a thing. Cried Li. We have the Fire Nation's best interests at heart, even long after our dismissal. Li's words echoed in Ose's mind, compelling him to condemn the women with even more determination. It would teach a lesson to all those who believed the Fire Nation could be threatened by spies and infiltrators, just as it had taught a lesson to another fool who had uttered that same sentence in his presence before. You claim to be innocent of these charges? Asked Iroh, studying the old ladies carefully. You are ready to swear upon the Fire Lord's life that you had nothing to do with this incident? We would swear, said Lo and Li, making Ose scowl. Upon his life? How about they swore on Iroh's life instead? That isn't good enough, grunted Ose. A mere vow like this can easily be broken. Yet you have no evidence that points at these women directly, Ose, said Iroh, sipping tea again. And unless you find some, there will be no purpose in sentencing them to death or otherwise. I will not allow them to walk freely if they happen to be the instigators of this heinous crime, Iroh, grunted Ose, glaring at him. Then we have reached an impasse, it seems, said Iroh, setting down his cup and closing his eyes. Everyone in the room fell silent, all of them judging the situation and trying to discern if the women were speaking the truth or if they had lied to protect themselves. Yet only one person knew if they spoke earnestly, only one person had known them personally for enough time to distinguish whether they lied or not. But Azula was puzzled nonetheless. Most of what they were saying was true, and yet there was something that wasn't. There had been something off about Lo when she had claimed not to know anything about the Order of the White Lotus. So perhaps she knew them after all, which would mean she could have known about this attack. And even if she didn't, just being acquainted with the Order of the White Lotus meant the twins could be held accountable for treason against the Fire Nation. That crime alone could mean they would be executed, or at least they would spend the rest of their days locked in jail. Nonetheless, when they denied having been involved in this attack, Azula could tell they were being truthful. Even when that alibi surely had sounded ridiculous to the ears of every other attendant in the room, it wasn't a lie. So, what should she do? Should she speak to their favor or allow Ose to condemn them? Her father clearly wanted to accuse them of being the spies, but it seemed his assumption was wrong to Azula. Declaring he had found the spies who were to blame for the White Lotus incident would surely help appease the current unrest in the Fire Nation, and Azula knew that was his ultimate goal. He wanted to soothe his people so that he could carry on with his other pending matters and set aside the threat of the White Lotus for once and for all, but how to do so if he locked up the wrong people? Should he blame Lo and Li for being the infiltrators while the real spies remained at large, conspiring behind his back and waiting for another opportunity to tear down Ose's reign? It was folly. Sentencing the old ladies would be the wrong move. Sokka had asked her if she truly believed they were to blame, and from the moment Mai had suggested the idea, Azula hadn't thought it possible for Lo and Li to be the spies. It had nothing to do with any emotional attachments she might feel towards old ladies, since she was certain she had none. She wasn't arrogant enough to think that there was no way someone would betray her, not after she had fired these two. Nevertheless, she could tell when people were lying. She could especially tell when Lo and Li were lying. And even though there were some lies mixed with their truths, she knew they weren't the spies her father was looking for. What shall be done about them, Fire Lord? Asked one of his generals, looking at Ose with caution. Ose glared at the old ladies, making up his mind. It didn't matter if these women were innocent or not, so long as he could cast the blame on someone and be done with this disturbing matter of the Order of the White Lotus. Father, if I may intervene, said Azula suddenly, startling everyone in the room. I believe they speak the truth. Lo and Li looked at Azula, their mouths open as they couldn't give credit to what the princess had just said. Ose himself looked at her, aghast. She of all people would want to lock up these two women if she suspected them of betraying the Fire Nation. Sokka looked at her from the back of the room with a mixture of shock and admiration. He had asked her to make sure true justice would be made, and it seemed she had actually listened to him. Whatever hard feelings she might hold for these people had been cast away as she faced this situation for what it was. And for some reason, even if it wasn't his place to do so, Sokka couldn't help but feel proud of her. He smiled and hoped the Fire Lord would listen to his daughter. How can you be certain of this, Azula? Asked Ose, looking at his daughter with mild confusion. Azula almost felt herself sweating. It was the first time she had dared oppose what her father had set his sights on, It was the first time she was openly going against his will. Yet she had to. For the Fire Nation's sake, she needed to make him realize these women had no part in the White Lotus attack. In the long time I have known these two women, I have learned to discern whether they lie or speak the truth, said Angela. When they claimed they had nothing to do with the White Lotus's attack, they were telling the truth. Angela, this better not be a sudden gesture of kindness from your part, said Jose, frowning and looking at his daughter glacially. If these women are the culprits for this crime. If you insist on believing these women are the actual perpetrators, of which I am certain they're not, you could just as easily give them house arrest. They're too old to endure an actual prison, said Angela, startling Jose. Yet if they aren't the spies we're looking for, father, you would be imprisoning them for no reason while the actual spy remains at large. The Fire Nation would be lulled into a false sense of security upon believing you have seized the criminals, while the real culprit stands down and prepares a new plan to attack our nation. Jose's eyes widened as he looked at his daughter in utter shock. He could see it in her eyes, she was speaking her mind and yet she was daunted by doing so. She feared that going against her father would be a mistake, and yet she had done so nonetheless. I'm certain he could be useful, father. I believe he's too powerful to be imprisoned or executed, Jose had declared, trying to keep his palms from sweating as he spoke, fearful. Agelan merely glared at the young boy before them, the boy the guards were restraining. His eyes were sad, and he wasn't looking up at them. The child knew he would be executed for what he had done, and yet Jose was vouching for him, asking his father to be merciful. The boy could come in handy eventually, he was certain of it. He could take up a position in the army one day, father, Jose insisted. I'm certain with his fire-bending skills he could be. Silence your mouth, child. That is more than enough rambling coming from you, Agelan exclaimed, and Jose flinched. The young prince lowered his head, shameful, knowing his father would much rather have Iroh by his side today. Yet the oldest son of the Fire Lord wasn't home, for he was busy winning over more Earth Kingdom cities for the Fire Nation. It was up to Jose to fill in for the Fire Lord's heir. And given the way Agelan was treating him, he wasn't doing so correctly. This brat is but a brat, grunted Agelan, and a long pause followed, during which Jose could only tighten the fists on his lap. But then his father spoke anew. Still, in due time he might become useful. Jose's eyes lightened up again when, for the first time in his life, his father had acknowledged him. He had actually accepted his intervention. He looked at Agelan in awe, but the Fire Lord didn't return the gesture. But if this boy becomes a threat to the Fire Nation instead of an advantage, you will be the one to face the consequences for it, Prince Jose, declared Agelan, still without looking at his son. I will have you murder him yourself if that happens. Why yes, father, said Jose, slightly uncomfortable by the idea of having to kill someone, but accepting the conditions nonetheless. Very well, then, remove that pest from my sight. Send him to train with one of our best firebender, to see if he has anything in him aside from brute talent. Unless he miraculously rises through the ranks of our armed forces, I will have nothing more to do with him, said Agelan, waving the matter off as if it were of no importance to him. Jose allowed himself a small, victorious smile. The boy was carried away, albeit he raised his set eyes to sneak a glance towards Agelan, now that his life had been spared. Jose couldn't help but feel slightly irritated. It was he who had requested for him to be allowed a chance to survive, maybe the boy should give him some credit. And he did. He turned his brown eyes on Jose and looked at him as though looking at a savior. Jose was surprised by the strange look on his face, but the boy was dragged away before Jose could finish identifying whatever the boy might have been conveying through his gaze. The memory had returned to Jose's mind with the quickness and force of a lightning blast. He didn't know for how long he had been looking at his daughter without speaking a word, but it seemed it was enough to make her stare back at him in unease. It was no time to recall his first occasions in the throne room. Or was it? His father had granted him his trust once, in this very room. He had given Jose a chance, he had believed in him. And Jose had delivered in the end. And unlike Jose at a younger age, Angela had already had her fair share of opportunities to prove her worth, and she had aced them every time. Today he was being defied by her, much as he had defied Agelan once, seeking to make justice and to gain a valuable ally. Agela's reasons made sense. Agela was right. And much as his father had given him a chance once, he would grant one to his daughter. Then, shall we keep soldiers vigilant in Ember Island, to ensure they won't leave the island, as you suggested? Asked Oze. Even if you believe they speak truly, there is always room for mistakes. Ah, yes, I believe that would be the safest way to proceed, said Agela, surprised to hear her father respond so amiably when just a moment ago he had been silent, looking at her with such an expression in his face that she had feared he would banish her much like he had banished Zuko a decade ago. Then that is what shall be done, unless anyone has any objections, said Oze, looking at the soldiers and at his brother. It seems a wise plan, said Iroh, nodding. The rest of the men in the room agreed with him, and Oze nodded also. If any evidence is discovered, evidence to point at the two of you, he told Lo Enli, you will receive a far harsher punishment than this. If you spoke truly, as Agela believes, and you were not seeking to damage the Fire Nation, your lives shall be spared and your freedom restored. That will be all for now. Guards, take them away. The guards who had escorted Lo Enli into the room approached them in order to obey Oze. The two women looked at Agela in utter disbelief, amazed by the fact that she had saved them from certain doom. The princess didn't look back at them as they were led outside the room. I have trusted your judgment, Princess Agela, said Oze, turning to his daughter once the women had been taken outside and the soldiers who had witnessed the trial began to vacate the room. Hence, I expect you did not request to spare Lo Enli's lives out of lingering sentiment of any kind. Sentiment, father? Asked Agela, looking at Oze with skepticism. After I had you fire them and after I didn't spare a single thought their way until this situation arose, do you truly believe I would hold any sort of sentiment towards them? They did watch over you ever since you were a child. And ever since I was a child, my father taught me that feelings of attachment of any kind were a waste, said Agela, looking at him sternly. Do you truly believe I would go against your teachings? Oze studied Agela for a moment before smiling proudly at her. Of course not. You know better than that, he said, standing up and walking through the back of the room. Where are you going? Agela asked, surprised to see him head towards the throne room's back door. To issue out the official statement to explain the White Lotus incident, said Oze. Our people are restless, it is of utmost importance that I speak now. Even if I cannot claim I have captured the spy amongst us, I can keep that information concealed from the public until we seize him. The rest I shall make public, to appease them for once and for all. I see, said Agela, nodding, and Oze left without another word. The back door of the throne room would lead him close to his chambers. Sokka had been watching the exchange between the Fire Lord and his daughter from afar, while the generals and commanders passed him by, many of them shooting confused glares at him. What was this man doing here? Had he been allowed into the throne room? No matter how he had assisted the princess during the White Lotus incident, he was still a mere slave. Sokka did his best to ignore their glances, but it was more difficult to do so than he expected. He glared back at a man with white hair and a long mustache, who blinked in surprise and sped up on his way outside, to Sokka's relief. Yet as Sokka basked in his pride at having been able to intimidate the man, someone else approached him. Astonishing to find a slave within the throne room for any purpose aside from cleaning, said the familiar voice of Agela's uncle. I guess, said Sokka, gulping and looking down at the old man with distrust. I know Oze is quite permissive with Agela, but I never expected him to let her gladiator inside the throne room just because she asked. She didn't ask for me to be allowed in here, said Sokka, slightly uncomfortable by the questioning. The Fire Lord said I could stay. I had provided a service to the Fire Nation, so I was welcome to watch the trial, he said. Is that so? Said Iroh, surprised. Why, impressive. I haven't heard all of what you did during the White Lotus attack, but according to what little I know, you were quite the hero to the Fire Nation. Maybe. Said Sokka, grimacing. I'm sure both Agela and the Fire Lord are quite pleased with the slave you've turned out to be, said Iroh. Your unwavering loyalty surely is well prized by them, isn't it? It seems so, said Sokka, frowning a little. Iroh smiled at Sokka before walking off through the curtain. Why was it that Sokka could never bring himself to regard this man casually? He could even talk to Iroh as Gladiator freely, despite Toph had beaten him to a pulp once, but Iroh would always make him wary. Something about those gentle smiles told him the man was far more mysterious than he seemed at first glance, that he might be concealing more secrets than Sokka would ever unravel. Well, what did Iroh want with you now? Asked Azula, walking up to Sokka as she watched the curtain through which Iroh had just vanished. I have absolutely no idea, said Sokka, looking at her with concern. You may be hard to figure out, but that guy is just... He's what? Asked Azula, raising an eyebrow while Sokka sought the proper words to explain himself. Completely unreadable, said Sokka, shaking his head. He looks so nice and relaxed all the time, and yet when you look into his eyes you know there's a lot more to him than he lets on. I believe you're flattering him unnecessarily, said Azula, heading towards the door. It really isn't that hard to read him. Maybe not for you, you've known him for ages, said Sokka, following her. But to me he's a total stranger, and the more he talks to me the more of a stranger he seems. You want to get to know my uncle better, then? Asked Azula, raising her eyebrows. That's definitely one I didn't expect from you, but alas, to each their own. What the? No! Shouted Sokka, as Azula chuckled. Stop mixing things up. That's not at all what I meant. No need to be so shy, though I'll say there should be better-looking men of advanced age out there, if that's what strikes your mood nowadays. Would you quit saying that sort of stuff? Squeaked Sokka, shuddering. I'm going to vomit. Azula laughed again but left the matter as it was, mostly for the palace's floor's sake. If they had been elsewhere, she probably would have continued annoying him, even if he spilled the content of his stomach. Irritating him seemed the best way to make him behave as he usually did. Putting up with his newfound bashful yet stern demeanor was slightly bothersome for Azula. He was better off being the fool he always had been. Say, he muttered, as they treaded the palace's halls. I'm glad you spoke your mind to your father today. For a moment I thought you wouldn't, but it relieved me that you kept him from sentencing those women unfairly. Blaming people who weren't involved with this incident would have only helped the White Lotus, muttered Azula, frowning. It was really surprising, though, said Sokka. When you talked about having advisors before, I wasn't expecting them to be two old ladies. What of it? Asked Azula, raising an eyebrow. They could have been ancient or they could have been toddlers, what is it to you? No, not to me, to you, said Sokka. Why fire two old women? I know you well enough by now to know that you wouldn't have just kicked them out for no reason. They looked pretty inoffensive to me, which is why I'm so confused. Much like Iroh, Lo, and Li aren't simply what they look like, said Azula, stopping once they reached an open hallway. She gazed out into the garden and frowned, deep in thought. Azula? Asked Sokka, who had kept walking and only realized she had lagged behind now. You okay? The princess had grown silent and solemn as she gazed down at the grass. Memories she had cast away along with her advisors returned to her, to remind her why she had decided not to trust those old ladies anymore. She looked at Sokka again, who was regarding her with concern. She had refused to trust Lo and Li, she had refused to trust anyone for the longest time. Yet nowadays she found herself trusting him, of all people. Should she address his questions? Should she let him know why she had fired her former advisors? Seeing as you've been doing nothing the whole day aside from chasing after me, said Azula, making Sokka blush and glare at her. I wasn't chasing after. I suppose it wouldn't bother you to stick around a while longer, if you really want to understand what compelled me to fire those two, she finished. Oh, said Sokka, blinking a few times before nodding. I can do that, yeah. Not like you have anything better to do anyhow, said Azula, smiling a little at him before starting off through the palace halls again, with a blushing Sokka walking behind her. Being asked by her to stay a little longer, even if it was only to address his questions, was a rather pleasant surprise for Sokka. Only a few months ago she would blatantly refuse to even look at him, and whenever she did she would glare so fiercely he would freeze in place. That her demeanor towards him had changed so much was beyond relieving, it made him prize every moment like this one far more than he usually would. Azula settled for a random palace room with a large window, which happened to give her quite an unwanted view of a turtle duck pond, yet she decided to give no importance to the matter. Sokka was asking questions about Loenli, not about her mother. The princess ordered a nearby servant to bring them some tea, and she continued gazing into the gardens as she waited for it to be delivered. Sokka simply sat across the table between them, glancing at her nervously. Clearly he was thinking too much of this. She simply wanted to drink tea while speaking of some matters. It wasn't as though this meant anything beyond what it did. It wasn't until the servant had come and gone that Azula finally began speaking. She had a sip of tea and she set down the cup again on the table, and, looking quite uncomfortable, she started talking. Several years ago, I had an argument with a man. A man who was a captain of the army at the time, she muttered, looking down at the table now. A particular incident had brought forth our conflict and, for the first time ever, a man used flattery and charms to conceal underhanded insults towards me. Wadash! How could anyone even? Asked Sokka, shocked. Some people in the highest circles of the Fire Nation are far more conceited than you'd take them for, said Azula. In any case, his condescending behavior enraged me. When I called him out on it, he simply waved the matter off as though it had no meaning, and yet it had every meaning in the world to me. It taught me I couldn't trust people blindly, not even the people my father had always relied upon. I see, muttered Sokka, looking at Azula worriedly. Clearly, the memory of the event still bothered her, given how tense she had become just by sharing the experience with him. I returned to my chambers, aghast over what had happened, and my advisors were there, Azula continued. I told them about what he had said, about the way he had undermined me, how he had pretended to be superior when he clearly wasn't, and Loenli they just told me to go with it. What? Asked Sokka, startled. Much like my mother believed sword fighting was no activity for a princess to undertake, it seemed Loenli were certain I was supposed to fulfill the roles society had in mind for me. Straying from them would mean I would be shut down, according to them. And I had duties as a princess that I couldn't ignore, duties that could be narrowed down to being polite, gracious, and gentle to every nobleman around me, in having the best table manners ever seen, in obeying every command given to me by my father, and in finding myself a good husband one day. Simply put, to be the perfect ornament, even when I knew well enough that I could be much more than that. But, you didn't listen to them, said Sokka, trying to sound encouraging as he drank some tea. You've become much more than that. I have, but not with their leave, muttered Azula, his words failing to lighten her mood. As soon as this happened, I knew I couldn't trust them. No matter how I tried to reason with them, they wouldn't listen. Nothing I said would matter, not when their old minds had been molded by the old-fashioned world they lived in. They didn't dare question the system, the sole idea was ridiculous to them. So, I realized I couldn't rely on them. If I was to become Fire Lord, as my father had before me, I couldn't surround myself with people who didn't trust my abilities, who would set limits to my growth just so that I would suit their definitions of what a princess should be. And so you fired them, Sokka concluded. I didn't do so right away, said Azula. They had served my father for the longest time. I actually wondered for some time if perhaps they had been informing him of my every move. Yet the actual reason why I withdrew my trust from them was what I explained before. Hence I just drifted away from them, commanded them to leave me whenever I could get away with it, and the more time passed by, the easier it became to push them away. By the end they would be out of my sight for weeks without pestering me, just as I wanted it. And only then did you fire them, said Sokka, nodding. Under the pretense that they weren't advising you properly anymore, I take it. Oh, it was no pretense, said Azula, smirking a little. If I didn't allow them to advise me in the first place, just what sort of counsel could they give me? Well, you have a point there, said Sokka, smiling also. In any case, it didn't make much sense for them to be the culprits. Even after you explained this, I don't think they should have been considered suspects at all. They might have wanted to take revenge on you for all this, but why let so much time pass them by? Why wait years? It hasn't been years since I fired them, said Azula. Only a few months. Half a year, perhaps, at most. Wadash, huh? Said Sokka, startled. But then that means I was already around when? If you must know, the day I fired them was, well, That night, muttered Angela, frowning. What night? Asked Sokka, clueless, earning himself a glare from the princess. Are you really going to make me say it? Angela asked, and the coldness in her tone should have been enough to give away what she was referring to. The night you were whoring around town. Eh? That night? Asked Sokka, astonished. Wait, how come? I saw an opportunity and I took it, that's how, said Angela, standing up and walking to the room's window. I wasn't quite on my right mind that day, as you must recall. Well, I wouldn't really say. I wouldn't say it was you who wasn't on her right mind, Sokka mumbled, but Angela ignored him. I did something rather stupid that day, led solely by impulses and instincts, which was something an advisor of any kind should have been able to warn me against. I made mistakes that couldn't be undone, and yet they only bothered showing up once everything had been said and done. Although, to be fair, not everything had been said and done yet. Our fun little argument happened shortly after I fired them. Sokka cringed upon hearing her speak of it with such dry sarcasm. Obviously, the memory of the incident still hurt her, despite it had been some time since it had happened. Then, how come did I never meet them? Was that because you kept shutting them out, as you said before? Asked Sokka, seeking to change the subject as quickly as possible. Indeed. And because I truly didn't want them nosing around me having a gladiator, said Angela. Getting involved with the Gladiator League isn't something a princess should do. You heard Quan back in jailing, didn't you? Most people think that way. They still do, even today. Even when now it's both you and Ty Lee sponsoring gladiators. Asked Sokka. Even so, said Angela. Changing the way a society thinks is easier said than done. It isn't a one-day job. I figure, said Sokka, nodding. In any case, nobody can hold you back anymore. You've already proven yourself many times, before your father and the entire Fire Nation, haven't you? And yet I fear it might not be enough, muttered Angela, frowning. I guess so. Well, you said they weren't lying about the White Lotus, so that's a good thing, said Sokka, gulping as he tried to cheer Angela up again. They weren't the spies you thought they might be, nor were they seeking revenge. They may not have been involved with this incident directly, said Angela, her brow furrowing further. But that doesn't mean they didn't lie at all. What? Said Sokka, blinking blankly. Come again. When Lo said, oh, well, Lo or whichever one it was, said Angela, rolling her eyes. When she said she knew nothing at all about the White Lotus, she was lying. Sokka's eyes widened and he jumped at Angela's statement. They were lying? Yes, she lied about. But then, why didn't you say something? What was I supposed to say, Sokka? Angela asked, smiling at looking at him with skepticism. Was I to point out that she was lying right after saying they had spoken truthfully? If I had said she had knowledge about the White Lotus, my father would have kept them imprisoned and he would have had them questioned long and thoroughly until they confessed to having been the spies only to make it all end faster. That is what often happens with those questioned by Fire Nation soldiers. Then, you were protecting them? Asked Sokka. Not them, Angela replied, folding her arms across her chest. I was protecting the Fire Nation. They truly weren't the spies we wanted, even if they are acquainted with the White Lotus somehow. And as I pointed out, having these two take the fall for the White Lotus attack would give free rein to the actual spy, Sokka muttered. He would have been able to come up with another plan if he had the freedom to do so. So long as my father continues searching for this spy, he won't dare act in fear, said Angela. And that way, the Fire Nation will remain safe for a while longer. Whoever this spy is, it won't be long before he's captured. Whatever Lo and Lee know about the White Lotus is pointless. We don't need to know what this Order of the White Lotus is. We only need to defeat them, or at least to make them believe we have powerful enough forces to defeat them. If they don't find the resolve to stand up against us again, they won't pose a threat to the Fire Nation. That makes sense, I guess, said Sokka, settling down again, his eyes still fixed on Angela. But then, how will you guys find the actual spy? My father's men still are questioning the White Lotus captives. But if their questioning is the way you just told me, they'll spill any beans just to end the interrogation faster, said Sokka. Not quite, said Azula. Not every interrogation is of the same nature. Lo and Li were under suspicion of having committed treason of the highest order against the Fire Nation. With them, it would have simply been a matter of pressing them into claiming they had actually done it. It was simply a yes or no question, you could say. Yet this kind of questioning is completely different. This time it's a question of who and how, and no matter how threatening the interrogator can seem, if the captives are strong-willed, they will hold their silence because they know they have the leverage in these conditions. And if they are fiercely loyal to their organization, as I suspect they might be, then all the more reason they will refuse to speak. This sounds too complicated, said Sokka, grimacing. Can your dad's men make them talk at all? Shouldn't you try to do it yourself? I mean, if you can tell whether Lo and Li are lying. Questioning is a delicate matter, and it would take very long to break a man into surrendering the information he has, said Azula. I honestly don't feel compelled to waste that much time coaxing truths out of them, not if they refuse to speak as I suspect they do. If they were easy to break, it wouldn't have taken a whole week to do it. Then you're just going to let this White Lotus matter go forgotten? Asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. I'm going to seek information through other means, if possible. That is what I'll do, said Azula. I'll try to find out who they are, and why they have targeted the Fire Nation. Well, that part should be pretty obvious, said Sokka, shrugging. Yet they hadn't attacked before. Or if they had, it wasn't in such a reckless manner, said Azula. I'll find what I want to know somehow, someday, and not through interrogations. There must be a quicker way to figure out what the nature of this organization truly is. I hope you're right, said Sokka, sighing. It's surprising you won't chase this organization down yourself. Here I thought you might just do that. I have other matters to deal with, don't I? Wherever might you be in the ranking nowadays? Azula muttered, surprising Sokka. The ranking? Really, Azula? Sokka said, looking at her in confusion. The Fire Nation isn't in a good position right now. We've probably never been more vulnerable throughout the entire war, said Azula, thoughtful. The only way for our people to recover from what happened would be for everyone to return to their activities, so that we can regain the usual atmosphere that has always reigned over the capital. So, you think we should move on from this and just go back to what we were before? Asked Sokka, astonished. As if nothing had changed. The fact that nothing has changed is a miracle in itself, Azula said, looking at him. That you remain my gladiator, and I your sponsor, after all we went through. Sokka gazed back at her, suddenly realizing what her words truly meant. He leaned back on his elbows, his eyes never leaving her. Well, when you put it that way, no doubt you're right, he muttered, at which she gave him a small smile. It really was a miracle that their relationship still remained what it was, yet Sokka didn't think nothing had changed. He had accepted his feelings towards her, and he had made several decisions he hoped he would never come to regret. Azula herself wasn't the same anymore, not after having been as vulnerable as she had been. No matter if she had recovered completely from her cold, she still wasn't the same princess she had been before falling ill. And yet, despite everything that had happened, despite all that could have made them drift apart, they had drawn closer to each other instead. He could still remain by her side, as her gladiator, while she fought to prove her worth in the world she lived in. And with that uplifting thought in mind, Sokka smiled back brightly at Azula. Chapter 58, Southern Water Tribe 3. Wow, wow! Katara exclaimed, staring at the tall mountains in amazement. This is incredible, Aang. I told you you'd like it out here, Aang said proudly, beaming as he shook the reins on Appa's horns, compelling the bison to fly faster. The air was fresh and pure, so much warmer than what Katara was used to. She had loosened her parka when they were still flying over the ocean, which had surprised Aang. The continuous cold weather in the pole must have made Katara more sensitive to temperature changes than he was. They had taken off on a short trip at Aang's insistence. Hakata hadn't been all that pleased by the idea, but after being pestered by the two benders for long enough, he had finally complied and allowed them to travel, but not without telling them for the millionth time not to fly too far away from home. Aang promised to keep both himself and Katara safe, and thus he had taken her with him on a journey that would lead him home for the first time in over 100 years. The perspective wasn't too thrilling, not when Aang had already heard about the fate that had befallen the air nomads, but he thought he needed to see the temple for himself. He had to make sure everything was truly as hopeless as he had been told it was. And it didn't hurt either that, as soon as he asked Katara if she would like to see the Southern Air Temple, she had given him the brightest smile she had ever showed him. The girl had been more than happy to leave the South Pole, if only briefly. She had been dreaming, since a long time ago, of traveling through the world with Aang, hoping to help him find people who would teach him to bend the remaining elements he had to master, but it seemed it wasn't an option in a world at constant war. And even though this wasn't quite a chance to help Aang uphold his duties as the Avatar, it was a start. If they returned home safe and soundly, and her father realized that they were perfectly capable of taking care of themselves, he might consent to let them travel again, perhaps to seek an earthbending teacher for Aang. "I'd never seen anything like this before," said Katara, staring down at the mountains from Appa's saddle. "Well, of course I hadn't, I mean, you know I'd never left the South Pole before." Aang chuckled at her nervous rambling. Katara gazed down at the streams trickling down the mountains, at the large trees, at the birds that flew from one branch to the next, at the critters down below, and all along, her eyes gleamed with excitement. There were so many wonders beyond the South Pole. "And you still have to see the best part of it all," said Aang, smirking as he steered Appa through a large mountain. And before them appeared the tallest buildings Katara had ever seen. They were pristine and beautiful, and they seemed to be entwined with the very mountains. And yet they were solitary. They were decaying, and it was obvious for Katara that those wonders of architecture had seen better days in the past. She looked at Aang, who had been rather enthusiastic during the journey so far, and discovered his face was clouded with sadness now. The magnificence of the Southern Air Temple he had once known was gone, though not because of the state of the buildings, which had been preserved all too well considering the Fire Nation had attacked the air nomads ruthlessly 100 years ago. The true spirit of the temple was not here anymore, the airbenders were gone. "Aang," Katara said, reaching out towards him and wondering if perhaps she should climb down the saddle to embrace him at Appa's neck, yet it might not be a wise move. She had come to know Aang quite well over time, but she wasn't sure of how he would respond to close physical contact of any kind. The idea still made her rather nervous. Don't worry, Katara," Aang said, giving her a weak smile. "I already knew, you guys had already warned me about this. It's just, I guess I wished you had been wrong. I wished, even when I knew it was impossible, that maybe they would still be here." "I'm sorry, Aang," said Katara, swallowing hard. Maybe journeying into the Southern Air Temple hadn't been such a good idea after all. "Sorry, why?" Aang asked, smiling again as he steered Appa towards a bison landing site. "I was the one who came up with the idea of coming here, wasn't I?" "True, I guess, but, are you okay with this?" Katara asked. "We can go back if it's..." "I think I need to see things for myself," Aang said. "And? I don't know, maybe I ought to check if my room's still in place. I haven't cleaned it in over 100 years, how about that?" Katara could only smile weakly at Aang's silly joke as Appa touched the ground gently. The bison roared upon landing, and Aang patted his head in appreciation for his hard work. "Good job getting us here, buddy," he told the bison. "It was quite a long trip, get some rest now, all right." Katara climbed off the saddle swiftly and looked around herself in awe. Even if there was an undeniable sadness to the temple, it was a beautiful place, in such perfect harmony with its natural surroundings. It wasn't hard to understand why Aang was such a spiritual man, or why he loved nature so much to the point of being a vegetarian. She could just close her eyes and imagine what this place had been like during its golden days. "Liking it so far?" Aang asked, approaching Katara with a smile on his face. "It's beautiful," Katara replied. "It feels so peaceful." "I assure you it wouldn't be so peaceful if everyone was still around," said Aang, his grin becoming a little sadder. "What do you mean?" said Katara, frowning. "Were airbenders conflictive or something? Because I heard..." Not really," said Aang, smiling and scratching the back of his head. "I just think they'd be making a ruckus upon watching us arrive." And my masters would be pretty shocked if they saw me with hair, they'd likely demand I shave it off right away. Whoa, that's harsh. Would they really do that? Asked Katara, smiling now. Yeah. I can picture it, said Aang, chuckling. They were quite strict, but I still got my way with them more often than not. It was thanks to Monk Gyatso, mostly. He was my favorite master, and the one who taught me most of what I needed to know. Really? Was he the one who taught you the most advanced airbending techniques? Katara asked. Oh, not at all, said Aang, laughing cheerfully. The one who taught me how to have fun. Katara stared at him, puzzled. Was he serious? Come, I'll show you. Aang said, reaching out to grab her wrist. Katara was surprised when he grabbed her gently, pulling her through the long walkway that coursed through the buildings. Katara found herself smiling at Aang's sudden childlike behavior. She hadn't expected him to change his demeanor so quickly, but she figured it was his way of coping with the circumstances. Remembering old days might be painful, but the endearing memories were also a matter of joy, not solely of sadness. After leading Katara into one of the tallest buildings, Aang brought her to an open terrace with what looked like a firewood oven to Katara. The view from where they stood now was amazing, yet it didn't seem that was what Aang had wanted to show her. See, this is where Gyatso would bake his fruit pies, said Aang, smiling at the oven. Oh? Were they good? Katara asked, surprised. She hadn't expected the fun Aang spoke of would be something as innocent as cooking. They weren't that great, said Aang, scratching the back of his head again before turning towards Katara with a small smirk. I never got to eat them much anyways, because he baked them so that we could toss them at the other monks. Katara gaped at him in shock, and Aang could do nothing but laugh. She definitely hadn't seen that one coming. Really? He would bake just for the sake of... Katara muttered. You air nomads are strange. The penguin sledding, the fruit pies. Strange. Aang asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, you think so, but that's because you're too serious, Katara. You have to learn to lighten up. What? I'm not too serious. Katara said, slightly indignant. Aang jumped back as she proved his point by taking his teasing to the heart. The frown on her face was enough to daunt him a little. Maybe he should word his thoughts differently, to avoid hurting her feelings. Well, what I mean is, you've never had the chance to fling fruit pies at old men, so you wouldn't know what it feels like. It really sounds crazy to waste valuable food on something like... Oh, boy, said Aang, shaking his head. So you never did anything crazy or silly back in the Southern Water Tribe? Something like... I don't know, using some of those pelts you guys have to make puppets for a puppet show. A puppet show. Katara repeated, dumbstruck. My, you've got to learn to have fun, Katara, really, said Aang, shaking his head. I'm able to have plenty of fun. I'm not dull. Katara declared, flushing slightly. You're not, said Aang, chuckling. But you could use being less uptight about things. I get that you've been through some tough things, but so have you, said Katara, frowning before giving him a weak smile. And yet you're able to have fun. So, you think I should do the same? Yeah, more or less, said Aang, smiling back. Well, there's a chance I just have a different way of having fun than what you're used to, said Katara, looking up in feigned innocence before giving Aang a devious wink. The Avatar blinked a few times and blushed at the look on her face, and she laughed at him before leaving the room. Was dazzling him her way of having fun? Because if it was, he could get used to it. The next station Aang led her to, once he was out of his daze, startled Katara upon seeing it. Tall wooden posts stood before her in the middle of a yard, forming a rectangle. 2 posts with squares atop them stood at opposite ends of the field. Katara frowned and Aang smiled at her. This is where we used to play airball. That was so much fun. I think we could try to play it, but I don't think it'll work so well with waterbending, said Aang. Still want to try it? It sounds a little crazy, said Katara, smiling uncomfortably. But if you think it might work. Are you really willing to try it? Aang asked, amused. Sure, it's not too much fun for Katara. Oh, you'll see just how much fun I can have, said Katara, threateningly, yet smiling as she did so. Aang chuckled and jumped off towards the one end of the post field, while Katara climbed with some difficulty onto the other one. Aang had been right to expect airball wouldn't work so well with water as it did with air, but not in the way he had expected. To his chagrin, Katara had it rather easy to deflect the wooden ball using the water from the pouch she carried around her waist, and before Aang knew it, the score was so one-sided he could hardly keep up. So, 25-3, is it? Katara said, beaming. 25? Wasn't it 20-FO-? Oh, never mind, you're wrecking me anyways, said Aang, sighing in defeat. You're better at this than you should be, Katara. Beginner's luck, maybe, said Katara, smirking as they both climbed off their posts. Or maybe you're more talented at airball than I am, said Aang, smiling as he walked towards her. I wouldn't say so, said Katara, chuckling. See, I was playing water ball, you were playing airball. That's true as well, Aang admitted, grinning. Ah, everyone would be shocked at watching me lose like this. Really? Asked Katara, raising an eyebrow. Why would it be so surprising? Well, I was a pretty good airbender, even if it's not too humble of me to say so, said Aang, smiling shyly. I even developed the technique of the air scooter, you know? I taught it to the other kids, but they had a hard time keeping up with me. Every time we held air scooter competitions I'd beat them all without fail. At least, that's how it was until they found out I was the Avatar. When I was revealed as the Avatar, they said I had an advantage over them so they wouldn't race or play with me anymore. Wadash. Really? Katara asked, shocked. But that's stupid. You think so? Aang asked, raising his eyebrows. Well, you may be the Avatar and you may be able to bend all four elements, but that doesn't mean you'd have an advantage if you're bending only one, said Katara, frowning. Well, to be fair, I was already an airbending master by then, said Aang, smiling uncomfortably. So I did have an advantage. But it was because you were a master, not because you were the Avatar. I just pummeled the Avatar in airball and I can only bend water, said Katara, folding her arms across her chest as Aang laughed beside her. They were just making excuses so that you wouldn't make them look bad, that's all there was to it. Surely, said Aang, smiling at her. So it's not as though I were a talented bender, you say? Even when I mastered airbending at age 12. You had already told me that, so there's no point in hoping to impress me with it now, said Katara, at which Aang sighed. Drat, I forgot about that. Then what does it take to impress you, Katara? Aang asked, playfully. Oh, I wonder. She replied, smiling at him. Say, you talked about not cleaning your room for 100 years, didn't you? Ah, yeah, said Aang, grimacing now. Having a look at that might not be such a good idea, but I might as well try. Putting it off won't make it any easier, said Katara, smiling. As Aang led the way to his room, in the temple's main building, they walked by a large door. Katara frowned as she looked at it, realizing there was quite a strange mechanism on it. What's that? She asked Aang, who stopped and looked at the door, swallowing as he did. That's the sanctuary. I was allowed inside a few days after they told me I was the Avatar. It's just full of old statues, nothing other than that. Really? If that's the case, why does it sound like it bothers you? Katara asked, raising an eyebrow as she stopped walking as well. It's just, well, the statues are of all the previous avatars before me, said Aang, frowning. The monks hoped that perhaps I would find enlightenment by entering the sanctuary and meditating in it, that I might be able to speak to my past lives, but it didn't happen. And why did they want you to do that? Asked Katara. Can that even be done, for starters? Talking to your past lives. I don't know, they said so, said Aang, shrugging. Gyatso knew the Avatar before me and he said he had been able to speak to his past lives, so I guess it must be. Who was the one that came before you? Katara asked. She had grown so used to the idea of Aang being the Avatar that it was hard to picture anyone else in the role. His name was Avatar Roku, and he was from the Fire Nation, said Aang, at which Katara stiffened. Well, but... she muttered, her fists clenched. That was a long time ago. Your past life wasn't like the Fire Nation people nowadays, I'm sure. I hope, said Aang, smiling weakly. Why couldn't you connect with them, though? Katara asked. Well, in a way, it wasn't as though I was in the right mindset to do it, said Aang, shrugging. They were going to see me off to the water tribes on the next day, so I was anxious and I couldn't meditate properly. Then, do you think you could connect with them now? If you try now, would you be able to? Who knows? Said Aang, shrugging again. Maybe. But, would that be any use? Won't they just scold me for being irresponsible during the past 100 years? I'm pretty sure they'll know you didn't plan on getting stuck in that iceberg for so long, said Katara, smiling encouragingly. Go on, give it a go. Who knows if it might come in handy. Aang sighed and turned towards the door. He took a deep breath and stretched his arms out towards the mechanism, blowing a powerful stream of air that made the doors swing inwards, allowing them inside a very dark room. According to Gyatso, I'd be able to meet the guide for my journey here. Said Aang, entering the sanctuary, followed closely by Katara. And that guide is supposed to be Roku, I guess. But Gyatso also said he'd reveal himself to me when I was ready. Will it be any use for me to force this if I'm not ready yet? Maybe not. Said Katara, gazing around herself in amazement as she looked at the rows of statues before them. There had to be thousands of them. How many avatars had this world seen? It was shocking to think Aang carried such an important legacy on his shoulders. The title of Avatar was so much more than she had thought it would be. Back in the day she had just wanted to see the Avatar return, as though he were a hero from legends. Now that she knew Aang personally, though, she had almost forgotten all about her previous notion. He was a good friend to her now, the best she had ever had, and yet he still bore the weight on his shoulders of having to become the hero she had believed in. The hero the world had always believed in. This is him, said Aang, stopping before the statue of a man with long hair and beard, flowing robes and a sharp hairpiece crowning his head. Avatar Roku. He's tall, said Katara, smiling. All these statues are taller than us, but I think it's because they were made to look bigger than the avatars really were, said Aang, grinning back. So, see? He's Fire Nation, but he's not a bad guy. Else it would mean I'm a bad guy too, you know. It's your past life, Aang, he's not really you, said Katara, frowning. And besides, I already said I doubt he was as bad as the Fire Nation people nowadays. Well, I suppose unless proven otherwise, you're allowed to believe that, said Aang, albeit her judgment against the Fire Nation still seemed rather harsh to him. He was certain there still had to be good people amongst them, even if Katara refused to believe it. He gazed up at Roku's eyes, wondering if this man would really serve as his guide. How could a statue help him, if it could help at all? Did he have the answers Aang needed? Would he tell him how to end the war? How to restore balance in the world? Aang lowered his head and sighed. How could a statue hold any answers for the questions that plagued him? Well? Are you going to try meditating? Katara asked Aang. I don't know, Katara, said Aang. I've always been told I'm good at meditating and at dealing with the spiritual side of bending, but, for some reason, I don't think this will work out. I guess he might have the answers we're hoping to find, maybe he'll help us restore balance in the world, but what? Katara asked, frowning. What is it, Aang? I just don't know, Aang muttered. Can I do it? Am I really capable of doing whatever it takes? Because I don't think I'll be able to, Katara. The fate of the world is in my hands, but I don't know if I can fight a war. All my life I was taught to treasure life, to cherish it in its every expression, and now I'll have to sacrifice my spiritual needs in order to keep balance in the world by fighting a war? What if I sacrifice them to no avail? What if everything I do proves to be useless in the long run? Aang, stop, said Katara, looking at him sternly. Nothing you'll do will be useless, not if you truly mean to change the world, to make it what it used to be. You're the Avatar, Aang. If anyone can restore the balance in the world, it's you. But that's where you're wrong, Katara, said Aang, frowning. I am the Avatar, but in the end, the Avatar is just one person in one generation. Look around us, all these statues are of different avatars, and all of them together in the same place make quite the spectacle to behold, but every single one of them had to pull off the job of keeping balance all by themselves, and... Not true, said Katara. Not if they could reach out to their past lives in order to gain the knowledge they needed to keep balance. And not if they had friends, and you have friends, Aang. At least, you have one in me. And I appreciate that, Katara, but, the fact that I can bend 4 elements, just as you said before, doesn't make me a better person than anyone else, said Aang. It doesn't mean that I simply will be able to change the world just by willing it. If it were that easy, I would have done it by now. Aang, said Katara, reaching out to pat his shoulder. But before she could do so, a long shadow appeared on the floor behind them, startling them. Aang and Katara jumped back, looking at it with distrust and wariness, wondering what were the chances for someone to show up in the deserted air temple exactly when they did. And it happened to be no more than a lemur, who looked at them with curious eyes, his ears twitching as he regarded the strangers. It's a lemur. Aang squealed happily, and Katara stared at him in surprise. Aang. Lemur. Aang shouted, running off after the creature. Aang. Katara exclaimed, glaring at him as Aang pursued the small animal through the temple. Oh, for crying out loud, 1 second you're talking about the heavy weight of being the Avatar, having to save the world, and on the next you're off chasing a lemur. Nonetheless, the waterbender found herself running out of the sanctuary as well if she wanted to find the rampaging Avatar, who had thought of the great idea of pursuing the lemur by riding a ball of spinning air. So, is that the air scooter? Katara asked, smiling despite herself as she continued to follow him. Where are you going? I'm not going to hurt you, I just want to be friends. Aang exclaimed, as the creature ran off into the ruins of an old house. Aang had to climb off the scooter before entering the lemur's hideout, since the house seemed rather ravaged, for reasons he didn't stop to think about. Yet he was forced to face those reasons upon finding corpses clad in red and black outfits once he had entered the house. Aang's eyes widened as he looked at the dead bodies around him, horrified. So far, he had barely found any evidence of the war, to confirm that the Fire Nation had indeed attacked the air nomads, but as he looked at the skeletons of the many soldiers who had perished in battle, his hopes were crushed. And it wasn't just Fire Nation soldiers, several bodies wore orange and yellow clothes, stained with blood that had dried over 100 years. And the sight that horrified him most was that which stood the farthest from where he was. Aang walked towards the last skeleton, as though animated by an unknown force. He dropped on his knees before the corpse, taking in the worn-out clothing, but mostly, the wooden necklace around his neck. Gyatso, he muttered, as tears began to slip from his eyes. Gyatso. The man who had taught him almost everything he knew, the best friend he had known through his childhood days, he had always been able to put a smile on his face when Aang had been sad or bored. Nobody had supported him as thoroughly or cared so much for Aang's well-being as Gyatso had. Surely he had died here, hoping that, at the very least, Aang would be able to escape the massacre. Sobs began shaking Aang's shoulders before he could hold them back. His hands went to his hair, and he pulled at it as he curled up in his frame, disappointed with himself. If only he had left for the temple earlier, if he had never even left the temple, in the first place, perhaps he could have saved Gyatso. Perhaps he could have saved everyone. But he had failed, he had failed. He had spent the past 100 years frozen cold, and now he couldn't regain what he had lost. There was nobody to help him find the answers he needed. He had allowed the world to fall out of balance, and he was supposed to restore it now, but how was he supposed to save the world when he had been unable to save those he loved? Aang. Aang. Katara muttered, as she crawled into the tattered house. She couldn't see him at first, but the sounds she heard were undoubtedly those of someone in tears. When she saw what was within, she understood why Aang was crying. There had to be 20 dead Fire Nation soldiers in here, if not more, and, amongst them, several air nomads' corpses. Katara approached Aang carefully, knowing he was prone to dangerous reactions when he was too emotional, but he didn't seem to mind hearing her footsteps behind him. His shoulders still shook as he sobbed desperately. "Ain," said Katara, her hand touching his shoulder. I couldn't save them, Katara, I wasn't strong enough," Aang muttered, gritting his teeth and wishing his voice wouldn't fail him as he tried to speak. "Aang, it's not your fault," Katara said, pulling him towards her and away from Gyatso's body. She embraced him. This time there was no room for doubts regarding if she should hug him or leave him be. Her gesture would have taken him by surprise if only his grief had been any less intense. Aang clutched at her clothes now, his forehead on her shoulder as he wept uncontrollably. "None of this is your fault. Don't blame yourself for it," said Katara, hugging him tightly. "This war, these firebenders, they're the ones that should be held responsible for it, not you. You're right, Aang, you're just one man. You were only a kid when you were last here, and you were trying to return to save them. But I failed. I failed them, I've failed the world, Aang insisted, shaking his head. Katara gulped and patted his back, not knowing what to say to him. She held him for what felt like an eternity, hoping he would be able to let his sorrows unfold, yet she rather doubted a few tears would make up for the massive hole in his heart. She could only imagine what this loss meant to him. She knew she would never be able to move on if her tribe, her family, everyone she loved, was ripped away from her in such heartless fashion. Nevertheless, Aang had an amazing inner strength Katara could only envy. He was so much stronger than he looked. His losses hadn't turned him into a brooding man, or reduced him to a shadow of who he truly was. She believed wholeheartedly that he could overcome any obstacle in his way. But he needed to get out of here now, if he was to ever recover from this. Remaining in this house, in the Air Temple, would only depress him further. These wounds would likely never heal, but given time he would be able to put his past behind him and look forward to the future. "Aang, let's go," said Katara, patting his shoulder and prompting him to leave the house. "Come on. Let's get out of here." She would have still wanted to see Aang's room, as they had originally planned, but the circumstances clearly wouldn't allow for it. It would be best if they returned to the Southern Water Tribe. They could come back to the Air Temple later, if Aang ever wanted to. She helped him outside the house, and by then Aang was attempting to dry his tears with the back of his hand. Katara looked at him worriedly. "Aang. I'm sorry, Katara, he muttered, shaking his head. "I didn't mean to break down like this, but... Aang. I really meant what I said before," Katara said, looking at him with concern. "Please, don't do this to yourself. There's always going to be a regret in the back of your head, asking you what might have been different if you had acted, or if you had been any faster. I know, Aang. I've been through the same thing." "You?" Aang asked, shocked. What do you mean?" Katara gritted her teeth before answering, her heart shrinking as she recalled the experience. "If I had been any more skilled in waterbending, I probably could have frozen cold the man who came to kill my mother. If I had found my dad any faster, he could have protected her. But I didn't. And she died." Aang looked at Katara, concerned. The grief he felt was awful, but he had never imagined Katara would carry such a heavy burden as well. "But after some time blaming myself for it, I realized, it's not really my fault," said Katara. "I wasn't the one who took her life. Yes, I wish I had been stronger, but the only thing I can do about that is becoming stronger now, so that I can protect those I care about if they're ever in danger again. That's what my brother did. And, well, maybe that's what you should do." "Maybe," said Aang, sighing. Katara surrounded his shoulders with an arm again, looking at him worriedly. "Aang. I'll be okay," he said, smiling weakly. I just kept wishing you guys had been wrong. That maybe things hadn't been as awful as you thought. But I guess it was too much to ask." Aang stepped away from her, approaching the area where Appa had remained, dozing off after the long trip. Aang looked at him with a weak smile before turning towards Katara again, drying the last of his tears from his eyes. "Still, you're right, Katara. Blaming myself, it's not going to help, is it? It won't bring them back, and it won't amend my mistakes, nothing will. What's done is done, and all that is left is for us to carry on, to try to make sure it doesn't happen again. Maybe the air nomads are gone, but the water tribes remain. Maybe my other friends are gone, but now I have you. And even when I wasn't strong enough to protect them, I can try to protect you. You don't have to, said Katara, smiling at him. I'll be able to watch over myself just fine, I hope. Yeah. I hope so too, said Aang, smiling back weakly. Katara hugged him once more, and Aang sighed before returning the embrace. The grief in his heart would never subside, he feared. The pain he felt over the demise of his people would linger in him until his death, most likely. Yet it was up to him to make some use of the life he had, it was up to him to find a way to restore the air nomads. Even if he couldn't bring his people back, he could at least try to find a way to repopulate the air temples with a new generation one day. If he was to restore balance between all four nations, he had to restore the missing nation as well. So, should we go back? Katara asked, pulling away from him. Aang sighed and nodded, smiling at the girl. Yeah. It'll be for the best, he said. Let's go, Katara. Katara smiled, but before she could turn around towards Appa, another figure caught her eye behind Aang. She frowned as she eyed the lemur they had seen before, and she was startled to see it was carrying a peach in his small hands. I think he wants to say goodbye, Katara said, pointing at the creature. Aang frowned and turned, and he found himself smiling when the lemur ran towards them and handed the peach to him. Well, hey there, little buddy, said Aang, grinning. Came to see us off. Aang stretched his hand out for the lemur, and it climbed up his arm, settling on his shoulder. Aang chuckled and the lemur handed him the peach, making squeaky sounds as he did. Would you look at that? He brought us food for the road, even, said Aang, smiling at Katara. And here I thought he was afraid of us. Well, you did freak him out when you chased after him, said Katara, at which Aang grinned with guilt now. I guess I did, he muttered, looking at the lemur with a smile. So, we must be some of the first people you've seen in quite a while, huh, buddy? The lemur didn't answer, he just looked around himself as though trying to spot more food from this privileged position on Aang's shoulder. The avatar beamed and scratched the lemur's head with his free hand. You, Appa and I are all that's left of this place, little fellow, said Aang, sighing. But one day, that will change. I don't know how, but I'll manage to make this place as amazing as it once was. I'll find new airbenders, if possible, and I'll teach them all I can about airbending, so that we can restore the air nomads. Katara looked at Aang in amazement. It was the first time he had ever spoken with such determination. Had this visit changed him, or was it merely bringing out the courage he had always had inside him? But in the meantime, I'll go back to the south, and you're a pretty lanky fellow, I don't know if you'll be able to put up with the cold, said Aang, smiling weakly at the lemur. So it'll be best for you to stay here. I'm pretty sure you'll be more than capable of taking care of yourself, if you've survived all along, so. The lemur squeaked again in approval, it seemed to Aang. Aang smiled and nodded at him. Then you'll stay here. Momo. Yeah, that'll be your name. You'll stay in the temple, and you'll keep an eye on everything until I get back. How does that sound to you? Momo seemed to accept the deal. He jumped off Aang's shoulder and looked at him one last time before darting into the wilderness again. Aang smiled sadly as he wistfully gazed at the air temple, hoping it wouldn't be the last time he was here, hoping he would be able to keep the promise he had just made. He would bring his people back one day. Let's go, he said, smiling at Katara with a little more enthusiasm now. Katara smiled back and, together, they walked towards Appa, climbing atop the bison that woke as they took their seats, Katara on the saddle and Aang on the creature's neck. Come on, Appa, said Aang, patting the bison's head. Time to go home. The trip back to the southern water tribe felt shorter than the one to the southern air temple. Both Aang and Katara were still shaken up by what had happened in the temple, and thus they had remained silent for most the journey, both lost in their own thoughts. After a few hours, Aang turned and glanced at Katara, whose gaze was fixed on the deep blue sky. He gulped before climbing up the bison's neck towards the saddle, trusting Appa to fly without anyone steering him. Hey! He said, smiling weakly. We're getting close to the pole. I can already see the casket from here. So soon? Katara asked, startled. She looked out over the saddle and found Aang was right. Well, that was faster than expected. Yeah, said Aang, somewhat uneasy. Say, do you want to share the peach? I mean, since we're about to arrive and all, we could wait until we get there to eat. Katara smiled at him and patted the saddle next to her, gesturing at Aang to sit beside her. The Avatar returned the grin and took his seat, taking the peach out of his pocket and splitting it with some difficulty. Thanks, Katara said. I'm amazed that you'd offer to share this with me. What? Why wouldn't I? Said Aang, confused. Well, I like water tribe food, but you obviously don't, said Katara. I thought you'd keep this peach all to yourself because it's finally the kind of food you do like. Oh, sure, but food is better when you share it with a friend, don't you think? Said Aang, smiling weakly. Katara giggled and took her share of the peach. True, she nodded before digging into the fruit. Say. Said Aang, looking at her from the corner of his eye. I'm sorry about what happened back there. What? You mean when you cried? That's not something you need to apologize over, Aang. No, I don't mean that, said Aang. I mean, you asked me to try to connect with Roku, but then I got distracted and that's when I found Gyatso, and then we forgot all about my meditation. I didn't mean for that to happen, I just... It's hard, I know, said Katara, patting him on the shoulder. I'm not upset about that at all, Aang. If what you told me is true, then he'll come to you when you're ready. I doubt that just meditating before a statue will make you more ready than you are now. I think Roku will find you when the time comes. But what if I had to meditate? What if the statue really has something to do with it? Aang asked. I don't know, Aang, said Katara, frowning. But what I think is that, first of all, you need to be certain that you want to have him guide you through your path as the Avatar. He won't come unless you really want him to, I think. You might be right, said Aang, biting his peach and frowning. In truth, he wasn't all that thrilled about his guide appearing before him. Not when he feared recrimination for his mistakes, when he felt as hopeless as he did. How could one of the past avatars advise him on how to restore the balance in a world as chaotic as this one? How could they have the answers he needed? Katara gazed down at the snowy pole, a little disappointed that they would be returning so soon. Still, she was glad to come back to the safety of her home. She looked intently at the snowy mounds far ahead, hoping to spot the tribe. But her brow contracted as she saw something else in the field of ice below. She squinted, hoping to get a better look at what stood ahead. The tribe was there, a thin line on the horizon, but there was a group of people near it. A group of people clad in red uniforms. Aang! Aang! Katara shouted, startling him as she leapt to her feet, staring down at the ice in horror. What's the matter, Katara? Aang said, jumping up as well. Why are you? They're attacking the tribe. The Fire Nation soldiers from the settlement. They're attacking us. Katara screamed, horrified. Aang's heart sank at those words. No, not now. Not right after what he'd seen. Was the Water Tribe next in line for being wiped out? He jumped back on Appa's neck and shook the reins fiercely. And upon doing so, he gazed over his animal companion's head and confirmed, to his horror, that Katara was right. The Fire Nation was attacking again. Yip yip, Appa. Get us there, fast. Aang shouted, as Katara gripped the edge of the saddle tightly, her nails digging into the fabric. How, why? Katara asked, gritting her teeth. How did they know not to attack until we were gone? Maybe they saw Appa leave, said Aang, gritting his teeth as the bison's speed increased. They might have sent scouts to look at the tribe before, and after noticing Appa they refrained from attacking. He's a big creature, they might have thought he would be hostile, so they waited until he was out of the way. Oh, it doesn't even matter, not really. Said Katara, growing desperate. We have to. I have to do something, Aang. They can't get away with this. They won't, said Aang, frowning. They won't. But doubts gripped the Avatar's mind once more. He had been unable to save his people. He had failed once before. Could he save the Water Tribe now? Would they reach the fight in time to keep the Water Tribe from falling? Could he make a difference at all in the outcome of this battle? He hadn't been raised for fighting. The monks had always rejected violence of any kind. Their teachings had to live on in him, if they were going to live on at all. But he had little time to think of what he should do when they finally could see the battle, which was taking place in the territory right in front of the tribe's icy walls. Aang could only grimace as he watched the fight up ahead. About 50 Fire Nation soldiers, equipped with spears and thick armor, fought against a handful of Water Tribe men whose weapons and protection weren't half as sturdy as those of their opponents. "Steer him down, Aang. We have to get to them, now," Katara shouted, staring at her fellow tribesmen with concern. "We can't just descend from over here," said Aang, worried. "If we do, we'll ambush them. We can get them from behind, so they get a taste of their own medicine." "Katara, that's crazy," said Aang, still steering Appa towards the tribe. "We'll touch down by the tribe. We can't be so reckless as to ambush them, or else they'll end up killing us. If they don't kill us, they'll kill them," Katara shouted, looking at Aang with determined eyes. "Katara," Aang said, turning towards her and begging her with his eyes to bear with him. "We'll be able to fight them off, I promise, but just, don't be so reckless, Katara. If you fight violence with violence, you'll get a better result than by doing nothing," Katara declared, angrily, climbing up the edge of the saddle. "I'm sorry, Aang, but I won't stand by while I watch my people get massacred." "No, Katara, don't be so. Katara," Aang shouted, trying to reach out for her, but it was too late. The waterbender launched herself down into the snowy fields, taking a very hard blow when she reached the ground. She went down on her knees, grimacing at the pain, but the sound of her fall served to drift the attention of the soldiers away from her tribesmen as they turned around to look at her, about 40 meters away from where they were. Where did she come from?" asked one of the soldiers, just as Katara waved her arms around herself, bringing forth spikes of ice from the ground. "It's the waterbender," shouted another one. Most the soldiers jumped back, terrified at the girl's prowess. She had always been skilled, but it seemed as though she were stronger now than the last time they had fought against her. Nevertheless, they wouldn't allow themselves to waver. Several of them leapt forward to attack Katara, some of them shouting for their nation as they raised their spears above their heads. And Aang watched from above, aghast. She had jumped, she was putting her life in the line to save her people, just as he had intended to do back when he had heard about the Fire Nation's attack on the air nomads. Gritting his teeth, Aang forced himself to recognize the truth as he looked down at the conflict below. Perhaps he could make a mess of things, perhaps the outcome wouldn't be what he wanted it to be. But if he didn't do something, if he didn't act now, the Water Tribe would suffer the same fate the air nomads had. Even if he didn't know if he was strong enough, even when he was certain that violence wasn't the answer wouldn't be to stand by and do nothing either, much as Katara had just told him. "Boy, let's do this," said Aang, patting Appa on the head before jumping down, allowing gravity to pull him to the ground. Appa roared, scaring the Fire Nation soldiers and eliciting cheers from the Water Tribe warriors. Aang pulled together the snow in order to make his landing much lighter. He fell right between Katara and the soldiers, and upon reaching the ground he stomped strongly on the ice and stretched his arms out. A wall of ice rose so powerfully that the entire casket shook with the force of Aang's bending. The Water Tribe warriors ran back to the safety of the tribe while Aang brought forth a 10-foot-tall wall to separate the Fire Nation soldiers from them. Katara watched him in utter awe. How had he managed to bend something so immense in such short time span? She was stuck on the same side of the wall with the Fire Nation soldiers, all the same as Appa, who touched down on the ground and attacked the soldiers by striking the ice with his tail and sending a gust at them. The soldiers couldn't put up with the power of the air Appa had sent their way. They flew back, crashing against the ice wall. Appa roared again, looking at them with fierce brown eyes. Katara smiled as she looked at him, and she beamed even more upon raising her eyes towards Aang. So, he had acted at last. And what an act had it been! Aang stepped forward towards the soldiers, who stared at him in awe and fear. Since when had there been two waterbenders in the pole? "Leave the Water Tribe alone," Aang commanded, angrily. You have no business invading territories that don't belong to you. The Fire Nation has nothing to do here. Why you're not going to get away with giving us orders," shouted one of the soldiers, reaching out towards him. Aang stretched a hand towards the snow underneath the soldier, which solidified and became slippery ice. The soldier tripped and fell in quite an embarrassing fashion, to his utter horror, but even though normally that would have been a rather amusing sight, nobody found it funny. Not even Aang. "Go back to your settlement, or better yet, go back to the Fire Nation," Aang shouted. "You don't belong here. I'll let you go peacefully so long as you swear you will not bother the Water Tribe ever again." "Aang, you can't just let them go. We should capture them, they're in our grasp," Katara said. "No," said Aang, frowning. "We're not going to become like them, Katara. If we're going to make this a better world, then we're not going to do what they do. We'll restore balance without becoming the Fire Nation." Aang's words made Katara stare at him in utter shock. He had said what? He was going to do it, then. He would change the world. He would restore balance. He would fight this war. Aang focused on the soldiers once more, raising his hands menacingly. "Don't come back here," he said again. "Go back to where you belong, and leave the Water Tribe in peace." Nobody answered this time. Terrified of his skills and his presence, the soldiers had backed down into submission. Aang lowered his hands and walked towards Appa. "I'll keep an eye on you to make sure you go back straight to your settlement, you heard me? So get going already." Katara approached him as Aang climbed atop the bison's neck, and he stretched a hand to help her up with him. The bison took up to the sky and Aang glared at the soldiers from above. They didn't move at first, but slowly they began retreating. Aang continued to leer at them menacingly as he watched them leave in defeat, satisfied by the outcome of this unforeseen conflict. Aang didn't relax until the last of the soldiers was long gone. Katara sat behind him on the bison's back, and she placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder as she let him know it was safe to go back now. Aang sighed and nodded, and he steered Appa over the wall of ice, in order to descend on the tribe. "Ha ha! Way to go!" shouted Haka, beaming at the Avatar. "That was amazing, Aang. You guys got here just on time," said Uro, smiling as well. "We had no warning they were coming, the fight had barely begun by the time you guys showed up." "That's good to know," said Katara, climbing off Appa. "Did anyone get hurt? Is everyone okay?" "It looked worse than it was," said Hakata, embracing his daughter tightly once she reached the ground. "Katon has a bloody nose after taking the butt of a spear to the face, and I almost got my chest hacked open, but I got out of the way before the soldier could reach me." "Good to know you did," said Katara, growing worried at the thought of her father facing such a threat to his life. "I'm sorry we left, we shouldn't have, if we hadn't gone they wouldn't have attacked today." "It's nothing to apologize about," said Hakata. "You couldn't have known this would happen." I suspect they decided to attack when they saw Appa was gone," said Aang, frowning. "He's so big, they probably didn't even know what he was and they were too wary to attack while he was here. So when they saw him leave." "It's a possibility," said Hakata, sighing. "Would they know he's a sky bison?" "I don't know," said Aang, grimacing. "Because if they realize he is, they might also realize that I'm." "You didn't airbend at them, though," said Katara, frowning. "I did jump off Appa without an issue," said Aang, grimacing. "Well, I also survived jumping off a bison several feet above the ground and I'm no airbender," said Katara, smiling at him. "Maybe they don't know yet. Hopefully, they won't have realized you're the Avatar." "Hopefully," said Aang, sighing and flattening his hair with a hand. "My arrows don't show, do they?" "Nope," said Katara, smiling and patting him on the shoulder. "Why are you so happy?" Aang asked, looking at Katara with concern. "Your tribe was just attacked." "Well," said Katara, looking at him with kind eyes. "The fact that you stood up to them, that you pushed them back as you did. It's just amazing, Aang. Never before had we been able to send them running back to their settlement with their tails between their legs. What you just did." Aang looked at Katara in shock, awed by the expression on her face. She was, she was hopeful. And so were all her tribesmen, who were also beaming at him. "A while back you said you were just one man, didn't you?" said Katara. "That a single man can't restore balance in a world, and you're probably right. By yourself, you can't do much. The world is comprised by so many people, and there's so much to do that to expect you to be able to pull this off on your own is unreasonable. You can't change the world in one day, and you can't do it by yourself, but you can change it in the long run. You can restore balance, Aang, by fighting every battle, one at a time. By protecting the Water Tribe, by making sure they don't trample all over us as they have with other nations in the past. And by doing this, you'll gain allies," said Katon. "And once you've got enough allies, you'll be able to take down the Fire Nation." Hakata seemed to grow uneasy at the cheerfulness of the younger members of the tribe, but he found himself focusing on Aang soon enough. The Avatar seemed surprised by the way everyone was responding, but there was more in his eyes than just that astonishment. It was as though he had grown conscious of the weight that he carried on his shoulders, and he had accepted it was his burden. He had realized it was up to him to make a difference. Yet he wasn't as wishful or innocent as the others, he knew what was at stake far better than Katara or Katon could. "Thanks, Katara, Katon," said Aang, smiling weakly. But until the battles down here have really been won, I'm not going out there to overthrow the Fire Nation." "What?" said Katon, startled. Katara sighed and nodded. Disappointing as it may be to hear this, it was as she had expected from him. She had just said so herself, hadn't she? Restoring the balance wouldn't take one day, it would take a lot of effort, and it might as well take an entire lifetime. Yet it was what had to be done, what Aang would do. And she would follow Aang, no matter which path he decided to take to restore balance. "I'm sorry to disappoint you," said Aang, looking at Katon. "But I'm not going to leave the tribe again as leisurely as I did this time, in order to fight a war I don't know if I can win. If I did that, what would happen to you guys? What if they attacked again? We'd manage to fight them off somehow, Aang. It's not like we can't." "Maybe you can," said Aang. "But before going out there to face the Fire Lord, I have to make sure this first threat is out of the way. You win a war by taking small victories first, don't you?" I guess," said Katon, surprised now. "Then, it's a strategy? You're going to get rid of the settlement before going out into the world again." "I'll try," said Aang, sighing. There has to be a way to do it. But yes. I'm going to make sure the Water Tribe is safe before doing anything else." "That's good to know," said Hakata, smiling and patting Aang on the shoulder. That's the wisdom of a leader, Aang. First things first. Still, regarding fighting the Fire Nation. "I know," said Aang, nodding. "I know you think it's crazy, and we shouldn't get involved in a battle when we're not bound to win. But I'm the Avatar. It's my duty to restore balance. I just have to find my own way to do it. A way in which shedding so much blood isn't necessary. And I'll support you, whatever way you choose to fight this war," said Katara, smiling brightly at Aang. Aang smiled at her, thankful for her support. The others seemed rather startled by her acceptance of Aang's ways, and it seemed as though they were still having a hard time understanding the Avatar's plans. Nevertheless, nobody complained about his decision. The tribe returned slowly to its calm state while that rush of excitement subsided, and Aang lowered the ice wall once again. The wall might have worked as a very useful shield just now, but it wasn't going to help him protect the Water Tribe on the long run. "Thanks, Aang," Katara said, once he was done bending the ice. "You're welcome. Good to know I wasn't the only one who thought the view shouldn't be covered with this wall. I figured we'd need perfect visibility in case they attack once again." "That's not what I'm talking about," said Katara, smiling and standing right next to him. "I mean, for what you did today. All of it. It was fun, and also rather stressful, but I can assure you this was the most exciting day of my life." Aang looked at her in surprise before smiling at her. "I'm glad you saw it that way. I know how hard it was for you to choose to fight." "I know that's not the way you do things," said Katara. "And I understand you were taught not to be violent. So, I appreciate that, in order to protect my tribe, you went out of your way and acted as you did. You defended us, even when there might be a great cost to it. If they did realize you're the Avatar, they might just send more people to capture you. Well, that is if they actually figure it out, said Aang. Hopefully they won't. But even if they do, I won't let them take me. We'll defend the South Pole, Katara. Together. Katara smiled and nodded enthusiastically. Aang beamed back at her, ecstatic to see her as happy as she was now. He wouldn't let anyone erase that smile from her face. He wouldn't let the Fire Nation destroy her people as they had destroyed his. Even if he wasn't going to change everything right away by staying down south to fight, he finally felt ready to face this war. Chapter 59, Scavenger Hunt 1. Shoji arrived at the arena early in the morning, as ever. Almost all the other staff members were there already, and a few of them greeted him back after his cheerful hello. The young man walked towards his counter, and he made sure to check that everything was set for his duties of the day. After looking over the ranking to keep tabs on its latest changes, a co-worker arrived to deliver the challenges that had arrived overnight. It was well known that the Grand Royal Dome was the best gladiator arena there was, and thus people from all over the world would seek to fight the capital's local gladiators. Shoji was delivered these challenges every day, and he would make sure to notify the sponsors about every new challenge that had arrived for them. Let's see, said Shoji, looking through the stack of challenging forms he had been delivered as the gatekeepers opened the arena's doors to the public. 2 for Storm's Edge, 1 for the Duke of Fire, another for the Blinding Sun. Hey, Phoenix Flames is the challenger. How about that? Shoji finished looking through the challenges and yawned, watching the people enter the arena and head directly towards the betting counter. It still amazed Shoji that people would be so quick to place their bets every morning. The gladiator business was only what it was thanks to those people, though. Their compulsive betting indirectly was what paid Shoji's salary. As the morning went by, sponsors and gladiators began arriving to attend their fights of the day. The gladiators hardly ever spoke, they would only stand beside their sponsors and wait for the regular procedure to be over. Shoji would be as friendly to the sponsors as possible, but it wasn't easy to be nice to people who treated him as though he were as insignificant to them as the slaves they sponsored. Their demeaning behavior had always bothered Shoji, especially considering he was a true-born Fire Nation citizen like all of them. After a particularly annoying sponsor walked away from the counter at long last, Shoji sighed and looked around himself, his eyes nestling on the small calendar he kept on his station. According to his scribbles on it, today was cleaning day. Shoji sighed and prepared himself mentally before beginning with the task of removing waste material and old files of gladiators who had retired from the league, or who had been killed in action. Shoji gulped as he removed the file of Combustion Man's latest kill, but he frowned when he picked up another of the files he was supposed to move into the storage today. Never had he imagined he would have to put Kyoshi's heir's file away, let alone for reasons unknown. She had been in the league even longer than Shoji had been working in his counter, and she had always seemed to be one of those gladiators who would always occupy a privileged spot in the ranking, yet not high enough to be one of the top dogs. Still, her retirement had absolutely nothing to do with her prowess in the arena. She had even killed her last opponent, for crying out loud. So why was she dropping out? Why had they received a notice to let them know she was resigning from the league? The question would always linger, but maybe he could find the answers. Maybe he could do some research, ask a few questions here and there. Prince Zuko was bound to come back to ask if he had found anything about Kyoshi's heir's disappearance, wasn't he? He couldn't disappoint him by giving him no answers this time around. He made up his mind to look up whatever information he could just as the arena's doors opened again. Shoji's gaze flickered towards them and he found himself beaming when he saw who the new arrivals were. Princess! He exclaimed happily, once Azula reached the counter. Oh, I'm so happy to see you. Are you feeling better now? I am, else I wouldn't be here, said Azula, sighing and looking at Shoji with slight irritation. The boy's eyes glistened while looking at her, but not just at her. He was looking at Sokka with amazement as well. And it wasn't just Shoji who did that, either. Azula had tried to ignore the way people had looked at them and muttered under their breaths as they walked through the arena's vestibule. Sokka had attempted to do the same, yet he had failed at pretending to be calm. He couldn't keep from shooting wary glances everywhere, wondering if people were looking at Angela, or if they were actually staring at him. "That is a big relief," said Shoji, beaming. "Because for you to get sick, after everything that happened." "Ah," said Angela, folding her arms over her chest. "Since you know about that, I take it my father already issued out the statement over what happened with the White Lotus, didn't he?" "Yes, he did," said Shoji, smiling at both of them. "You're both the heroes of the Fire Nation." Angela didn't seem displeased at all to hear the boy exclaim that, although she was rather surprised Sokka had been given the merits he deserved. Whereas Sokka, "What? Hero of the Fire Nation?" Sokka repeated, grimacing. "Is that why everyone's looking at us like that?" "Indeed it is," said Shoji, smiling. "The statement came out yesterday in the afternoon, and once everyone read it, they were impressed. Nobody thought a gladiator would be capable of such things." "Yeah, not even the gladiator did," said Sokka, gulping. If he had known he would be heralded as the Fire Nation's hero, no, who was he kidding? If he had known so, he still would have done everything he did that night. It didn't matter what these people thought of him, he hadn't done what he had to gain anyone's approval or disfavor. "Still, it's weird I'm even getting mentioned in that thing. I thought your dad would just give you all the credit, Angela, or even take it for himself." "My father is a man of honor," Angela muttered, raising an eyebrow as she looked at Sokka. "He's not the kind of leader who steals his subordinates' triumphs." "Yet I'm not his subordinate. I'm a common slave," said Sokka, frowning. "Why did he give me any credit at all? Why would you want him not to?" Angela asked, looking at Sokka in confusion. "Would you rather I had been declared the savior of the Fire Nation so that you could complain about how I took all the glory unfairly?" No, that's not at all what I..." "Then you don't want the Fire Nation to be grateful to you, is that it?" Angela asked, raising her eyebrows again. "Why you? I don't need any credit, okay?" Sokka snapped, looking at her in irritation. "I didn't do the things I did so that anyone would thank me." Shoji kept looking back and forth from one to the other, utterly confused. All the sponsors and gladiators he had seen today had been so distant, the slaves would simply bow their heads and remain silent, the sponsors would even behave aggressively towards the gladiators. And these two couldn't possibly be more different from that. There they were, arguing and glaring at each other, as though they were good friends instead of sponsor and slave. Could they be good friends and still work together like this, though? Shoji couldn't help but wonder. The relationship between them had always struck him as odd, but after reading the official statement, in which the princess and her fighter had been acknowledged as the ones who had found and seized the terrorists that had attacked the Fire Nation, their relationship seemed stranger still. "Ah, well, then, maybe we shouldn't thank you at all and just resort to treating you like normal people treat slaves," said Angela, rolling her eyes and shrugging. "Ha, yeah right," said Sokka, smirking. "You've tried that before, princess. You don't know how to treat me like a slave." "It's more like you don't know how to behave as one," Angela grunted, before realizing they had resorted to bickering thoughtlessly before the kid on the counter. Never mind this, Shoji. We came by to have a look at this fool's place in the ranking, and also to check whatever challenges we might still have available." "Oh, sure," said Shoji, smiling and hoping the princess and the gladiator would refrain from arguing again. Sokka and Angela waited patiently and silently while Shoji browsed over the ranking quickly. It didn't take too long for the boy to find the blue wolf amongst the many names, given how well acquainted he was with the list of gladiators. After a brief moment, he spotted what he was looking for and smiled as he read the list aloud. "You are, officially, in the 273rd spot," Shoji said, smiling. "And you have collected a grand total of 3,136 points." "What?" Sokka said, amazed. He had already breached through 3,000 points. He hadn't seen that coming. "Are you sure about this?" Angela asked. She didn't recall at all what his previous position had been, let alone how many points he had before his fight against the Rock. The stressful situation she had lived had brought her to forget, if only temporarily, about how important Sokka's position in the ranking was for her. "Of course," said Shoji, chuckling. "You have every right to be surprised, though. Not every gladiator manages to earn over 3,000 points with only 16 victories under his belt. Those with 16 triumphs usually are lucky if they've got 1,000. Sokka looked at Azula enthusiastically as he digested the information. He could see she approved as well. It seemed as though Sokka's progress had exceeded her expectations. "And, may I inquire as to where the blind bandit is?" Azula asked, at which Sokka cringed. "See, can't we just enjoy our great accomplishment and forget about her for a while?" Sokka asked. Azula hardly ever failed to ask about the Earthbender's position, and for good reason. If they ever left her behind in the ranking, Sokka wouldn't be forced to fight against her on another opportunity. Yet if she remained ahead of them, a fight would be unavoidable if they were aiming for the top, and after the previous pummeling Sokka had received at Topha's hands, Azula would much rather keep him as far from the blind girl as possible. The blind bandit," said Shoji, and to Azula's chagrin, his finger moved upwards through the list as he sought her name. Then she was still above Sokka. Curse it. She's the 258th at the moment. She's got about 500 points over the Blue Wolf. 500? Azula repeated, frowning. Closing that distance shouldn't prove so hard now we're this high. What challenges do we have, Shoji? Do we still have anything pending from someone in the higher levels of the ranking? There was that which made the Blue Wolf and the princess so different from everyone else. She had asked about what challenges they had, not the challenges she had. And for all Shoji could remember, the princess had always referred to herself and Sokka in plural, whereas most the other sponsors only spoke individually. They took their gladiators' triumphs and great accomplishments as their own, yet their failures they blamed completely on the fighter. But that wasn't the case with Princess Azula. No, she spoke of her and Sokka as a team. Because that was what they were. Shoji smiled upon his realization as he looked through Azula's challenges as requested. Yet, as he looked from the messages to the ranking, in order to check the positions of the challengers, he discovered the princess wouldn't be pleased with what he would tell her. "I'm sorry, but all your current challengers are beneath the Blue Wolf in the ranking," Shoji said, gulping. "None are above him. You have the notorious Stingray, though. That could prove to be a decent match." "And how many points would that fight provide?" Azula asked, raising her eyebrows. About 140, said Shoji, grimacing now. "Perhaps it would be a good fight, yet I'm looking for a way to make more points as quickly as possible," Azula grunted. "I'm not going to have Sokka wear himself out fighting someone who won't give him a boost in the ranking." How about the last dragon? He's only a few spots below the Blue Wolf, or maybe the Steel Hurricane." "No, thank you," said Azula, frowning. "If they're beneath Sokka, I refuse." "But you had him fight the Crimson Wonder and he was below him," muttered Shoji nervously, fearing Azula might get enraged if he displeased her by voicing his opinion. "That kid, said Sokka, grimacing. "That wasn't a fight he liked to remember. That was simply to give him a break after battling Earthbenders non-stop for quite some time. But if we're going to give chase to that bandit, we'll have to do much better than that." But we're not soldiers or anything. "We shouldn't have any business chasing bandits," said Sokka, chuckling at his dumb joke. Naturally, the stupid remark only earned himself a disbelieving glare from his sponsor. "You know what I mean, idiot," Azula said, and even though Sokka could have taken offense by the insult, he could only smile goofily at her. "And we might not be soldiers, but we have given chase to actual bandits before. Need I remind you of it?" "Oh, no. I remember pretty well," said Sokka, gulping now. He wasn't all that fond of the memories of the crazy chase they had given the rough rhinos, and all the catastrophes that had come with it. "So? There's nothing more? I'll have to start issuing out my own challenges again?" Azula asked. "It's been quite a while since I last had to do that, but if we're to earn a decent amount of points..." "Well, maybe you don't have to do that just yet," said Shoji, rubbing his chin as an idea came to his mind. "If what you want is to earn lots of points as quickly as possible, then maybe there's a solution for you, an even better one than challenging other fighters." "And what might that be?" Azula asked, surprised. "I think I spoke to you two about gladiator events before, didn't I?" said Shoji, smiling now. Ah, you did, once, said Angela, recalling the occasion. You said something about a pairs tournament, right? And something else about. Sokka said, frowning as he tried to recall the information the boy had given them. About a scavenger hunt, said Shoji enthusiastically. The scavenger hunt will happen a week from now. The deadline for signing up to participate in it is tomorrow, so if you want to join. Wait, said Angela, lifting a hand. You told us a little about this event back then, but if you need me to refresh your memory, I'm more than happy to do so, said Shoji, smiling. The scavenger hunt takes place in the Ring of Ash, over at Fire Fountain City. And the event is comprised by having the gladiators fetch 10 objects that have been scattered through the city. They initially gather in the arena, and all of them take off at the same time, scouting through the city to find what they're looking for. And every gladiator gathers as many objects as possible, right? Angela asked, remembering what Shoji had said before. Indeed, though that's easier said than done, said Shoji, smiling uncomfortably. It's a pretty tough competition. There are 10 objects, each worth 200 points. If your gladiator were to return to the arena while carrying all 10 objects, he would take 2,000 points. And we would surpass the blind bandit in a heartbeat, said Angela, smiling with malice. Back then I had refused to join this event, but now it sounds rather appealing. How many gladiators join this event, more or less? Sokka asked, frowning. Because it sounds like getting all 10 objects might be a fool's errand. It might be, said Shoji, smiling and shrugging. I don't think anyone has done it before. No matter. There's always a first time for everything, said Angela, proudly. Just imagine the scandal you'd make in the Gladiator League if you were the first gladiator to ever take the 10 objects. You seem rather confident, said Sokka, gulping. Maybe it was because of how effectively he'd fought against the White Lotus guys, but it seemed Angela suddenly believed he couldn't lose. For some reason, he couldn't share her conviction. Well, maybe you're right, said Shoji, smiling shyly at Angela. I mean, the Blue Wolf is rather strong, he might be able to pull it off, who knows? Why do you seem so doubtful, Shoji? Angela asked, frowning. Is there something you haven't told us yet? Well, said Shoji, gulping. It's not information I should disclose freely to sponsors. No, it's information you should disclose freely to a princess unless you'd rather face her wrath, said Angela, with a very ironic smile that made Shoji feel as though the blood in his veins had frozen cold. There's a chance you two might, the gladiator. He might be able to win, said Shoji, biting his lip. But the issue is that, I probably shouldn't tell sponsors about who else is participating in events, it should be confidential, but, it's the two of you, so I guess I probably could. Curse it, just say it. Angela snapped, freaking the young man out. The blind bandit is participating in the scavenger hunt as well. Shoji said quickly, hoping she wouldn't be enraged upon this new bit of information. Wadash, said Sokka, aghast. That was that. If Toph was going to be in this, then he definitely wasn't going to get himself those 2,000 points. Angela was startled by the revelation for a moment, but her brow contracted as she pondered the situation. If the blind bandit was taking part in the hunt, she'd be a big threat to Sokka. And yet, Angela? Sokka asked, afraid she might have grown angry now given her sudden silence. But she didn't reply to him. She looked at Shoji with determination before saying, sign us up for it. Angela? Sokka squeaked, aghast. What do you mean, sign us up? If she's going to be in it, then all the more reason for us to join as well, said Angela, looking at him before turning towards Shoji again. The event is in a week, then. In Fire Fountain City. Yes, said Shoji, surprised by her accepting the challenge so determinedly. Then, you're joining the hunt. I just said I would, didn't I? Angela retorted. Is there anything else I need to do in order to formalize our participation in the event? No, I'll write up your form myself, princess, said Shoji. Then I suppose that will be all for now, Shoji. We'll likely see you again once that matter is over with. Of course. I'll be here, as always. Good luck at the hunt, said Shoji, smiling nervously at them. Even if Angela wasn't behaving in a hostile manner right now, her previous snapping at him still scared him. Sokka didn't realize Angela had turned around to leave while he gaped at Shoji's counter, trying to digest that he would be facing off against the blind bandit again. She already left, Shoji said, making Sokka jump. Huh? Oh, said Sokka, running after Angela, who was already by the dome's gates. Hey. Wait up. You're saying I should wait for you? You should stop being such a slowpoke, rather, Angela declared, rolling her eyes as she passed by the gates, with Sokka trailing right behind her. Angela, what the hell got into you? How am I supposed to? Why did you accept joining when you knew Toph would be in that event as well? Sokka asked, aghast. Why shouldn't I have? Said Angela, raising an eyebrow as they walked down the steps that led to the streets together. The gazes of most the citizens fell on them as they walked, yet this time they failed to notice they were being stared at. What the? Sokka asked. Maybe because she'll kill me. Didn't you say you weren't going to make me fight needlessly against gladiators that might tear me apart? Well, in case you've forgotten, she already did that to me once and she's going to do it again if we go to that hunt. In case you hadn't thought of it, that's not going to happen, said Angela, stopping in the middle of their walk to look sternly at him. Think about it logically, Sokka. There will be heaps of gladiators participating in this event, and the purpose of the hunt isn't to see who the last man standing will be. No, the point of this event is fetching those items and bringing them back to the arena. Why should the bandit resort to beating you to a pulp when that's not what's at stake here? Because she's crazy, said Sokka, grimacing. Angela, if only to screw with us, she'll do it. You know she's not to be underestimated just as well as I do. I'm not underestimating her, Angela stated. If anything, I'm trying to estimate her properly with this event. You won't be fighting directly against her this time, but you still will be able to see if you're any match against her as you are. You have improved greatly since you first fought against her, so there's a chance you won't be as helpless this time as you used to be. But. Sokka muttered, grimacing. Need more convincing, do you? Angela asked, rolling her eyes. I did say maybe you could take all the 10 objects by yourself, but now I doubt you'll be able to, if she's going to join as well. And now I ask you, what would we do if she were the one who managed to take all 10 objects? She'd shoot off through the ranking and she'd be out of reach in no time. But if you join, and you take your own share of objects, you'll take those points for yourself, and in doing so, you'd make sure she doesn't get 2,000 points. What potential problem do you find in this situation, Sokka? Why shouldn't we have joined the hunt? Because you'll have to get rid of your fear for that girl one day, Angela advised him, making Sokka grimace as they resumed their walk. I get she terrifies you because of what she did to you, but you've become much stronger, and we'll probably have to fight her again at some point anyways. If you go against her while being scared, you're sure to lose. But, don't you think I should keep becoming stronger and stronger until I can finally beat her? Sokka asked. I mean, there are plenty of other gladiators out there who might join the hunt as well. I think the bandit will have more than enough gladiators to concern herself with aside from you. So long as you keep some safe distance between you two while gathering the objects, you'll survive this event, I believe. It's still a bit terrifying, and a bit strange, said Sokka, frowning. A hunt through the entire city? Rampaging gladiators running around town, wrecking streets, houses, and whatnot, all to find what they're looking for? Isn't that going to be a hazard for the city? There are probably other rules that Shoji neglected explaining to us, rules that keep crazy earthbenders like the bandit from tearing the entire island apart, said Angela. I doubt the organizers are so thoughtless regarding these events, they have to know what they're doing. I hope so, said Sokka, gulping. So, we're off to train now, then. It's the best thing we can do at the moment, I believe, said Angela. And it's been quite a while since Wolfsbane and I last tore you apart. A while? Excuse me, princess, but I don't believe that has ever happened before, said Sokka, his unease being replaced quickly by cockiness. Why, much as I said earlier, there's a first time for everything, isn't there? Angela asked, smirking at Sokka in the most challenging way she could muster. Heh, we'll see about that, said Sokka, returning the smile. Well, just as she had wanted it, it seemed that things would go back to normal after all. Iroh sighed heavily, looking at the closed door with a frown on his face. It had been too long now. Zuko hadn't locked himself in his room in this manner ever since they had returned home. He had become outgoing, even, though Iroh had no idea where Zuko went on every trip he took outside the palace. He hadn't needed to know, though. Zuko had been in a better mood than usual the past weeks, so he had thought worrying about him was needless, until he had locked himself up again a few days ago. Again on his doorstep, Iroh? What's the point? Asked the familiar voice of his gladiator, approaching him while snacking on sizzling crisps. I'm worried about Zuko, nothing more than that. He hasn't come out of his room in quite a while, said Iroh, lowering his gaze. I call him and it is as though he didn't hear me. You sure he's in there? Toph asked, raising an eyebrow. Maybe you're talking to an empty room. Maybe he ran away from home and you have no idea. I doubt that, said Iroh, smiling weakly. Zuko wouldn't do something so reckless. You sure have a weird concept of your nephew, said Toph, making Iroh look at her in surprise. What do you mean by? But the girl ignored him. Little princess. Get out of bed right now or else I'll get in there to kick you out of it myself. Toph shouted so loudly that Iroh stumbled away from her, covering his ears. No answer still. Toph rubbed her chin and stepped on the marble a little more strongly than needed, producing an earth-bending move that made the marble right under Zuko's bed shake quite violently. That ought to irritate him enough to pull him out of bed. Princess Zuzu. Toph repeated, knocking on the door hoping to get an answer now. The only thing she got was a loud bump on the door. Zuko clearly had flung something at it, probably a pillow, in order to send Toph away. Ah, well, then he's in there all right, said Toph, smiling. She could have easily checked if Zuko was within the room through her earthbending, but she would never pass out on a chance to annoy the prince. You've got nothing to worry about, Iroh. You believe so, yet? Said Iroh, lowering his gaze. It isn't like Zuko to shut me out for so long. This behavior means something must have happened to him, and it isn't as though whatever bothers him were my fault. I haven't done anything that could displease him so much since. Hey, said Toph, crossing her arms over her chest and turning towards Iroh with a frown on her face. You don't have to freak out like this over a brat's temper tantrum or whatever it is that he's throwing right now. If something happened to him, it's his business, not yours. You don't understand, Toph, said Iroh, sighing. My nephew. You see him like the son you lost, said Toph. And I get that well enough. To you, Zuko is like a son. And to him, you're like a father. His actual father doesn't even look him in the face, so you're pretty much all he's got. Did I miss out on anything? Iroh looked at Toph with a grimace and placed his hands on his hips. After knowing all that, can you blame me for worrying? No, I'm not blaming you for that, said Toph. What I'm blaming you for is for pestering him when he clearly wants to be alone. But what? Toph asked, frowning. You think you've got to help him out with whatever problems he's got at the moment? You think he needs your constant guidance and advice to make it through life? Well, you're wrong. What that guy wants is to be alone for a while. If he needs you, he'll come to you. But he is so proud, said Iroh, sighing again. He would never admit he needs me, and he would try to sort out everything by himself when he needs someone to assist him and show him the right path. That might be the case, Iroh, said Toph. And yeah, he's even more stubborn than I am, which is saying a lot. But I had parents who would always try to protect me and show me the right way to do everything, who thought I couldn't handle anything by myself, and I got sick of them. I decided to prove them that I can do whatever I want if I just mean to. And look at where I am now. So, when it comes to Zuko, just leave him be. When he's ready to talk to you, he will. And if he never is, then maybe it's because he's trying to figure things out on his own, and maybe you should give him a chance to do that. You might be surprised by how well that can work out. Iroh looked at Toph in utter amazement. She was right about the things she was saying, surely, especially considering that she spoke out of experience. In his constant concern for Zuko's welfare, he might have driven his nephew away by mistake. Maybe Toph was right, maybe he ought to leave Zuko alone for the time being, no matter how worried he was over him. If he was fortunate, Zuko would be able to find his way out of his predicament all on his own. In any case, you still won't be able to do anything about Zuko for a while, said Toph. We're taking off to Fire Fountain City tomorrow, aren't we? Yes, said Iroh, smiling at her. Hopefully he will be feeling better by the time we're back, or, at the very least, he will feel like talking about what troubles him. In the meantime, are you ready for the hunt? Ready? I can't wait for it. Toph exclaimed, enthusiastically. This is just the kind of crazy stuff I signed on for when I decided to become a gladiator. Iroh chuckled and patted her on the shoulder, and Toph gave him a broad grin. This was something Iroh liked about the girl, that she could go from being dead serious in one moment to being carefree on the next. And strangely enough, whatever he lacked in wisdom, she made up for it without fail. For some reason, it seemed to Iroh that he had really found the gladiator that suited him most. Well, then, perhaps we ought to make a toast to your triumph in the scavenger hunt. How would you like that? Asked Iroh, leading her down the hallway. A toast? You mean, with actual alcohol? What? Of course not, Toph. With tea. You can toast with tea. Why not? They walked off the hallway, chattering noisily, just as Zuko opened the door to glance at them. He had stepped out of bed in order to recover the pillow he had flung at the door, and he had caught most of their conversation. He was rather surprised to hear Toph had earnestly advised Iroh to give Zuko some space for the prince's own good, and not just because he wasn't worth the trouble. Yet his uncle was that worried about him. Could he tell the man about what had happened? Would he understand what Kyoshi's heir's disappearance meant to him? Well, he had some time to make up his mind about it, if his uncle would truly be taking off in a trip. The only thing he knew for certain so far was that, even if he were to tell Iroh about this, he wouldn't do so while the Earthbender was around. He appreciated her advice to his uncle, yet it didn't mean he considered her a friend because of it. Chances were Iroh would understand what Zuko was going through, but Toph would simply laugh at him, there was no questioning it. Still, should he open up to his uncle about this? Was it really a good idea to do so? Could Iroh help him see matters a little more clearly than he currently did? Instead of taking her palanquin to the port, as Azula usually did, she had decided to fly down to it on the back of her dragon. It was a far more efficient way to travel, and flying on a dragon had much more grandeur than traveling by palanquin. Still, part of the magnificence she boasted by being the princess who rode a dragon was diminished because there was a water tribe slave sitting right behind her, clutching at the support bars of the saddle while looking down on the city one last time before they descended on the bay. Only 3 days separated them from the scavenger hunt now. The trip to the island wasn't bound to take them too long, but to keep her plans a secret from her uncle for as long as possible, Azula had delayed their trip intentionally until she was certain Iroh had taken off already. She didn't want him to know that they would take part in the hunt, not until it was unavoidable, at least. If the bandit knew Sokka would be participating, she was bound to plan beforehand to knock him out and render him helpless. Is it weird that I always find I missed this ship whenever we climb aboard? Sokka said, smiling as he jumped off Xin Long's saddle and onto the deck of the ship. It really is weird you're so happy about it, yes. Considering, well, everything, said Azula, lowering her gaze in hopes Sokka wouldn't understand what she was referring to. She simply patted Xin Long's neck, letting him know she would ride again with him once the ship was safely on its way to Fire Fountain City. Oh, well, yeah, it's the ship that took me from home, said Sokka, slightly bothered by the memory. But I take it it's also the one that will bring me back to it when the time comes. Something seemed to snap in Azula's head at those words. Sokka had simply stated a fact, it was true, When she took him back to the South Pole it would be with this ship, and she had promised to take him back, so long as he fulfilled his part of the deal. But why was it that she suddenly didn't want him to fulfill it? She gripped Xian Long's reins tightly, only realizing now that their days as partners were numbered. She didn't know how many they had left, all she knew was that, at some point, she had stopped wanting to rid herself of him only to wish she could keep him beside her, always. And that was a very ridiculous thing to wish for. Nevertheless, thinking that one day she would be carrying him to the South Pole again on this very ship sent a pang of loneliness through her chest. Still, even though I had a very lousy first trip on it, the next ones weren't that bad, Sokka said, smiling at her and only realizing now that she seemed bothered by something. Azula. If you say so, Azula muttered, sliding off the saddle as well and walking past Sokka, determined to ignore the look he was giving her. He wouldn't get her to explain what bothered her, especially when she was the one who kept struggling to keep their relationship as it was. If he ever knew she didn't want to take him back to his tribe. It was undeniable that her life had become far more interesting with him in it. She didn't know what she would do once their deal had been settled. Hopefully her father would give her other missions to accomplish, perhaps he would even declare her his official heir at long last. She'd have a busy schedule, she believed, but the thought of it seemed rather boring if she considered he wouldn't be around to throw his foolish remarks at her, to irritate her beyond belief, to retort to everything she said. Sokka was left on the deck, watching her enter the ship's tower. He looked at Xian Long, who seemed to glare at him accusingly. "Hey, I have no idea what that was about," Sokka exclaimed. "The only one here with an exclusive access to her mind is you, so stop looking at me like that." And despite his worries, Sokka found himself smiling as the ship began moving at long last. Maybe he feared the outcome of the event, but it cheered him to think of how much everything had changed since the last time he had sailed from this port. Hopefully, Azula and him would return home just as proudly as they had when they had returned from their trip into the Earth Kingdom. Curious, he must have changed it at some point during the past 10 years, Iroh said, gazing up at the statue in the center of the city. "Changed what?" Toph asked, her eyes closed and her arms folded over her chest as her toes dug into the ground below her. "The statue," said Iroh. "This city was built around a statue of Fire Lord Azula, my father. It wasn't a statue that would blast fire this way, mind you, yet it was quite a nice statue. If the statue didn't blast fire before, then why is this place called Fire Fountain City?" Toph asked, raising an eyebrow. "It wasn't," said Iroh. "Back when I was younger, it was called North Chungling. I had heard of the name change, but I did not know the new name was as literal as it is, and I also didn't know my brother had turned my father's statue into one of himself." "Well, I guess kudos are in order to the Fire Lord for changing the name and statue," said Toph, shrugging. "I wonder if he intends to change every remembrance of Azula into his own figure," said Iroh, frowning slightly. "Perhaps the gates of Azula will turn into the gates of Ozai, though I rather doubt he'll change his daughter's name into one similar to his own. That would be ridiculous. Isn't it already ridiculous to turn his father's statues into his own?" Toph asked. "Well, Ozai is a complicated man, to say the least," said Iroh. As complicated as his daughter, you'd say?" Toph asked, raising an eyebrow. "Why, Azula is complicated as well, though I believe it is in a very different manner." "Why do you ask?" Iroh said. "Well, because she's right there, scolding her fool," said Toph, pointing in the direction of a post office. "You've got a good chance to ask her if she'll accept to change her name to Ozai or whatever it is you think the Fire Lord would switch it to." My, said Iroh, watching curiously as Azula seemed to lose her temper at her gladiator. "Why the hell would I want to buy you a messenger hawk?" Azula asked, exasperated. "But just look at them," Sokka whined, pointing at the creatures. "I deserve something nice. You have a dragon, so it's my turn to get a cool animal companion that can fly. You'd need a flock of hawks if you expect them to lift you up into the sky." Azula muttered, crossing her arms and looking through the city. And she froze when she realized who was watching her from Ozai's statue. Ah, brilliant. Just what she had been trying to avoid. Why had she accepted Sokka's stupid request to go sightseeing? Now Iroh had found them, and it would take him no time to understand what her presence in the city meant. To her chagrin, her uncle waved at her enthusiastically and approached, with Toph treading right behind him. And Sokka still spoke to the Hawks in the office, using a squeaky voice to talk to them. Now, who wants to be my pretty little hawk? I'll be great company, I swear. When Azula didn't retort that he was flat out lying about being good company, Sokka realized there was something bothering her. He looked at Azula inquisitively before realizing her attention had been stolen by something else, which happened to be nothing other than her uncle and the blind bandit. I don't think those hawks would like to go with you, Toph said, smirking. You're the blue dog, after all, and dogs do enjoy the taste of chicken. Curiously, the animals became restless after what she said. Sokka jumped back and stared at them in worry before shooting a glare at the earthbender. Look at what you did. Now none of them will come with me. Toph simply laughed at his reaction while Iroh smiled kindly at Azula. The princess regarded her uncle with the same caution and distaste she always reserved when dealing with him. Well, quite a surprise running into you here, Azula, said Iroh, beaming at his niece. Azula gritted her teeth, not knowing how exactly to respond. Well, what was the point of trying to lie over her presence here? There could only be one reason why she would have come to Fire Fountain City just when Iroh had, and her uncle clearly knew it. I can't say the same, truth to be told, said Azula, crossing her arms over her chest. Oh? Then you already knew I would be here? Ah, are you here for the scavenger hunt, then? Iroh asked, still smiling. It should be obvious by now, Azula retorted, while Sokka gulped next to her. He knew she hadn't wanted for Iroh and Toph to know they were taking part in the event until they were already there, and he could bet that Azula would blame him for this blow to her plans. You should have told me you would be participating. Iroh said cheerfully. We could have all come in my ship together. In your ship? Azula repeated, with derision. That's a boat, uncle, not a ship. Ah, when you get to be my age, small and cozy is always nicer than large and fancy, said Iroh, beaming. If only you had come with us you would have enjoyed the best tea the Fire Nation has to offer. And by that, he pretty much means all the tea the Fire Nation has to offer, said Toph, smiling a little. We only got to Fire Fountain City today because he insisted on stopping at every single island he could to check the tea specialty of the area. You're not serious? Said Azula, looking at Iroh in disbelief first and later at Toph with pity. I'd be astonished to know you didn't grow sick of tea after that. Oh, not really, said Toph, shrugging. It was fun, even if it was a bit too much tea. It does get a little annoying when you've had so much of it that you have to go to the bathroom every hour just because of drinking too much of it. You can never have too much tea. Iroh declared, looking slightly indignant. Sick of tea, it's like being sick of breathing. And have you had Fire Fountain City's tea yet? Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. Nope, but we'll be on it in a minute, said Toph, digging her toes on the ground again. There's a shop 2 streets away. How can she? Sokka asked, in utter disbelief. Ah, then we'll be off to the tea shop, unless you'd like to join us. Iroh asked. No, thank you, Azula said, with the most unpleasant smile she could give Iroh. Your loss, said Iroh, shrugging. Tea is very good for your health. Tea stains your teeth, Azula retorted. Ah, as you wish, said Iroh, giving up at last. Good luck on tomorrow's hunt. I'm certain we'll see you there. Got to say it's nice to know there'll be a friendly face amongst all the gladiators at the event, said Toph. Friendly face? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. How am I supposed to be a friendly face considering our history? Well, let's just say you're not the only gladiator between the ranks of 200 and 400 that I've beaten to a pulp, said Toph, snickering. And you definitely ended up in real good shape compared to others I dealt with. Sokka stared at her in disbelief, at which the blind girl just beamed. See you tomorrow. Iroh said, and together with his gladiator, they departed towards the tea shop. Azula and Sokka watched them until they vanished from sight, and as soon as they were gone Azula presented Sokka with one of her trademark murderous glares. Sokka gulped and looked at her nervously. So. I guess I'm not getting a hawk, huh? I hope you're proud of yourself, Azula grunted. Now you're really doomed. She's going to crush you as soon as she gets a chance. Well, if the friendly face comment is real, and she's got so many enemies, then maybe you're not so right about that, said Sokka, thoughtful. Because if she's got lots of people who want to crush her, maybe they'll join forces to take her out together, and I won't have to worry about her at all. Your wishful thinking is just adorable, said Azula, as sarcastically as possible. Nonetheless, the idea of Azula saying that about anything of him was adorable made Sokka blush a little. Manly men aren't adorable, he muttered, looking away from her and frowning. Don't say that sort of stuff. Well, in all honesty, you're not a manly man and you aren't adorable either, Azula declared, now smirking as she earned herself a glare from him. In any case, even if Toph is bound to go out to get me, I could get out of her reach. If there are plenty of gladiators involved in this event, she won't have it so easy to find me. I guess not, said Azula, frowning. But I also suspect she won't be the only threat you'll have to worry about. She might be the worst threat indeed, but you can't drop your guard. There are 2,000 points on the line, Sokka, and I'm quite sure we're not the only ones who want to earn them. True enough, said Sokka, sighing. Well, we'll see if we can get those 2,000 points tomorrow. Indeed. Maybe the situation won't be as hopeless as we feared, Azula muttered. It's just bound to be a matter of skill, agility, quick thinking, and luck. Just that? You sure you're not forgetting anything? Sokka asked, raising a quizzical eyebrow. Azula rolled her eyes and looked at him sternly. Just make sure not to take this event for granted, will you? Don't let her win, and try to win yourself. Gotcha, said Sokka, sighing. Clearly, Azula was passionate about this. Clearly, she refused to lose against her uncle, even when he wasn't the only rival they'd have on the scavenger hunt. Nevertheless, Sokka understood her concerns. And he understood he had to prove himself to be at the same level as Toph, if possible, if he was to ever defeat her or rise higher than her in the ranking. Azula needed him to succeed, and he would do his best to fulfill her expectations. He had been on a pretty good roll with her lately, and he didn't mean to break it now. But say, Sokka muttered, as they resumed their walk through the city. If I were to win this thing, would you get me a messenger hawk? Azula only answered with an exasperated sigh. Chapter 60, Scavenger Hunt 2. So, here it is, then, Azula said, looking at the arena with a determined frown. Literally, it's a ring of ash, Sokka pointed out, gulping as he looked at the fighting area with mild confusion. It was nothing like the gladiator arenas he had seen so far. Instead of being a fighting ring with stands surrounding it, the stands had been built in a line at one side of the circle of ash where the gladiators collided. Said circle was only defined by the coloring of the sand that comprised the ring, no fences or balustrades limited the arena. That dark sand couldn't be actual sand, Sokka guessed, it could only be ash, genuine ash. How did earthbenders fight here? Did they use the earth outside of the ring's perimeter, perhaps? Or were they capable of bending ashes? The arena stood in the outskirts of the city. The rows of stands were large and quite tall, allowing for hundreds of people to take their seats on them, despite how limited they were compared to the stands at other arenas the Blue Wolf had fought in before. There are lots of fighters, huh? Sokka asked, his eyes nestling now on the group of people within the ring. There was quite a crowd of gladiators at the event, and they were widely different amongst themselves. Some looked lanky and scared, others were burly and daunting. Yet every single one of them was an opponent today. All of them were gladiators Sokka would have to defeat, or try to. You needn't fret. Most of them aren't stronger than you, if the ranking is truthful, said Azula. From what Shoji told us before, it's an event for gladiators between the ranks of 200 and 400. You should have no problem facing off against most fighters there. I hope so, said Sokka, gulping. I'll say I'm relieved, though. Here I was wondering how the hell were so many gladiators supposed to run out of an arena through standby rooms and then into a vestibule before heading out into the city. It's good to know that's not going to happen. Good thinking to hold this event in an open area. One can only guess the heads of the business know what they're doing, said Angela, shrugging. You couldn't have a scavenger hunt in a limited space, else chances were only 10 gladiators would make it past the initial chaos that would ensue if... Ah, you're here for the hunt? Someone asked, interrupting Angela. Both Sokka and Angela turned to find a man wearing the uniform of the arena's staff, smiling at them. Upon gazing at the hairpiece on Angela's head, though, the man's kindness was replaced by nervousness. Oh! Princess Angela. It is none other than you, is it? Oh, my, this is such an honor. I'm sure it is, Angela said, her head held high. Sokka couldn't help but chuckle slightly at her proud demeanor. How she enjoyed it when people paid her the respect she commanded. You work here, I take it. Yes, I'm one of the event's organizers. The staff member exclaimed, smiling. I'm here to explain the rules so that you can take part in the hunt successfully. Ah, very well, Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Explain, then. First off, I'll warn your gladiator against destroying city property, the man said. Any damage in the houses, factories, and public property will have to be repaired, and the one who will pay for those repairs will be none other than the sponsor of the gladiator responsible for the damage. Heard that, did you? Angela asked, giving Sokka a significant look. Yeah, you don't need to say it again, Sokka said, smiling weakly. I've cost you enough money as it is, isn't it? Indeed, said Angela, crossing her arms over her chest. Anything else? Fighting other gladiators is allowed, of course, the man continued. Please try to keep the violence to a minimum, though, we don't want casualties in this event. It happened a few years ago and we don't want to repeat that. You needn't worry about that with me, said Sokka, his hands on his hips. He sure wasn't here to kill anyone, not after refusing to do so for such a long time. The event shall begin in about 10 minutes, there will be a signal fired into the sky when it's time to start. You are welcome to scan the entire city in order to seek the 10 items you must find, even roofs of houses. Just remember you'll have to pay for everything you break, as I already said. Find as many objects as you can, but as soon as you step inside the Ring of Ash again, your run in the hunt is over. You can't set off into the city again once you've crossed the line of ash, not even if you hear there are still more items to be found. Said Sokka, grimacing. That doesn't sound like fun. So, you're saying there's no way to secure the objects you've earned so far? You can't come back here and bring them to safety and set out afterwards to find others. No, said the staff member, smiling sympathetically. If you find any items you're welcome to protect them by entering the ring, but if you want more, you have to take the risk of having other gladiators attempting to take the objects you've already earned. The fights for the items are usually quite fierce, so I warn you that it might not be too wise to stick around the city if you find 1 or 2 of them. You might want to head back and secure your victories, even if they're small. Got it, said Sokka, grimacing and gulping. So, stealing other people's objects is allowed, then? Many gladiators seek out the objects simply by stealing, said the man. They're better at beating people up than at finding items scattered through such a large city. Makes sense, but it sure is worrisome, said Sokka, becoming rather nervous after this conversation. Had it been a good idea at all to join this event? And what do the objects look like? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. You ought to show us a sample or describe them. Here, said the man, pulling out something from his pocket. This is what you have to look for. The item was a flat metallic plate, not bigger than the hand of the man holding it. It was golden and shaped as a flame, all the same as most things in the Fire Nation. It's not actual gold, so stealing it won't do much good for gladiators who think about doing so, said the staff member, smiling as he looked at how Sokka's eyes were fixed upon the object. 10 of these little flames are concealed in public locations throughout the city. None of them are inside buildings, so don't barge into them to find them, for it will be a waste of time to do that. So, you'll have to look for the items, or wait for someone who will, if that suits you better. Very well, then, said Angela, sighing. Is that all? Well, there's a prize in cash for the sponsors with the most successful gladiators. Said the man, tapping his chin, and I think that's it. Sokka's eyes were still on the flame, an idea forming in his mind. Perhaps he was being too paranoid, but having a backup plan had never hurt anyone before, had it? If anything, Azula always told him to plan things beforehand. Doing so right now wasn't something she should be opposed to, yet he guessed she wouldn't be against his planning, but against the idea itself. Your gladiator shall go into the ring with the others, the staff member said, pointing at the group of gladiators. And the princess will have a seat in the first row, given that she's the Fire Lord's daughter, of course. All right. Let's get this over. Azula started, nodding and looking at the stands, but before she could say anything else, Sokka's hand darted out and grasped her by the wrist. Wait, Sokka said, and Azula looked down at the contact, frowning noticeably. The staff member seemed aghast to see someone touching the princess in this manner, and not just anyone, a slave. Did he know no shame? Didn't he appreciate his life? How dared he? What? Azula asked, lifting her eyes towards his face now. I need a word, Sokka said, glancing at the staff member warily. In private. So. And with that, he dragged her behind the stands. The staff member continued watching until they disappeared from view, in utter shock. How had that guy kept from getting scorched to cinders after doing that? I've got an idea, Sokka said, looking at Azula with serious eyes. An idea? Azula asked, raising an eyebrow. What sort of an idea? An idea that I would want to hear about, or an idea that would make me want to break your neck? I think both, to be honest. Said Sokka, gulping. It should help us secure at least 200 points, if anything. You know that with those crazy guys in that ring, and with Toph, on top of it all, my chances to win this thing are pretty slim. But there might be something we can do, something so that I can secure at least 200 points. Sure, 200 points in the bag, or so you say, said Azula, frowning. How? By the time he was done telling her how, her reaction was just as he had feared it would be. What the? No. Absolutely not. Of course not. What's wrong with you? Are you insane? Azula asked, looking at him in utter disbelief. Please, Azula. Be reasonable. What you're requesting for is not within reason. The princess exclaimed. That's one of the worst ideas you've ever had, Sokka. Why you can't just, no. Well, then, fine, if Toph catches me and steals my stuff then I'll be done for and you'll be the actual responsible for it because you didn't let me go through with this. Sokka declared, crossing his arms over his chest and closing his eyes. Don't be so stubborn, you. Ugh, Sokka, no. You can't just. I think my filthy peasant fingers can touch that without you making such a ruckus, your royal highness, Sokka said, rolling his eyes. Don't you? Don't talk like that, idiot, Azula said, rubbing her temples with her fingers. How do you even plan on doing this? How could you possibly? Do you really think this can work? How could it even work? It's not like people won't be able to tell that things aren't what they seem. In the middle of a commotion, most people are willing to believe anything just to get out of the mess they're in, said Sokka. If this hunt is half as crazy as it promises to be, I'm sure these gladiators will fall for this trap without giving it any thought. So come on, just go with it, will you? Sokka, you, ugh, this is beyond ridiculous, Azula said, shaking her head. You can't ask this of me. Nobody can ask this of me. Just think about what we're here for, what the whole purpose of us participating in this event is. It will be worth it, won't it? Sokka asked, almost pleading by now. I can't beat that girl with just my bare fists. Those weapons you've got there are for fighting, I thought you were aware of that, Azula said, sarcastically. Or did you bring them just for the sake of pretending to be a strong gladiator? Weapons or no, you know the bandit will beat me to a pulp if she gets a chance. Said Sokka. And I don't want to give her the chance to beat me up, and I definitely don't want to let her win with a perfect score either. This is the only way to mislead her, distract her, confuse her. So please, Azula. She glared at him accusingly for a moment, still wondering how he had dared even ask this of her. Yet, yet his arguments made some sense. And if anything, after the things he had done recently, Sokka had regained the trust she had once placed on him, but trusting him with this matter was beyond anything she had done, even before the incident with Kyoshi's heir and that other woman Azula wished she could erase from her memory. Still, she had been able to trust him with protecting her nation, her city, and even herself only a couple of weeks ago, and he hadn't failed her. So maybe. Ugh, be careful. Beyond careful, Azula grunted, glaring at him. Only hell knows why I'm complying, because I sure don't. Yes, thank you. You won't regret this, Azula, I promise. Sokka said, at which she glared at him. I'm already regretting it, she grunted. As their exchange took place, more gladiators and sponsors arrived at the Ring of Ash. The staff members informed them of the rules, and they headed towards the stands and the ring as soon as the explanations had been conveyed. By the time Azula and Sokka had finished talking and left the area behind the stands, Iroh and Toph arrived into the arena. Iroh waved happily at Azula, who simply scowled at him and moved on. Do your best, Sokka, she muttered. Your very best. And if you can't win, at least make sure not to lose embarrassingly, can you? I'll try, he said, smiling. And don't lose it, Azula said, glaring at him. If you dare lose it, you'll find out firsthand just how cruel I can be. Yep, I'll be careful. Very careful, Sokka said, gulping. If she hadn't showed him her cruel side yet, in all the time they'd known each other, then he definitely didn't want to meet it any time soon. You'd better be, Azula grunted, before turning towards the stands. Sokka should have imagined her behavior towards him would be quite cold after his request, but he was positive she would be thankful for his strange idea when this event was over with, so long as everything went as planned. He moved towards the ring, frowning and hoping to look at least slightly intimidating while approaching the other gladiators. There had to be 60 of them so far, at the very least. It wasn't too promising a perspective, fighting against so many strong gladiators over the possession of those gold medal flames. He even recognized some of them, such as the Eastern Wayfarer and the Hallowed Rock. The sight of the latter made Sokka flinch as he recalled how his encounter with him had gone in Oze Arena. Naturally, he walked towards the exact opposite direction, hoping to avoid that particular gladiator as much as possible. Yet when he found a good spot to stand, where he didn't feel daunted by the other fighters nearby, he found himself with more unwanted company. Hello there, dog. Toph said, standing right next to him and crossing her arms over her chest. I trust you had a good night's sleep. Is it any of your business how I slept? Sokka grunted, glaring at her even when she wouldn't notice his scowl. Well, if you didn't sleep well, you'll be even less of a challenge today. The blind bandit said, shrugging. Though even if you did, you won't be that big a deal, will you? Sokka rolled his eyes and shook his head while the girl beside him snickered. By the way, that's a cool armor, Toph said. It's not the same you had before, is it? Obviously not, Sokka grunted. You tore that one to pieces, remember? Oh, that's right, said Toph, tapping her chin with her finger as she smirked. Oh, if only he could erase that smug look on her face. Azula looked through the front row of seats, wondering where to take her seat until she found empty spots in the center, at either side of a chubby man. Even from behind, she recognized him as Fire Fountain City's mayor. It had been quite a while since she had last seen him. May I take this seat? Azula asked, approaching him. I was told I should sit in the front row, given my status. The man frowned and looked at her for a moment, apparently failing to recognize her at first. But afterwards he smiled and greeted her with a booming laugh. Why, if it isn't the princess. Oh my, you were but a child when I last saw you. The man exclaimed happily. I hadn't been told you would be participating. Now I see why there were other reserved seats aside from mine. Is your Lord Father coming as well? Not her Lord Father, said another voice behind Azula, making her scowl. Her old uncle. Oh, General Iroh. How long has it been since I last saw you? The mayor asked, beaming. Have a seat, both of you. I had heard you had joined the Gladiator League, but I had no idea you were strong enough to partake in an event such as this one. We are, said Iroh, smiling as he took his seat at the mayor's left while Azula took his right. Our gladiators happen to be rather talented. Mine is called the Blind Bandit. Hers is the Blue Wolf. And they're right there, see. Iroh pointed at a pair of gladiators who stood slightly far from the rest of the group. Azula wasn't surprised to find Sokka brooding while the girl beside him smirked proudly. Oh, the small girl and the dark fellow? Asked the mayor. That's quite an odd choice for a gladiator, for both of you. Hopefully you'll come to see some sense to it once the event begins, said Azula. Ah, yes, said the mayor, beaming. It's the first hunt for both of you, am I right? We hold them every year in Fire Fountain City. They're always fun, despite the casualties from time to time. Casualties? Azula asked, raising an eyebrow. The staff member who explained the event to us spoke of casualties as something that doesn't happen often. Well, we try to keep the trouble to a minimum, said the mayor, sighing now. But some of the gladiators go overboard. What do you mean by that? Asked Iroh. Well, you see, there are always certain kinds of gladiators in the hunts, said the mayor. Depending on the strategies they go for, they fit into one category or the other, or so I've noticed. I've developed these theories on the different gladiators in this hunt. Would you like to hear about them? Why, of course, said Iroh, happily. For starters, there are the searchers. They're those who look for the objects, and usually succeed at finding them. Yet there are also the snatchers, those who steal the objects from the searchers. Do the snatchers often win? Iroh asked. If they steal the items from those who fetch them. No, they don't, said the mayor. For there are plenty of other kinds of gladiators too. There are the strikers, the gladiators who wait close to the finish line in hopes to obstruct those who are carrying items for the sake of robbing them in the last moment. Is that allowed? Azula asked, frowning. Everything is allowed, more or less, said the mayor, shrugging. There are others, of course. The bigger troublemakers, I'd say. As soon as the event begins, the strongest gladiators either shoot out right away into the city, or they just turn on each other to take out the competition. As soon as it begins? Azula asked. You mean? The ring becomes a huge mess of fire, earth, and whatnot, said the mayor, grimacing. It's not a pretty sight, and about half the competitors get taken out in this stage of the event, if I'm to be truthful. What the? Half of them? Azula asked, shocked. That sounds bad, said Iroh, albeit he didn't seem too worried. Clearly, he trusted Toph would be able to overcome any hurdles without the slightest inconvenience. And amongst these strong ones, there are always some who aren't in the competition for the sake of earning points, said the mayor, sighing. Some are breakers, as I like to call them, and their purpose is to injure the gladiators they'll be facing in future matches, in hopes to force them to forfeit or to weaken them so that they can have an easy win later on. That's rather filthy, said Iroh, frowning. Such cruel way to seek victory. Azula couldn't help but smirk at Iroh's displeasure. She didn't think she had anything to fear from these breakers, since Sokka had no pending challenges, but chances were the Blind Bandit did. And if those breakers didn't go after her, the fighters who held a grudge against her over their lost battles against her were sure to target her. It was only natural Iroh would be uncomfortable by the idea. She knew she would be, if she had the suspicion that the other fighters would chase after Sokka. Yet there was something that set the Blind Bandit apart from the Blue Wolf and most the gladiators in that ring, something that she would make sure to use to her advantage in this event. What are you doing? Sokka asked, as Toph sunk her feet into the ashes all the way to her ankles. Ah, there it is. Actual earth, right beneath my feet, said Toph, smiling. I don't think bending ashes would work too well for me, but there's nothing to worry about. The earth is right here. Oh, joy, said Sokka, rolling his eyes. Are you a plant or something? Can't live without soil. Gladiators, assemble in the ring. A man with a megaphone exclaimed, and all the gladiators that weren't within the fighting area just yet headed towards it. The event was about to begin. You know, Sokka, Toph said, digging her feet into the earth and smiling at the sensation of the dirt between her toes. I'm no plant, but I think you know already just how useful Earth is to me. Rocks, Earth, all of it, with my Earth bending, I can see anything so long as I have solid ground underneath my feet. Yeah, you already told me that before, no need to brag about it now, said Sokka, rolling his eyes. I'm not bragging, I'm just explaining, said Toph, smiling. Explaining what? Sokka asked. Explaining why you have absolutely no chance of winning this thing. Sokka's eyes widened and he looked at Toph accusingly. The megaphone man was giving a speech of some sort, repeating the rules Sokka had already heard, just in case the gladiators would forget them, and also disclosing other ones that the staff member had neglected. All gladiators must leave the Ring of Ash and head into the city, so long as they're capable of moving. The man said. As soon as they step inside the ash again, the gladiators will have finished their run on the scavenger hunt. Care to tell me why you're so full of yourself this time around, bandit? Sokka asked. It's not just me you're up against, you know. It doesn't matter who I'm up against, Toph snickered. I can see anything through my earth bending, Sokka. I just told you so, didn't I? And what do you think I was doing yesterday, while I was with Iroh near that fire-spitting statue? You said you were off to get tea, Sokka muttered, frowning. You said, wait. She had been able to find a tea shop in a matter of seconds, Sokka recalled. Her toes dug into the ground, and with that alone, she sensed everything in the city. We went to get tea all right, said Toph. But that wasn't our only purpose there. You were scanning the city, Sokka muttered, gritting his teeth. Using your earth bending, you were. That's a smart dog, said Toph, smirking. The objects weren't placed yesterday, see, but they are there today. And I can sense everything that's changed in the city between today and yesterday through my earth bending. There will be staff members stationed in strategic positions in the city, to keep tabs on the gladiators who wreck city property. The man kept talking, but Sokka hardly heard him. His fists were so tight he thought he would rip his palms open with his nails. It wasn't fair. How could she be a step ahead on every opportunity, even when he tried to plan ahead? There had to be a way to beat her, somehow. She couldn't be as invulnerable as she pretended to be. This is, as you must have figured by now, the way I'm getting those metal plates, Toph said, smirking. Because I can already sense where all of them are. And I'm off to get them all, as soon as that megaphone moron lets us. Oh, perhaps, but she was only one person, Sokka thought. And there were 10 objects. She couldn't split in 10, from what he knew. So long as he and others reached some of the metallic flames before Toph did, she wouldn't be able to beat them all, even when she expected to do so. Heck, perhaps the burly guy at Toph's other side would smack her head with his hammer and she'd be knocked out cold. It was too soon for her to claim victory just yet. And he would do anything he had to do to keep her from winning this time. On your marks, gladiators! Exclaimed the megaphone man, and Sokka frowned. He lifted a hand towards his sword, just in case the nearby gladiators got violent as soon as they were allowed to take off. Set. Go. It happened so fast Sokka hardly noticed what was going on. The first thing he took notice of was that Toph had stomped on the ground and a huge pillar of earth had shot out below her, sending her flying straight into the city. The second thing he noticed, a split second afterwards, was that he was in the very center of the chaotic situation that had unfolded as soon as the megaphone man had said that last word. Azula winced when chunks of earth, jets of fire and weapons began flying back and forth within the mass of gladiators, because right now it was no more than a mass of people. It was impossible for her to recognize Sokka anymore. Where was he? Was he still alive? Was he conscious? Hell knew what was happening within the turmoil the Ring of Ash had become. Well, there she went, said Iroh, beaming as he watched Toph fly across the air. So, that's yours, said the mayor. Impressive. There are usually a few fighters who manage to get away, but they're not plenty. Mine is still in that tangle of bodies. Calling it a tangle of bodies is an understatement, Azula muttered, her eyes darting back and forth desperately as she tried to find her gladiator within that pandemonium. No need to fret, princess, said the mayor, smiling. The better gladiators always escape these brawls within a matter of. Watch out. The three of them had to duck when a chunk of earth flew straight at them. It would have smashed the mayor on the head if he hadn't climbed atop Iroh to avoid it. Azula shielded herself from the rock, glaring at the battling gladiators angrily. Sokka had to get out of there. Where was the fool? She could see other gladiators had managed to escape the chaos, on foot, and not launched through the air like Toph, yet they had escaped nonetheless. But she couldn't find Sokka. Where was he? He was better than most these wild fools, Azula was sure of that. "Ah, there goes mine!" exclaimed the mayor, beaming upon sighting a woman who was running to the edge of the arena. "Blazing Strike, that's her name. And blazes, she runs fast. Go, girl, go." Azula gritted her teeth, despairing. If Sokka didn't make it out any time soon, all those who had escaped would seize the items before he did. She had to hold back the urge to yelp of relief when she saw a man in a dark armor, crawling out of the group of warring gladiators. Despite the crazy situation that had unfurled within that crowd, Sokka seemed relatively uninjured, though most his hair had fallen out of his wolf's tail. Azula hated herself for thinking he actually looked quite good with his hair like that. "Ah, the blue wolf made it too," said Iroh, pushing the mayor off his lap. "Good, good. Then all three of us have a chance to win, don't we?" "Indeed," said Azula, taking a deep breath and releasing it as she watched Sokka run into the city. He had to achieve something, anything. His crazy plan had better work. Sokka dashed out of the ring of ash, relieved to get away from the hell that was unfolding within the arena. He didn't have any serious injuries, albeit his chest hurt quite a bit as it heaved against his breastplate while he ran. He had resorted to pretending he had been knocked out when the brawl had begun. Several other gladiators had stomped all over him in the midst of the fight, and Sokka had thought he could take it until one had decided to stand atop him while bending fire against his enemies. Upon that, Sokka had pushed himself up, knocking the other fighter off balance, and he had run off as fast as his legs allowed him, dodging fighters, weapons, fire and earth as he made his way out of the chaos. By chance, he had managed to come out in the right direction. The pandemonium had taken its toll on him, even when he was in a good state, relatively. But that part of the struggle was over now. He had gotten out of that mess and it was time to focus on finding the items. As he ran through the buildings, he tried to think of where would he hide those metallic golden flames if it was up to him, where was the best place to conceal them, so that gladiators wouldn't find them easily. An idea came to him suddenly. Those metal flames had reminded him of the royal family's hair pieces, where better to disguise them than in the Fire Lord's head. He ran downtown through empty streets, straight towards the center of the city, where the black statue of Oze continued to eject fire through his mouth and hands. Sokka ran past a few other gladiators, who seemed to be searching for objects frantically, but thankfully nobody was hostile towards him. The more savage gladiators had lagged behind in the Ring of Ash. The real problems would arise once they finally left the arena to chase after whoever had obtained objects by then. Sokka reached the statue, finding no obstacles in his way. The center of the town was deserted as well, which meant nobody would watch him as he did the last thing he could have ever imagined himself doing. Sokka gulped and glared at the immense statue. If he failed to find anything atop it, his hatred for the Fire Lord would only be rekindled. Okay, he said, stretching his arms and pulling himself up to Oze's feet. "Damn, if only it was a statue of your daughter instead, though that would be awkward for a whole different reason, to be honest." The metal was rather slippery, to Sokka's irritation. He could help himself climb using Space Sword, but then Azula would have to pay repairs for the holes he left on the statue and she'd be furious, so he had to use his hands and feet. There was nothing else to it. He felt like a century had passed when he finally reached the Fire Lord's pants. Sokka moved away from the statue's groin, revolted by the idea of facing it even when this was just a statue, yet as he tried to avoid it he found his hand on the Fire Lord's right buttock anyways. He felt the blood drain from his face and he forced himself to keep climbing, trying not to think of how well acquainted he was getting with Azula's father. Nevertheless, he had to move to the front of the statue, no matter how much it disgusted him, or else risk getting burned by the fire expelled by Oze's hand. And Sokka climbed over the Fire Lord's statue's belt, grimacing as he thought nothing in his life had ever prepared him for this. "What's that wacko doing?" asked a gladiator, who had just passed by the center of the city, watching Sokka as he climbed the statue. Another had stopped as well, an eyebrow raised while enjoying the show. "No idea, man," the other one replied. "But I think that should be illegal, you know? Climbing the Fire Lord's statue. You think there's an item up there?" asked the new arrival. "Probably not. It's just gonna be fun to watch that dude scream in frustration once he gets to the top and finds nothing, you know." The other gladiator snickered and crossed his arms, and the pair stood in place, watching the blue wolf climbing over the Fire Lord's statue. Sokka sweated as he moved over Oze's ABS, struggling to keep in place now that he was so high and in such great risk of falling. His fingers hurt as he tried to hold onto the metal. If he fell now he'd make the biggest fool of himself, surely, and hell knew if he would survive the fall. The ground below was comprised by solid rocks. Hence, he simply couldn't fall. He had to make it to the top, for his very life was at stake here. He gulped and stretched his hand up, probing Oze's chest. Ugh. This was just sick. He managed to push himself up when his hand found the statue's collarbone. Sokka was careful not to hoist himself completely, or else he would risk getting burned by the fire coming out of Oze's mouth. He moved over to Oze's shoulder and panted heavily, trying to regain his breath after that exhausting climb. But after a moment he recalled just what the purpose of this crazy maneuver had been, and he looked at Oze's hairpiece, fearing he might not find what he had come to look for. But there it was. Just as he had predicted. Sokka couldn't help but laugh in joy as he stretched out a hand towards the flame-shaped golden plate, relieved to discover his guess had been spot on. Yes. Yes. Haha. Thank you, Oze. Sokka shouted, only noticing afterwards that those were 3 words he had never expected to say in the same sentence. He got it. He's got one. Shouted one of the men who had been watching him, and it wasn't until then that Sokka realized he wasn't alone in the town square. "Oh," Sokka said, gulping and gripping the flame tighter. One of his spectators had bared his teeth and he struck the ground with his large feet, and as soon as he did, Sokka felt he was falling over. The man had been an earthbender and, from the looks of it, he had just bent the earth under the statue to bring Sokka down. But his movement only served to knock over the statue, and the foolish earthbender only realized it when it was too late. "What did you do, you idiot?" the other gladiator screamed, as the statue tilted sideways. Sokka grimaced and held on tightly to Oze's neck as the statue broke off its pedestal. Sokka had a split second to realize the fire pouring out of Oze had vanished when the statue began to fall over, yet he was too busy trying to survive this to think about what it might mean. He climbed up to the statue's face and, once they were a few feet from hitting the ground, Sokka leapt with a loud yell. The statue collapsed on a street, yet it tore down a few buildings on its way to the ground. Sokka's jump managed to land him a few feet away from where the statue had fallen, and he instantly bolted up to his feet and ran as fast as he could, trying to get away from the 2 gladiators who had wanted to take the item he had found. Yet the 2 fighters didn't follow him, for they were still in the square, staring in horror at what only could be the worst catastrophe in the history of Fire Fountain City. The statue's fire was powered through a natural gas reserve and an inner mechanism in the ground that allowed the Fire Lord's figure to release fire. Yet now it had been torn off, the statue's site had literally become a fire fountain. And the 2 gladiators could only look at it in horror. "Shit," said the earthbender, gulping. His sponsor would kill him for this. Sokka had gone into hiding in a deserted alley, in case those 2 gladiators decided to come chasing after him. He looked outside of it quickly, making sure nobody was nearby, and he set off again, his gold flame held tightly in his hand. 1 down, 9 to go. Well, even if Toph had gotten hold of all the others by now, at the very least he had won. And with 1, he would still keep her from breaking any records. Still, despite it had taken him a long time to climb up the statue, he doubted the hunt was over yet. As he ran through the streets he saw a few more gladiators than before, which led him to guess the brawl had ended. How many had passed out in the Ring of Ash? And how many of the savage gladiators were out here right now? Chances were they'd come after him, as soon as they realized he already had one of the items. Yet he still had hopes. He would look for more of them, he was sure he'd happen upon 1 or 2 more flames in no time, it was just a matter of running into other people who had already found objects, or figuring out where other metal plates might be hidden. As soon as those thoughts went through his head, though, he happened upon a new brawl. Sokka stopped on his tracks, looking at the mass of fighting gladiators with a grimace. The fight was rather fierce, again with fire, earth, and blood flying all over the place. Blood? Someone in there was hurt already? Sokka gulped and guessed he'd do best to get away immediately. But that was when a golden flame happened to fly out of the brawl. Sokka's eyes widened as he watched it soar, almost in slow motion. If he jumped over there he could grasp it and he'd have too. And that was when she showed up. Toph slammed into ground with such power the streets cracked. She stomped again, her arms moving with her, and Sokka watched in horror as the earth underneath the gladiators bolted upwards and flung the entire brawl into the air. The flame hit the ground briefly, for Toph moved it towards her immediately, making use of her earthbending. Sokka still couldn't give credit to his eyes as he watched her, and Toph shot out into the air again after picking up her latest finding. Sokka's eyebrow twitched when she flew by him and he caught sight of 3 more golden flames dangling on her belt. So, she already had 4, then. Why she was off again instead of trying to steal the item he had, Sokka had no idea, but he frowned with determination and ran in the opposite direction Toph had gone in. If he was lucky, he would find another item nearby. He refused to let her take the advantage fully. Azula hadn't thought about how stressful this event would be until she found herself doing nothing but waiting in the stands until the gladiators returned. Well, until those who had succeeded at taking off returned, rather. When the brawl ended, the survivors had ran off into the city to find more people to beat up, leaving behind at least 20 unconscious gladiators who were dragged outside of the ring by staff members, who gave them medical attention immediately. She had heard no reports of any casualties in the city, but she saw the staff members behaving quite uneasily while talking about a statue. "Does this usually take so long?" Iroh asked, sighing. "I should have brought some tea with me." "Normally, few gladiators return early," said the mayor. "But they're either quitters or they only hold one item. At least, that's how it used to be. It's a little late for that right now, though. It's been about half an hour. We ought to see someone soon." It took a couple of minutes more until the first returning gladiator showed up. The people in the stands seemed surprised to see him, especially one who jumped to his feet and screamed. "That's my gladiator." "Oh, yes. Go, Rangelush!" he screamed excitedly as the fighter ran up to the ring of ash. "He seems to hold 2 items, Azula said, squinting and looking at the gladiator attentively. "One in each hand." "Well, good for him," said the mayor. "I just hope my strike got herself more than." The mayor was interrupted when a wall of earth rose right in front of Rangelush at such speed that the entire crowd fell silent with a gasp. The excited sponsor stopped jumping and looked at what had happened in utter shock. "My Rangelush?" he said, grimacing. The wall was lowered again, and when it was, its creator revealed herself. Toph stood by the writhing Rangelush, who had ran into the wall and almost knocked himself unconscious with the blow. The blind bandit leaned down and took the 2 items he was holding. "And that makes 6, she declared, proud. "Thank you very much for your cooperation." Rangelush didn't even seem to realize what had happened. Toph simply flew off into the city again, powered by her earthbending. And by the stands, Azula looked at the fallen gladiator in horror. The mayor was speechless, and Iroh just scratched his head and smiled. "Well, I suppose I should have said she is rather ruthless." That was your gladiator?" the mayor muttered, in utter disbelief. "Much more than what meets the eye, isn't she?" Iroh said, laughing proudly as Rangelush's sponsor squealed in despair behind them. "Had she said something about 6, though?" Azula grimaced. If that girl had gotten hold of 6 items, then she had secured the victory by now. There were only 4 more flames left, and who knew if Sokka was in possession of any of them. That fool had better find a way to get second place, at the very least, if first was really beyond his reach. Sokka had only begun wondering if he ought to turn on his heels and just head back to the Ring of Ash when he turned a corner to find someone else in the same street he had just entered. To Sokka's relief, it was a gladiator holding a scimitar, making him a non-bender, but to Sokka's surprise, he was gripping a golden flame tightly in one hand. His opponent spotted Sokka's flame as well, and his eyes blazed in greed. He snarled at Sokka and attacked, and the blue wolf had no qualms doing the same. Sokka released his sword from its scabbard and parried his opponent's blade several times before taking the offensive. He put as much strength as he could to a slice, and with it, he cut effectively through the scimitar. The opposite gladiator stared at the remains of his sword in horror before Sokka knocked him out cold with his hilt. "Sorry about that, pal," said Sokka, panting. It was the first time he had beaten a gladiator so easily, but from what he could see, this guy had already received a fair share of blows. Chances were he had been involved in one of those scuffles over the golden flames and he had managed to come out as the victor, but he had spent too much strength to get out of that fight to resist against Sokka properly. Sokka leaned down and scooped up the metallic flame, smiling proudly when he did. So now he had two. Well, that was good news. He had secured 400 points so far. Now it was just a matter of keeping Toph off his trail and hope that others would have gotten hold of a few more golden flames, so that the earthbender wouldn't earn too many points. He had two choices now, and he had a feeling that time would run out for him quite soon. There wasn't supposed to be a time limit for the hunt, but after about 1 hour running through the city, Sokka feared he would be taunting destiny if he decided to chase for another flame. For all he knew, Toph had gotten hold of all 8 remaining pieces. He sheathed his sword and slid the second item he had obtained into the neck of his armor, cringing when the edges pressed against his chest. He clutched the other one tightly in his hand and started off towards the Ring of Ash, hoping Angela would be content. Surely she wouldn't be genuinely happy, and he probably wasn't going to get his messenger hawk, but she was bound to understand why Sokka had decided to return to the arena at this point in time. He couldn't risk losing his collected objects, not when he had secured 400 points so far. It was this or nothing. Sokka got lost a few times within the city. He was having quite a hard time guiding himself through the streets without Ose's statue. At long last he figured out his bearings and ran off towards where the arena must have stood. And that was when he heard an angry roar behind him. "Get him!" Sokka grimaced and kept running, but it seemed he had walked himself into an ambush. A group of gladiators jumped out of alleys into the street he had been running through, all of them taking up aggressive stances. Sokka halted, wary of the people ahead, yet he heard the footsteps of those behind him. Curse it! They were coming for him from all sides, just what he had been trying to avoid. The first ones to reach him were those behind him, and Sokka resorted to pulling Space Sword out and whirling, not caring for what he might cut with it. Indeed, he cut someone, but he had no time to assess the damage he had delivered, for he was attacked again by the gladiators who had blocked his way through the streets. Sokka yelled, bit, kicked and swung his sword around, despite receiving blocks of earth straight to the face and feeling his right arm getting scorched by someone's firebending. He dropped to the ground defensively, clutching the item to his chest since he knew that was what these gladiators were after. They pulled his hair, scratched his face and kicked him a few times as they tried to knock him out so they could fight over the object he was carrying, but Sokka wouldn't let this end so fast. As soon as he saw a gap between the bodies of his assailants, Sokka knew he had to dart out through that direction. No matter which way he came out through, he just had to make his way and run for it. And that he did, by leaping up and sticking the pointiest edge of his item into the stomach of one of his aggressors. The gladiator who got wounded stumbled back, clutching his wound, perhaps in hopes to grasp the object Sokka had stabbed him with, but Sokka pulled it out and ran while making use of the small window of time he had earned himself. It took a moment for the gladiators he left behind to realize what had happened, and not long afterwards they were chasing him through the streets anew. Sokka panted and gasped, the injuries he had sustained promising to take their toll on him. Yet his pursuers promised also to make everything worse if he dared stop, so he didn't. He glanced down at the golden object in his hand and grimaced when he caught sight of the red liquid staining it. Damn, she was going to kill him. By some twist of fate, though, he was on his way to the arena again. Maybe he wasn't doing so badly, maybe he could reach the Ring of Ash and shake off his pursuers in the process. He gritted his teeth and kept running, pushing himself to go faster even when his legs didn't want to answer. At some point, someone showed up right next to him. Sokka glanced sideways, wary, but he realized the woman next to him was carrying her own 2 golden flames. She looked at him as well, perhaps fearing he might try to steal hers. You only got one? She asked, upon only seeing one item in his hand. You feeling like giving me one of yours out of pity? Sokka yelled back. Because I sure wouldn't mind. The woman would have rolled her eyes at his response, but she was relieved to find he wouldn't try to steal hers. Still, she decided to exert some caution. She was being chased by a group of gladiators as well, and she sure hoped she could make it to the Ring of Ash before they caught up with her, or before the guy next to her decided to steal what she had fought so hard to obtain. Azula was beginning to wonder if she ought to head into the city to find Sokka's unconscious body, or whatever was left of it, just when the pair of gladiators took the street that led towards the Ring of Ash. Her eyes widened when she recognized Sokka running right beside the woman the mayor had identified as his gladiator. She's there. She's. Oh, yes. The man exclaimed happily, clapping. Go, Sokka, go, Azula said, looking at him in expectation when he was scarcely a few feet from the ashes that lined the arena, a crowd of gladiators chasing him. Get into that damn ring, just. But it just couldn't be so easy, could it? The earth right in front of Sokka and the blazing strike suddenly blasted out, creating a crack in the ground that threatened to knock both gladiators to the ground. Their pursuers stopped, wary of what had just happened, but Sokka and the blazing strike couldn't falter. They struggled to keep their footing and to continue running just as the perpetrator of the sudden explosion revealed herself. Sokka wasn't even surprised to find Toph covered in dirt, rising from a tunnel underground. She surely had been waiting for them, probably knowing she would haul 4 flames in one go. Sokka tried to dodge her, but she brought forth a pillar of earth that struck Sokka in the stomach, stopping him effectively. In the meantime, though, the blazing strike was threatening to get away. Toph had to bend the earth under the woman in order to make her trip and fall over. She was rather persistent, though. She sought to crawl towards the ring, which was only 1 feet ahead of her now. But Toph brought forth another pillar, smacking her opponent's stomach and sending her flying up into the air. The 2 flames she had been holding dropped to the ground with a clinking sound, and Toph picked them up as quickly as she could, and she turned around to face Sokka again, who hadn't let go of the pieces in his hand and had managed to get around the pillar she had just struck him with. Toph moved towards him and snarled, raising a rock to the level of his knees and making Sokka trip. Sokka grimaced as he saw the ash coming straight at him, but it was ash. It was ash. As soon as he touched it, his run on the hunt would be over. Yet Toph's hand gripped his before Sokka hit the ground. And with a brusque movement, she took his items for herself as Sokka embarrassingly fell face first into the ring. Toph stepped into the arena, smirking down at Sokka. And that's 10 out of 10, she declared, as staff members came rushing at them. 2 staff members tended to Sokka while others ran towards the blazing strike. Another one headed towards Toph, looking at her in utter shock after she declared to having seized all 10 objects. The mayor looked as though he were on the verge of tears as he looked at his gladiator, and Azula simply sighed in disappointment. So much for keeping that brat from getting all 2,000 points. Well, she knew Sokka had tried, that much was clear. But it seemed he truly wasn't strong enough to deal with her just yet. You have all 10 objects, you said? The staff member asked Toph, and she placed her collection of golden flames in his hands. Yep, got that right, said Toph, smirking. I heard no one had done that before. Brand new record, isn't it? Well, it was a good event, Iroh said, smiling, and earning himself a glare from his niece. Ugh, if she could just erase that stupid grin off his face. Toph waved at him and Iroh chuckled at the gesture while the staff member checked the collection of items Toph had given him, and soon enough he was frowning as he looked it over one more time. Excuse me. Blind Bandit? He asked. Yeah, that's me. Going to write my name down someplace to give me my record or something? Toph asked. Maybe I would, but, you haven't obtained the record, I'm sorry to say, the man said, gulping. What? Toph exclaimed, looking at the man in mild indignation. What do you mean by that? Well, there aren't 10 objects here, the staff member said, growing nervous. You only have 8. How could I possibly have 8? Toph exclaimed, taking them from the man. I got 2 from that girl, and this moron had 2 of these things as well, It was only then that Toph realized that what she had taken from Sokka was a single object. And it was slightly heavier than the rest of the metal plates, which was why she had mistaken it for 2 when she had sensed it with her earthbending. She frowned, trying to make sense out of this mishap. What the hell had happened here? She had distinctly sensed Sokka had picked up the item on the statue, and she had also sensed him stealing an item from another gladiator, so he had to have 2. How come was she holding this strange thing now, a thing that didn't feel quite the same as the others? Oh, for crying out loud, how hadn't she realized this was a very different object from the ones she had picked up before? Lost in her arrogance and pride, and hoping to stomp all over Sokka's, she had mistaken this for her absolute victory, and it wasn't. A low chuckle came from Sokka, who was pushing himself up with the help of the arena's staff members. Toph looked at him in slight outrage, and Sokka tried to wipe the ash off his face with his forearm, although it seemed he had only soiled himself further. Fell square for it, didn't you? Sokka smirked, unbuckling his armor, to everyone's surprise. Azula's eyes glistened with pride and she found herself smiling uncontrollably when Sokka's armor fell to the ground, to reveal that, disguised within his breastplate, had been the 2 items he had obtained during the hunt. He had done it. He had kept Toph from taking the record, he had earned 400 points and kept her from earning all 2,000. You must be wondering how I did it, I wager. Sokka asked Toph, handing the 2 golden flames to the nearby staff members. I was concealing the princess's hairpiece inside my breastplate at the start of the hunt. You'd never sensed my new armor before, so, if you stopped to analyze it, you would think that strange metallic thing on my chest was just part of the outfit. So, when I got my first gold flame, I hid in an alley and took off the breastplate quickly, replaced the hairpiece with the flame and used the hairpiece as a decoy. It was quite lucky that it was about as heavy as 2 pieces, that way you wouldn't notice the difference if I secured 2 of the flames. You'd think I was holding both flames in one hand unless you actually stole the hairpiece and detailed it carefully, and from what I can see, it seems I was right to assume you wouldn't. You fell for it, Toph. Yeah, maybe, but I still won, she said, spitefully. You broke no records today, though. And you're not the only one who earned points in this event. And now, would you be so kind to return my sponsor's hairpiece? Sokka asked, extending a hand towards her. I'm pretty sure she'll want it back. Toph gripped the bloody hairpiece for a moment, only understanding now what it really was. Well, she had never touched it before, she couldn't have recognized it, and Sokka had known so. The witty jerk had noticed the hairpiece was about the same size as the golden flames they had been chasing after, and he had set up a trap knowing Toph would have a hard time telling the difference between the hairpiece and the flame-shaped metal plates if she was too busy thinking of defeating him. How had he come up with such a plan? She had no idea. Azula couldn't stop laughing now. Iroh was staring at Sokka with his mouth hanging open, while the mayor had stopped crying, looking at the situation with interest. Oh, my. He said, only realizing now why he'd had such a hard time recognizing Azula as Oze's daughter. She wasn't wearing her hairpiece because her gladiator had been holding it. Your 2 gladiators are really something. And here I thought she was a bandit in name alone, Azula said, smirking. You've gotten yourself quite a thief of a gladiator, uncle, stealing my hairpiece like that. Sokka took back Azula's hairpiece and sought to clean it with the fabric of his shirt. Thankfully, the blood didn't seem to have stained it. Still, he was certain Azula would be anything but happy about knowing he had stabbed a gladiator with it. He looked towards the stands and found, to his relief, that his sponsor seemed to be beaming with pride. He nodded in her direction, giving her a smile of his own. There was a prize for the winners of the event, a prize that was awarded while Sokka received medical treatment right outside the ring. The burn on his arm was being taken care of when Azula showed up, a small bag of money in her hand. Second place had its own reward, apparently, she said, showing him the bag. So did third, but since nobody else managed to secure any points, that award went to waste. Heh, said Sokka, smirking and flinching when the medic rubbed an ointment on his damaged skin. You look terrible, Azula muttered, looking at him in worry. Well, the hunt was anything but easy, Sokka said, smiling weakly. Got myself covered in bruises, I have a few scrapes here and there. I've got a burn in an arm, and I'm pretty damn lucky I didn't get more burns than that. And I figure my hair is a disaster. Your face is a mask of ash too, said Angela, smiling. But alas, all the trouble was worth it in the end. For a moment there I really thought your plan hadn't worked. I honestly started doubting it would for a while, Sokka admitted. I feared she'd notice the hairpiece was heavier than the actual items, but I think she was too busy getting every other object to pay close attention to me. Which worked to our advantage in the end. It was quite a smart move to disguise the hairpiece and the actual objects as part of your armor, Angela said, approvingly. It really seems like your witty last-minute plans are far more reliable than I took them for. Only when they work, Sokka said, chuckling. Still, we didn't win. We didn't lose pathetically, but we still didn't win. No need to fret, said Angela, smiling. We may have gotten second place only, but this is a start. Considering how badly she beat you back when you first faced off against her, this event shows you've improved greatly. Why, good to know you see it that way, said Sokka, smiling. Here I thought you'd be mad I didn't take all 10 objects. Maybe that was too much to hope for, Angela admitted. But hopefully one day you'll be capable of more than this. Either by becoming stronger or by coming up with wittier plans, I believe you'll be able to stand evenly with the bandit one day. If you could pull this off, I'm sure you'll do even better the next time you fight her. Sokka smiled and nodded, relieved to hear Angela seemed pleased. She was placing a lot of hopes on him, and to know he hadn't disappointed her as of late was reassuring. He just hoped he could keep this up. He didn't want to displease her ever again. He cringed as he reached out for something he had set down right beside him, and he extended it towards Angela, who looked at his offering in disgust. Here. Thanks for letting me borrow it, said Sokka, smiling and giving back her hairpiece. You honestly don't think I'm going to put it on after that, do you? Angela asked, grimacing. I think I saw blood on it when the bandit took it from you. Oh, yeah. I kind of had to stab someone with it, said Sokka, smiling uncomfortably and scratching his head. Why you? Did you kill someone with my hairpiece? Angela asked, scandalized. No, I don't think he's dead, said Sokka, grimacing. It didn't go so deep, I think. But still, ugh, Sokka, Angela said, inching away from the hairpiece. You don't expect me to put on a hairpiece that bore the sweat of your chest and the blood of an unknown gladiator, do you? Now that you mention it, you might not want to, Sokka realized, smiling weakly. You need to disinfect it from all the disgusting germs and filth, of course. Indeed, Angela said, folding her arms over her chest. So you can hold on to it, until we get home. By then I'll find a way to cleanse it, and then I'll take it back. Gotcha, Sokka said, nodding. So, what are you going to do with the money? Invest it? Use it to make up for the money you've spent on me? Or maybe to restore your dad's statue? I've actually managed to make back lots of the money you— Wait, what? Angela looked at Sokka with a frown, and Sokka gulped. What happened to my father's statue? Well, I'll have you know it wasn't my fault. Sokka squealed. I didn't do it, it was that crazy earthbender who was hunting after me when I found that gold flame on your dad's hairpiece. Wait a second, you climbed my father's statue? Angela asked, shocked. It's not like I wanted to do it, but I figured that was where they'd hidden one of the items and I was right. Sokka responded. And then, an earthbender knocked it down? She asked, her gaze going to the ground. She definitely didn't want to be near her father when he was told about what had happened to his glorious statue. He was a big brute, said Sokka, shaking his head as the medic finished bandaging his wounds. I think his sponsor will have to pay for it, though. Either he'll pay for it or he'll be executed, Angela said, grimacing. Both him and his gladiator, likely. Knocking down the statue of the Fire Lord is considered treason. Well, in any case, unless they're unable to pay up, there's no need to spend your money on that, said Sokka, smiling weakly as he stood up. It was only then that Angela realized he had been shirtless while getting patched up. Adding that to the way his hair was falling over his face made her heart race a little faster than it should. Curse that slave for being so handsome without even realizing it. So? He asked, putting on his shirt with some difficulty. What are you going to do with the money, then? Well, said Angela, looking away while Sokka picked up his armor and weapons again. I never really thanked you for what you did about the White Lotus. Again with that? Angela. I happen to have this money, Angela continued, silencing him effectively. And you made quite a ridiculous request yesterday, but given that you didn't lose pathetically against the bandit, and that you're surprisingly still able to stand on your own 2 feet after facing her, then perhaps I ought to get you what you want. Sokka's eyes lit up and he looked at her as though he were a child who was finally getting the toy he wanted most. Why you'll do it, Angela. Really? You'll get one for me. Just promise you're not getting me a turtle in exchange, if you will, Angela said, smirking and making him blush as she walked away towards the city. I wasn't thinking about that when I asked for it. I just want a hawk because sending messages sounds like fun. Sokka exclaimed. That had better be the case, said Angela, smiling. Well, so long as you promise not to use him to send me prank messages, you can have one, but you'll have to learn how to handle a hawk by yourself, got it? Sure thing, said Sokka, proudly. I'll train him up real good. I think the one who'll be in need of training will be you and not the bird. Angela said, smiling with malice. Hey! Sokka squealed, as Angela chuckled. It wasn't the best case scenario, but they both knew it could have gone much worse than it had. Even if they had only earned 400 points, and Toph had gotten even further away from them than before, this was a start, as Angela had said it was. If they kept going at this rate, the day would come when Sokka would manage to fight on even grounds with Toph and defeat her, at least, Angela hoped so. She looked at Sokka, who was still trying to wipe clean his face with his arm and failing at it, and she smiled. He may never become stronger than that girl, but his wits had proven themselves all over again. And he didn't need brute strength so long as he could come up with a good plan to defeat her. And as they walked side by side into the city, Angela found herself remembering why she had thought Sokka would be the perfect gladiator for her. It had been quite an unconventional way to prove himself, but he had accomplished the unthinkable today through his brain prowess alone. He had proved to everyone that a non-bender could be more capable a fighter than countless other gladiators. And by working together, they had proved they were one of the best combinations of gladiator and sponsor ever seen in the Gladiator League. Check the description for the links to the author.